Global red mist descends, and the apocalypse erupts. In just 7 days, the world has been completely transformed into a living hell. Blood-red clouds and mist churn outside the windows as all living creatures undergo terrifying mutations. Vampire mosquitoes the size of sparrows, giant cockroaches reproducing in swarms, and house cats transformed into ferocious man-eating beasts. Humanity, once standing at the very top of the food chain, has fallen straight to the bottom. People can only huddle inside their homes and struggle to survive. Food supplies across the city have been cut off, resources are running dry, and purified water, compressed biscuits, and even ordinary snacks have become priceless lifelines. Everyone is starving, living in constant fear, desperately waiting for official rescue that seems farther away with each passing day. But Lin Lang is the only one living even better than he did before the apocalypse. All because he has awakened the 10,000-fold resource cashback system. The rules are simple and brutally straightforward. Whenever a woman bound to Lin Lang consumes resources, he can trigger 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold cashback. Not only that, every time he binds another woman, his body receives comprehensive enhancements. His strength, speed, and senses are all pushed to their limits. The system's storage space is infinite, and all resources stored inside remain permanently fresh. There is absolutely no need to worry about expiration or waste. Shin Chu consumed 1 piece of beef jerky. 100 pieces returned and stored in the system space. Shin Chu consumed 1 bottle of purified water. 100 bottles returned and stored in the system space. Listening to the system's continuous notifications, Lin Lang lay lazily on the sofa, looking completely relaxed and satisfied. While everyone else in the residential complex was starving, his system space was already piled high with supplies, enough for him to live extravagantly for an entire year. And the source of it all was the only woman he had currently bound, his ex-girlfriend, Shun Chu. Her appearance rating was 7 out of 10, her loyalty was a mere 5%, and her current cashback multiplier was 100-fold. Who could have imagined that the woman who had cruelly dumped him back then, after he had devoted 5 years of his heart to her, would now become his greatest source of supplies in the apocalypse? But Lin Lang knew very well that Shin Chu couldn't be relied upon. As supplies became increasingly scarce, her quality of life had plummeted. She had gone from a life of luxury and fine dining to surviving on nothing more than plain water and beef jerky. If this continued, she would eventually starve to death, and once that happened, Lin Lang would completely lose his source of supplies. Living off his existing stockpile was definitely not a long-term solution. If he wanted to establish himself permanently in a world where order had collapsed and ferocious beasts roamed everywhere, he had to bind more goddesses. The more high-quality goddesses he bound, the higher his cashback multiplier would become, and the stronger his physical enhancements would be. Only then could he truly dominate the apocalypse and go wherever he pleased. With that thought, Lin Lang opened the residential complex's owners group chat and dropped a bombshell message. Taking in young women. Food and accommodation provided. Interested? DM me a full-body photo without beauty filters. The moment the message appeared, the entire group exploded. Mockery, insults, and skepticism flooded the chat. Bro, have you lost your mind? You're still dreaming about this kind of thing during the apocalypse. You have supplies and you're not sharing them with everyone? Selfish bastard. Hand them over immediately. Quit pretending to be some big shot. You're probably just a clown looking for attention. Looking at the screen filled with ridicule, Lin Lang remained completely unfazed. His mind was perfectly clear. These people simply hadn't been pushed to the brink of starvation yet. They were still clinging to hope, believing rescue would arrive soon and that the apocalypse was merely a temporary disaster. But Lin Lang knew the truth. The apocalypse had only just begun. Humanity, order, and morality would soon be torn to pieces. Too lazy to argue with them, Lin Lang simply left the group and started scrolling through short videos. On the local feed, female influencers who had once held themselves high above everyone else were now lowering themselves, pitifully begging powerful people for food. Their attitudes were incredibly humble. But after taking one look at a woman's profile, Lin Lang immediately swiped past her. Her looks were mediocre, and her cashback multiplier was 0. No matter how proactive she had absolutely no value to him. Soon, it was time for a meal. Looking at the neighbors in the group who were still stubbornly cursing and refusing to admit defeat, Lin Lang had an idea. A self-heating hot pot, purified water, and ice-cold beer instantly appeared on the table. The lavish meal completely dwarfed whatever everyone else was eating. He casually snapped a photo and tossed it into the owner's group again, adding a calm, show-offish caption. Not really hungry today. Just having something simple. P.S. Still taking in young women. Food and accommodation provided. Just DM me a full-body photo without beauty filters. This time, the group fell completely silent. Then it exploded with even crazier envy and jealousy. Holy crap, that's real food. One meal for him is enough to cover my rations for 3 days. Why does he get to live so comfortably? That's so unfair. Everyone completely broke down. No one mocked him or called him a show-off anymore. All that remained was overwhelming envy. The confidence that came from having an overwhelming stockpile of supplies was now on full display. Soon, Lin Lang's WeChat inbox was bombarded with messages. Some people offered 100 yuan just for a bite of his self-heating hot pot. A property manager aggressively pressured him to hand over all his supplies. Even quite a few women took the initiative to approach him, speaking suggestively and trying to get close. Unfortunately, the women who came knocking on his door all had questionable qualifications and appearances. None of them met Lin Lang's standards. Surviving the apocalypse meant he wasn't running a charity. He only wanted high-quality goddesses. Just as Lin Lang patiently waited for his next target to appear, the self-heating hot pot in front of him had just finished cooking. ## Chapter 2. Who do you think you are to refuse to send me food? Lin Lang exited WeChat. As he ate, he continued scrolling through videos. Experts have analyzed the current severe smog conditions and concluded that they are mainly caused by environmental pollution. Therefore, we urge everyone to conserve energy. What a load of nonsense. Swipe. Unknown viruses have infected creatures outside, making them extremely aggressive. Multiple deaths have already been reported, and the casualty count continues to rise. Residents are advised to remain indoors and wait for rescue. Do not go outside. One horrifying video after another filled the screen. Way too disturbing. It was ruining his appetite. Swipe. Brothers, I think I have superpowers. In the video, a muscular man was speaking excitedly and incoherently. Superpowers. This one seemed interesting. So Lin Lang paused for a while. The man was basically saying that yesterday, when he was starving, he had desperately eaten a strange fruit that had grown from a succulent plant. Afterward, his strength had increased dramatically. He could even lift his 200-plus-pound wife with ease. Lin Lang was skeptical, but the next second, the video mysteriously disappeared. Its credibility immediately shot up. In Lin Lang's mind, danger and opportunity often went hand in hand. This apocalypse might be a disaster that brought about humanity's extinction, but it could also be an opportunity for life to evolve. If the fruit the man mentioned could really grant humans abilities beyond the laws of nature, then it might be the key to surviving this crisis. After all, the shortage of survival supplies was only a problem for the moment. The mutated man-eating beasts, and even the red mist itself, were the true sources of the crisis. If he wanted to survive this catastrophe, simply having sufficient supplies was definitely not enough. He also needed the ability to take the initiative and explore the mist. The rewards Lin Lang received from binding women could only strengthen his physical body. But no matter how strong his body became, he'd basically just be playing a tank-class character. He wanted to experience what it felt like to be a mage. The problem was, he couldn't go outside right now. So where was he supposed to find those superpower fruits? Succulent plants? Unfortunately, he didn't keep any succulents. He looked around. The only greenery in his apartment was the cactus sitting on his computer desk, the one rumored to absorb radiation. The cactus had indeed grown quite a bit larger over the past few days, but there was no sign of it bearing any fruit. After finishing his meal, Lin Lang tossed the garbage out the window. He had no idea what it hit, but a terrifying roar immediately rang out below. Lin Lang looked outside. He saw a gigantic bird break through the layer of mist before diving back down and disappearing into the blood-red fog. It was like a fish leaping out of the water. What a crazy world. Just then, another friend request came through on WeChat. Lin Lang didn't have much hope, but he opened it and took a quick look. The account was named Jeffrey, and its profile picture showed a beautiful woman wearing professional attire. Gu Fei. Appearance, 9 out of 10. Times charged, 0. Loyalty, 5%. Cashback multiplier, 200x. Finally, a high-rated one. Gu Fei. Lin Lang actually had some impression of this woman. She was a stunning beauty from the residential complex who drove a BMW, frequently wore professional attire, and always carried herself with an icy, aloof demeanor. Since the system had rated her a 9, that proved she was a genuine goddess. Lin Lang decided to give her a chance and accepted her request. Happiness Residential Complex. Building C, Unit 1, Apartment 2102. Gu Fei sat weakly on the sofa. Her stunning face was now pale and haggard. You have added Lin Bulang as a friend. You can now chat with each other. The moment those words appeared on her screen, a glimmer finally returned to her beautiful, long silent eyes. She had completely run out of food. As a successful career woman, she had always devoted all her time to work. She normally ordered takeout for every meal and never cooked for herself. And to maintain her enviable figure, she had completely given up all unhealthy snacks. As a result, she had barely stocked any supplies. There had only been a few ready-to-eat breakfast items in her refrigerator: milk, eggs, fruit, and the like. Those supplies had allowed her to survive for 7 days. But now, they were all gone. She couldn't hold out any longer. And what happened when she could no longer hold out? She would have to rely on someone else to carry her through. Gu Fei was a smart woman. She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. And she also understood exactly what that Lin Bulang wanted. The next moment, Lin Bulang sent her a message. Building C, Unit 1, 22nd floor. Come over and we'll talk. Jeffrey. Okay. At the same time, inside a cheap rental apartment not far from Happiness Residential Complex. Choo-choo, Xiaotian is still growing. How can he eat all this junk food every day? Go get him some lobster. Sis, I want abalone. On the sofa, her mother had spent the entire day watching TV dramas, while her younger brother had spent the entire day playing video games. They did nothing but open their mouths and demand lobster and abalone. Shin Choo-choo helplessly sighed. Mom, Xiaotian, you don't understand the situation right now. Having anything to eat is already lucky. Where am I supposed to get lobster and abalone for you? How can you say there's none? Her mother shrieked. Didn't Lin Lang buy those things for you all the time? Just tell him to send some over again. Xiaotian is the only son of our Shun family. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all extremely important. Sis, are you trying to starve me to death? Although the mother and son's bickering was driving Shun Choo-choo crazy, it suddenly made her realize something. That's right. Lin Lang lives in the neighboring residential complex. It's not even that far away. Why shouldn't he send me some food? Lin Lang had always been completely obedient to her, coming whenever she called. And now was exactly the time for him to prove his worth. Although Lin Lang was too poor and only earned around 10,000 yuan a month, making him unsuitable for marriage. But under the current circumstances, perhaps she could temporarily get back together with him in name only. Once the crisis was over, she could completely cut ties with him again. Shin Choo-choo immediately regained her confidence. Enough. I'll call Lin Lang and tell him to bring us some food. Hearing this, the mother and son immediately brightened. Have him bring some bird's nest too. I heard it's good for beauty. As women, we have to stay beautiful no matter what. Sis, tell him to pick up a few packs of Huazi cigarettes on the way. Sure, no problem. Under the expectant gazes of the mother and son, Shin Choo-choo confidently called Lin Lang. The phone rang for more than 10 seconds before he finally answered. Hello? Lin Lang. Shin Choo-choo immediately spoke in an accusatory tone. Why did you take so long to answer? On the other end, Lin Lang's voice was cold. What do you want? What do you want? What do you mean, what do I want? What kind of attitude is that? Asterisk, I lowered myself enough to call you first. Shouldn't you be overwhelmed with gratitude and kneel down to thank me for giving you this chance? Asterisk. Asterisk, and you actually have the nerve to ask what I want. Asterisk. Shin Choo-choo instantly became furious and almost cursed him out. But then she remembered that she still needed him to deliver supplies. So she forcibly suppressed her anger. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Bring some food over immediately. Rice, meat, vegetables, ready-to-eat food, anything is fine. And bring a few boxes of bird's nest and a few packs of Huazi cigarettes. Lin Lang. Asterisk, what kind of person is this? Is she making wishes now? Asterisk. I didn't eat any magic mushrooms for lunch, did I? Why am I suddenly hearing hallucinations? He interrupted Shin Choo-choo. Wait, who are you? Shin Choo-choo couldn't take it anymore. What? You're asking who I am. You don't know who I am. Oh right. Now I remember. You're an idiot. Lin Lang simply hung up. Shin Choo-choo was completely stunned. He actually hung up on me? And he insulted me. Lin Lang had never hung up on her before, let alone insult her. He had changed. He had clearly promised to take care of her for the rest of her life. Could it be that just because she dumped him, his promise no longer counted? The mother and son beside her were getting anxious. What did Lin Lang say? When is he coming? Only then did Shin Chuchu snap back to reality. A hint of panic flashed across her eyes, but she still stubbornly pretended everything was fine. The signal here is bad. I'll go inside and talk to him. With that, she walked into the bedroom. She locked the door. Damn Lin Lang. What a scumbag. A grown man who can't even come up with a mere 500,000 yuan for the bride price. What right did he have to get married? Now I'm only asking him to send over some supplies, and he still refuses. How dare you defy me? Shin Chuchu gritted her teeth and called Lin Lang again. But all she heard was a continuous busy tone. The call wouldn't go through at all. It meant she had been blocked. How dare you block me? Lin Lang, you bastard. Shin Chuchu finally broke down. But all she could do was scream and curse hysterically inside the bedroom. Hashtag chapter 3. The goddess came knocking on his door. Happiness Residential Complex. Lin Lang blocked Shin Chuchu's number. But then he deliberately posted a WeChat Moments update visible only to her. Taking in young women. Food and accommodation provided. He attached a picture of himself munching on a fried chicken drumstick and drinking Coke. Mission accomplished. This time, he wasn't trying to attract customers. He simply wanted to annoy her. After all, she'd annoyed him countless times before. Fair was fair. Not bad. Feels like my intelligence has been enhanced quite a bit too. Lin Lang patted his head. Just then, a WeChat message came in. Jeffrey asterisk. I'm here. But Lin Lang didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he opened an app. He had installed a security camera outside his apartment. On the screen, Gu Fei was standing at the elevator. She was still dressed impeccably in professional attire, with delicate makeup. Her posture was confident, and her expression was calm. But her eyes kept scanning her surroundings, clearly showing that she was still somewhat frightened. After all, no one knew whether one of those mutated creatures might suddenly appear in the hallway. Only after confirming that she was alone did Lin Lang calmly walk toward the door. Although he now possessed the combat ability of a special forces soldier, he was still technically within the limits of a normal human being. He was also wary of people using underhanded tricks. What if he opened the door carelessly and dozens of burly men suddenly charged inside? They could crush him simply by piling on top of him. But if it was only Gu Fei, even if she were carrying a weapon, Lin Lang wouldn't be worried as long as it wasn't a gun. Click. The door opened. The faint sound made Gu Fei's delicate body tremble. Over here. Lin Lang leaned halfway out of the doorway and waved at her. Gu Fei bit her lips secretly before walking over with determination. Once she entered, Lin Lang looked her up and down. She really was a goddess. Whether it was her appearance, figure, temperament, or sense of style, she was practically flawless. Even though the lack of food and water over the past few days had left her looking somewhat exhausted, it still couldn't conceal the natural elegance and aloofness in her demeanor. A woman of this caliber, under normal circumstances, Lin Lang might not even have had the chance to speak to her. She probably wouldn't have spared him a second glance either. They lived in completely different worlds and would never have had any interaction. Yet now, she had voluntarily come to his door, and she could only allow Lin Lang's gaze to roam freely over her. She might feel uncomfortable, but she didn't dare show it too obviously, because at this moment, the initiative was in Lin Lang's hands. I can pay a high price for the supplies. Gu Fei finally spoke. Her words, however, lacked confidence. Lin Lang gave an ambiguous smile. You should understand that money is useless now. Gu Fei frowned slightly and fell silent. Of course, she understood that. She had simply been holding on to a faint hope. What if he wants something else? But the moment she'd walked through the door and seen the look in Lin Lang's eyes, she had already confirmed one thing. He was a complete womanizer. She was certain that she would lose her innocence today. There was no other possibility. Fortunately, he was around her age and didn't look bad either. At least he wasn't some filthy old man in his 50s or 60s. So perhaps she wasn't losing out too badly. She let out a soft sigh and resignedly closed her eyes. Come on. Lin Lang looked at her with interest. He had thought this woman would at least insist on eating her fill before doing anything. At the very least, she would have verified whether he actually had enough supplies, so she wouldn't sacrifice herself for nothing. He hadn't expected her to be so decisive, without wasting a single word. That showed just how intelligent this woman really was. Because at this point, whether Lin Lang was telling the truth or deceiving her, she had no other choice. She could only trust him. Fine. Lin Lang liked intelligent people. They saved him quite a bit of time. With her eyes closed, Gu Fei imagined that Lin Lang would pounce on her like a wild dog and tear her clothes apart. But unexpectedly, Lin Lang simply stood there and said calmly, Go wash up first. Even in the apocalypse, One couldn't completely abandon hygiene. If anything, the worse the apocalypse became, the more important hygiene was. After all, medical care was practically non-existent now. If something happened. Hearing this, Gu Fei frowned slightly. Ever since the red mist appeared, the city's tap water had also become contaminated. It was murky and foul-smelling. Because of that, she hadn't showered for several days. Could I already smell bad? That shouldn't be possible, right? I haven't even been sweating. She couldn't help asking. The tap water is contaminated now. How am I supposed to wash? Do you have another water source? Lin Lang didn't seem concerned. There is water in the bathroom. Gu Fei walked toward the bathroom skeptically. There, she saw dozens of bottles of purified water stacked in the corner. A trace of shock flashed through her eyes. You mean? Lin Lang calmly replied. Make do with it. Gu Fei remained outwardly composed, but inside, she was utterly astonished. She had already guessed that Lin Lang must have stockpiled more supplies than ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this calm. But she had never imagined. His supplies were actually this abundant? He was using purified water to shower? Did he have any idea how many people outside were currently dreaming of getting even a single sip of clean water? She desperately suppressed her emotions and nodded. Okay. Lin Lang gave a simple response before returning to the living room. This made Gu Fei breathe a slight sigh of relief. Actually, she was rather afraid that Lin Lang might have some strange preferences, such as wanting to watch her shower. She closed the bathroom door. But instead of showering immediately, she picked up a bottle of water, carefully twisted open the cap, and took a cautious sip. No problem. It really was purified water. She could no longer hold herself back. She gulped down the water greedily. Because she drank too quickly, some of it spilled from the corner of her lips, trickling down her neck and dampening her white shirt. The wet fabric clung more closely to her impressive curves. She drank more than half the bottle in one go before finally stopping. And by then, something subtle had already changed inside her. This Lin Lang actually has enough purified water to use it for bathing? Just how many supplies does he have? And where did he get them? A full 20 minutes later, Gu Fei finished showering. Only then did she feel as though she had finally come back to life. Lin Lang hadn't prepared a towel for her. She was still wearing the professional outfit she'd arrived in, but the obvious water stains gave her an unusual allure. Just then, she smelled the aroma of meat filling the air. In the living room, Lin Lang was eating a self-heating hot pot, spicy beef. Gu Fei froze. Her stomach chose that moment to growl several times. She finally realized that she wasn't merely thirsty. She was starving too, especially since she hadn't eaten meat in a very long time. It smelled incredible. Far too good. This Lin Lang was seriously going too far. It was practically as if he were deliberately tempting her to abandon all the pride of a goddess and become his devoted servant. She swallowed hard. Almost all that remained of her rationality was desperately telling her, Hold on. Don't let him look down on you. Lin Lang noticed her fixed gaze, but merely glanced at her casually. Then he took a piece of chocolate out of his system space and tossed it to her. Eat this. It'll replenish some of your energy. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it later. Lin Lang's tone was completely calm. Gu Fei froze for a moment. She wanted to eat the self-heating hot pot too. But she understood that this wasn't a situation where she could simply have whatever she wanted. Getting some chocolate was already pretty good. Still, couldn't you have phrased that a little less suggestively? What exactly do you mean by you won't be able to handle it? You're that confident? Who knows which one of us will be the first to give out? After Lin Lang finished eating, he threw all the trash out the window again. Gu Fei frowned. She was just about to remind him that they were on the 22nd floor and that throwing things out the window was dangerous. Then she suddenly realized. Who was even down there now? At worst, he'd only hit one of those mutated monsters. Lin Lang seemed to know exactly what she was thinking and shrugged. Leaving this stuff inside might attract cockroaches. You wouldn't want to see cockroaches bigger than your face crawling all over the apartment, would you? Just imagining the scene made Gu Fei shudder. And no, Lin Lang took another sip of water and let out a satisfied burp before saying, I'm full. Time to get down to business. Hearing this, Gu Fei's heart tightened as well. She subconsciously bit her lip. Finally, was it finally time? Was she really going to give the innocence she'd guarded for more than 20 years to this complete stranger today? Hashtag Chapter 4, The Clown's Performance. Come closer. Lin Lang's tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable hint of command. Gu Fei's heart pounded as she slowly walked toward him, step by step. There was no need for Lin Lang to say anything else. She naturally knew what she was supposed to do now. 10,000 words omitted. The next morning, Lin Lang's bedroom. Gu Fei recalled everything that had happened the previous night, and her face couldn't help but turn red. Apparently, she hadn't been completely passive the entire time. There had even been a phase when she'd fought back, but she didn't dare think about it too carefully. It was simply too embarrassing. Awake. At that moment, Lin Lang stood at the bedroom door and greeted her. He had gotten out of bed long ago. With his current physical condition, the battle from last night had had absolutely no effect on him. Gu Fei responded softly and instinctively lowered her head, searching around the bedside for her clothes. But she couldn't find them. Oh right. She hadn't left a single piece on. Everything had been discarded in the living room last night. She immediately felt awkward. To avoid walking around completely naked, she had no choice but to ask Lin Lang for help. My clothes are in the living room. Lin Lang replied. Your clothes got dirty. We're mine for now. With that, he walked back into the living room. Gu Fei didn't hesitate either. She slipped out from under the bedsheet, grabbed a t-shirt from the nearby wardrobe, and quickly pulled it on. The oversized t-shirt happened to cover the tops of her thighs. Only her long, slender, fair legs remained exposed, leaving plenty to the imagination. Then, barefoot, she carefully stepped onto the floor and slowly made her way toward the living room, supporting herself against the wall. A rich aroma of milk filled the living room. Gu Fei had been hungry for a long time, and she'd expended quite a bit of energy the previous night. If Lin Lang hadn't given her a piece of chocolate, she might not even have made it to see the sun that morning. Now, the smell of milk immediately made her eyes light up as she looked around. On the dining table were a sandwich, a glass of milk, an apple. She froze. How long had it been since she'd enjoyed such an exquisite breakfast? Only 7 days. So why did it feel as though half a century had passed? Lin Lang sat in the computer chair in his study, still casually scrolling through videos. Without even looking back, he said calmly, Eat. As long as you behave, I'll take care of all your living supplies from now on. The simple sentence left Gu Fei dazed for a moment. This man named Lin Lang was actually quite gentle. Gu Fei consumed 1 sandwich. 300 sandwiches returned and have been stored in the host's system space. Gu Fei consumed 1 carton of milk. 300 cartons returned and have been stored in the host's system space. Gu Fei consumed 1 apple. 300 apples returned and have been stored in the host's system space. Lin Lang was slightly surprised. How did it become 300x? Wasn't the previous prediction 200x? He pulled up Gu Fei's information. Gu Fei. Appearance, 9 out of 10. Times charged, 3. Loyalty, 15%. Cashback multiplier, 300x. Oh, so it was because her loyalty had increased. In other words, this girl was gradually beginning to trust him? But why? It had only been 1 night. Could it be because he'd been so impressive last night that he'd completely won her over? Lin Lang smiled faintly. Not bad. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of supplies anymore. Moreover, after binding Gu Fei, his physical body had undergone a second enhancement. There wasn't much visible change in his physique, but his muscles had become considerably denser. They felt as hard as stone to the touch. His skin also seemed tougher. Most notably, the vitality coursing through his body surged like a roaring river, endless and powerful. To test his strength, Lin Lang took a bottle of beer from his system space and applied a little pressure. The next moment, bang, he crushed the bottle with his bare hand. Beer and shards of glass flew everywhere, yet they couldn't even cut his skin, leaving behind only a few faint red marks. Hiss! Even Lin Lang himself sucked in a breath. This strong? That meant he could now withstand most conventional melee weapons. If he encountered criminals, as long as they weren't professionally trained combatants, Lin Lang was confident that he could even kill his way out if they were armed with guns. What happened? Gu Fei had already appeared at the entrance to the study. Seeing the water and broken glass scattered across the floor, she frowned slightly. Lin Lang immediately suppressed his excitement and calmly said, Nothing. I accidentally broke a bottle of beer. Why are you barefoot? Stay away from here. Be careful not to step on the glass. Gu Fei lowered her head and looked at her fair, delicate feet. She nodded lightly. Then she stepped back out of the study. Lin Lang went to find a broom, swept up the broken beer bottle, and dumped the shards out the window. Just then, his WeChat ringtone sounded. Lin Lang glanced at the screen. It was Shun Chuchu again. Without the slightest hesitation, he hung up. Shun Chuchu had already sent him more than 99 WeChat messages the previous night. He'd simply been too busy to deal with her. Now he finally opened the chat and took a look. Lin Lang, you actually hung up on me. You have 1 hour to bring Bird's Nest and Huazi cigarettes over and apologize. Image. What do you mean by this? Eating fried chicken, drinking Coke, taking in young women, and providing them with food and accommodation? I won't allow it. Do you hear me? Fine. I don't want the 500,000 yuan bride price anymore. Bring supplies over immediately. Once this disaster is over, I might still consider marrying you, duh. I've already agreed to forgive you. What more do you want? What's with that attitude? Why aren't you replying to my messages? First thing in the morning. It was absolutely hilarious. The world had ended, and there was still a clown putting on a performance? Lin Lang was suddenly in the mood to have some fun. He replied, "Did you sign up for the food and accommodation package too? Sorry, you're not qualified." He attached a photo of today's exquisite breakfast. He also accidentally included a tiny glimpse of Gu Fei in the picture. Although she wasn't clearly visible, it was still easy to tell that she was an absolute beauty. Not long afterward, Lin Lang's WeChat started ringing nonstop again. He found it annoying and simply switched it to silent mode. Let Shin Chu rage helplessly on the other side. Lin Lang leaned back comfortably in his computer chair. His gaze drifted toward the window. The blood-red mist seemed to have grown even thicker. Even from the 22nd floor, only some of the distant high-rise buildings could still be seen poking through the fog. Most of the buildings had already been completely swallowed by the dense mist. Where exactly did this red mist come from? It can cause animals to evolve. Will it eventually affect humans too? He pondered for a while. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the cactus on his computer desk. The cactus had grown a little larger again, and a tiny blood-red flower bud had appeared at the top. Lin Lang couldn't help leaning closer. There was nothing unusual about a cactus growing a flower bud, but the key was that the flower bud seemed to be surrounded by an extremely faint mist. An ordinary person might not have noticed it, but after 2 rounds of physical enhancement, Lin Lang's senses were far beyond those of normal humans. That's why he could detect it so keenly. This thing isn't ordinary. Who knows what it's going to grow into? He immediately came to a conclusion. Could it be another treasure similar to those superpower fruits? Or perhaps it would give birth to some dangerous creature. A man-eating plant, perhaps? Just as his imagination was running wild, he suddenly heard Gu Fei scream from the living room. Lin Lang's heart tightened. Could a monster have broken into the apartment? He immediately rushed to the doorway. Pressing himself against the wall, he carefully watched for any movement in the living room. Chapter 5. The rescue has arrived. Everything in the living room was normal. Only Gu Fei stood in the middle of the room, her expression somewhat complicated. She exchanged glances with Lin Lang for several seconds. Lin Lang's gaze remained calm throughout. After organizing her thoughts, she finally said, "I just received a message. The authorities have dispatched a rescue team." Oh, Lin Lang was slightly stunned as well. Really? Was he surprised? Not really. He was merely a little curious. Given the current situation, how exactly did the authorities plan to carry out a rescue? Were they going to send people door to door to deliver supplies? The risk involved would be enormous. After all, the outdoors had already become a world ruled by monsters. Lin Lang came back to his senses and noticed that Gu Fei's expression was somewhat strange. After thinking for a moment, he immediately understood. He calmly asked, "Are you feeling like you've lost out? You only needed to hold on for one more night before you could have been rescued. But instead, you ended up giving yourself to a complete stranger for nothing?" Nothing. It was understandable. It was like ordering a piece of clothing online, only for the price to drop immediately afterward, while the store refused to refund the difference. What a loss. A massive loss. It could even be depressing enough to ruin someone's appetite for several days. Hearing this, Gu Fei remained silent, seemingly acknowledging it. Seeing her like this, Lin Lang shrugged indifferently. "If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. I don't mind. I can even give you some supplies to make sure you won't starve to death for a while." After all, he was already bound to her. No matter where Gu Fei went, she could still trigger resource returns for Lin Lang. Compared to that, forcing someone disloyal to stay by his side would pose a greater hidden risk. Besides, Lin Lang could already foresee that this rescue operation might not succeed. Even if it did, it would only be temporary. A single supply drop could only allow these people to survive a little longer. It couldn't solve the fundamental problem. The blood mist crisis would inevitably continue to worsen, until it completely spiraled out of control, to the point where even the authorities could do nothing about it. When that happened, everything would return to square one. Supplies would still be scarce, and Lin Lang could still use his abundant stockpile to attract countless high-quality women. But he had one principle. Once someone was disloyal, he would never use them again. If Gu Fei chose to leave this time, no matter how she lived afterward, Lin Lang would never take her in again. He wasn't going to develop some inexplicable sense of responsibility simply because he'd been intimate with her once. But the silence only lasted for a moment. Gu Fei calmly said, "I'm already yours." Afterward, she returned to the sofa. She crossed her long legs, her fair skin dazzlingly white, especially since she was wearing nothing but that oversized t-shirt. Lin Lang couldn't help smiling slightly. A woman this beautiful, with such a loyal personality too. Isn't she your ideal type? Come on, aren't you tempted? Tempted my ass. He wasn't a 3-year-old anymore. Shin Chu had already taught him a lesson. In the adult world, how could there be so many ideals? It was all about benefits. Gu Fei was an intelligent woman. She had also thought of the possibilities Lin Lang had considered. Supplies were the key to survival in the apocalypse, and Lin Lang was essentially an inexhaustible treasure trove of resources. No one knew exactly how many supplies he had. The only thing that could be confirmed was, he had a lot. Should she risk her life going outside to search for an uncertain amount of emergency supplies? Or should she stay by Lin Lang's side and continue enjoying this comfortable life without worrying about food or drink? Any normal person would know which option to choose, right? Gu Fei continued. The authorities issued an announcement. This rescue operation will be a supply delivery. Helicopters will be used to transport supplies and drop them onto the rooftops of high-rise buildings throughout Manhua City. Residents are advised to prepare in advance, travel in groups, and work together to defend against any ferocious beasts they may encounter. After collecting the supplies, they should immediately return indoors and distribute them appropriately among nearby residents. After reading the announcement, she said nothing more and simply watched Lin Lang's reaction. Helicopters. Lin Lang frowned slightly. It sounded like a decent option. The plants on the ground had grown wildly, and the city's once flat roads had now become like a primitive jungle. Armored vehicles couldn't travel through them at all. But was the air necessarily safe? The image of that gigantic bird soaring through the clouds and blood-red mist immediately appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, the internet was already going crazy. Lin Lang casually opened WeChat. Shin Chu had sent him dozens more unread messages. He ignored every single one. There were also countless messages mentioning him in the Happiness Residential Complex Owners Group. He opened it. The property manager, Wang Lianda, was the first to forward the official announcement about the upcoming rescue operation. He even specifically tagged Lin Bulang beneath it. The disaster will eventually pass, and petty villains will eventually be punished. A large number of residents immediately joined in. Lin Bulang, say something. Yuri the only one with supplies, huh? Think you're so great. Now that everyone has supplies, are you still going to act arrogant? Idiot. You wanted to trade supplies for women? Now you probably can't even get an inflatable doll. Ha. Hand over the supplies you have left now. Maybe the authorities will still give you a chance to redeem yourself. Otherwise, once the officials arrive, you're finished. The skies had cleared, the rain had stopped, and they suddenly thought they were invincible again. Lin Lang wasn't going to get angry over these people. They would have plenty of opportunities to cry later. He simply replied, "Good morning, everyone. Have you had breakfast?" Then he attached a picture of his breakfast. The group exploded instantly. Countless curses flooded the chat. Before the war could completely break out, Lin Lang quickly left the group. But he noticed that Shin Chu's messages were still increasing. This woman really doesn't know when to quit. He opened the chat. There were several 60-second voice messages. He had no interest in listening to them. There were also countless text messages. Who was that woman? Kick her out immediately. All those supplies belong to me. You're not allowed to give them to anyone else. What kind of woman would sleep with you just for a little food? Could she be from some special industry? Lin Lang, have you been watching the news? Ha. The official rescue is coming soon. Who would still care about your pathetic little stockpile now? With your tiny salary, you still want to marry me? Bah. Someone like you is only worthy of finding a prostitute. Is this woman schizophrenic or something? She switches between acting like a brat and acting like a princess so smoothly. Lin Lang replied with only one sentence. Yuri cheaper than a prostitute. Not long afterward, several more 60-second voice messages arrived. Inside Shin Chu's cheap rental apartment. The hard times are finally over. Shin Ling Tian lay on the sofa playing games while cursing. My luck has been terrible these past few days. Damn it, I wasted several stars for nothing. His mother was also complaining while looking in the mirror. Who says otherwise? Look, I've got several more spots on my face. Sigh. For us women, our faces are our fate. She turned toward Shin Chu. Choo-choo. Even though those people are about to deliver supplies, I bet there won't be any cosmetics among them. Those rough men wouldn't think of something so carefully. You should still contact Lin Lang. He should send the bird's nest he promised. If he dares refuse, we'll add another few 100,000 yuan to the bride price. Shinling Tian shouted as well. Exactly. He already promised to bring Huazi cigarettes. How can that bastard go back on his word? Shin Chu-chu looked arrogant. That idiot Lin Lang thinks that because he stockpiled a little extra food, he can become emperor of the apocalypse? Now that we have supplies too, isn't he still just a worthless dog? At this point, all we need to do is give him a tiny bit of hope. Do you really think he won't obey? Her mother chuckled happily. Exactly. That's how you handle men. You shouldn't have dumped him so early. He must still have quite a bit of savings. Even if he doesn't have 500,000 yuan, he should at least have 200,000 or 300,000. Tell him to buy Xiaodian a car. It'll make it easier for him to go out and have fun and pick up girls. Once Xiaodian lands himself a rich heiress, we'll be living the good life. Ha ha ha. Shinling Tian was delighted too. He scratched his greasy, thinning hair and let out a smug hee hee. His t-shirt, printed with an image of the Monkey King, stretched tightly over his 300-pound body, wobbling with every movement. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sound came from the sky, growing louder as it approached. Shin Chu-chu's eyes lit up. She pointed excitedly out the window. It's a helicopter. The rescue supplies are here. Hashtag chapter 6. The supplies are gone. The blood-red mist churned. A helicopter broke through the barrier of fog and appeared in Shin Chu-chu and the others' field of vision. A large cargo net was suspended beneath the helicopter, packed with supplies. It was slowly approaching their direction. It's coming. It's coming. Chu-chu. Hurry outside and grab the supplies. Get as much as you can. The moment Shin Chu-chu's mother saw the supplies, her eyes immediately lit up with greed. She frantically pushed her daughter toward the door. Shin Chu-chu was terrified. She hurriedly grabbed the door frame and shouted, Mom, you want me to go out and grab the supplies? Of course. If you don't go, who will? It's so dangerous outside. We can't possibly send Xiaodian, can we? He's the only son of our family. And I can't go either. I'm a woman. Shin Chu-chu was dumbfounded. But I'm a woman too. So what if you're a woman? I'm your mother. Shinling Tian nodded as well. Sis, you should go. No, I'm not going outside. There are monsters out there. That's all fake. How could there possibly be monsters in this world? But just as they were pushing and shoving, a piercing cry suddenly rang across the sky. The mist in the distance surged violently like enormous waves. The next moment, a gigantic monstrous bird, nearly the size of a car, burst through the fog. Its cry shook the very soul. It dove straight toward the helicopter, apparently viewing it as prey. Good heavens! Shin Chu-chu's mother had never witnessed anything like this. She immediately collapsed onto the floor in terror. Shinling Tian let out a pig-like squeal before scrambling into the bedroom and locking the door behind him. Only Shin Chu-chu remained standing there, staring blankly. The helicopter rapidly climbed, attempting to evade the monster bird's attack. But the bird was incredibly agile. It flapped its wings and curved through the mist before catching up once again. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire. Flames erupted from the helicopter as the armed personnel on board opened fire. But the monster bird was far too fast and agile, dodging every attack with ease. The bullets couldn't hit it at all. In the blink of an eye, both the helicopter and the monster bird disappeared into the fog. Lin Lang and Gu Fei stood beside the window on the 22nd floor. They had witnessed the entire life and death chase with their own eyes. The distance between the helicopter and the monster bird continued to shrink. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Even when the bullets struck the monster bird, they could only produce strings of sparks against its wings. Is its defense really that terrifying? Lin Lang's heart sank. Even bullets couldn't penetrate it. Then, ordinary melee weapons were even more useless. When the helicopter entered the vicinity of Happiness Residential Complex, the crew had no choice but to cut loose the cargo net carrying the supplies to reduce the aircraft's weight, even though they hadn't reached the designated drop point. Immediately, a huge amount of supplies rained down from the sky. But the next second, the giant bird swooped down from above. It extended its steel-like talons and clawed directly at the helicopter. The bird's claws collided with the rotor blades, which spun like cutting machines. Clack, 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 asterisk asterisk. Sparks flew everywhere. Bang! The rotor snapped. The helicopter spewed black smoke as it plunged from the sky alongside a shower of debris. Several figures parachuted out and quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Boom. Lin Lang heard another deafening explosion and felt the floor tremble beneath his feet. Then came the crackling sound of flames. The noise was extremely close. It seemed the helicopter had crashed onto the roof of their very own building. From deep within the fog came the gradually fading cry of the monster bird, as if it were declaring victory. Lin Lang and Gu Fei fell silent. The entire surrounding area was equally quiet. You useless piece of trash. Inside the cheap rental apartment, Shin Chuchu's mother was furious. She slapped Shin Chuchu hard across the face. I told you to go grab the supplies, and you refused. Now all the supplies are gone. What? The supplies are gone. Shin Ling Tian rushed out of the bedroom as well. Shin Chuchu, what's wrong with you? You managed to lose supplies that were practically delivered to our doorstep. What can you do? We barely had any food left in the first place, and now we've missed the resupply. What are we supposed to eat from now on? Shin Chuchu, this is all your fault. You tell us what we're supposed to do. Shin Chuchu covered her swollen cheek, speechless for a moment. The supplies were gone. What could she do? Was she supposed to run outside and retrieve them? The terrifying appearance of that giant bird was still fresh in her mind. There was absolutely no way she would go outside, even if it killed her. It was all Lin Lang's fault. If he'd sent supplies over earlier, she wouldn't have been yelled at, much less slapped. No, wait. She shouldn't blame Lin Lang. This was all that woman's fault. The woman whose vague silhouette had appeared in his photo. Lin Lang used to listen to her so obediently, practically like a dog. That woman must have seduced him and turned him against her. Shin Chuchu's gaze gradually filled with hatred. She even gritted her teeth as she cursed. Bitch! How dare you steal my man? You'll pay for this. Supplies rained down from the sky. The aircraft transporting them had crashed as well. Although the personnel on board had managed to parachute out in time and avoid the giant bird's attack. If they landed outdoors where ferocious beasts roamed, their chances of survival were still extremely slim. This battle ended in a crushing defeat for humanity. Lin Lang had also gained a clear understanding of just how terrifying these mutated creatures were. Ordinary swords, guns, and other weapons were already struggling to pose any threat to them. It seemed that only powerful individuals who had awakened supernatural abilities could hope to fight them. This made Lin Lang's desire for the superpower fruits even stronger. On his computer desk, the blood-red flower bud growing from the cactus seemed to have grown slightly larger again. Meanwhile, the residents of Happiness Residential Complex were in extremely low spirits in the owner's group chat. Will we get another supply drop? What kind of terrifying creature was that? It actually destroyed an armed helicopter. Sigh. Just let the world end already. I'm exhausted. Please give us some food. Can anyone give us something to eat? We can't hold out anymore. Boss, please give us some supplies. We're begging you. At Lin Bueling. Young man, as long as you immediately deliver some supplies to the property management office, we can forget about our previous misunderstanding. At Lin Bueling. The residents once again began frantically tagging Lin Lang. But unlike the insults and mockery from that morning, their attitude now was incredibly sincere. Lin Lang's private messages were even more astonishing. Countless women sent selfies, with varying degrees of revealing content, enough to make one's eyes spin. Among them, there were even men willing to offer up their wives and daughters in exchange for a single full meal. Absurd? Lin Lang wasn't surprised at all. True despair only comes after hope has been destroyed. The official rescue had failed. Only now did they finally realize that this disaster was far from ordinary. What did supplies mean now? They meant life itself. To survive, people were willing to give up everything. And dignity was the first thing to go. But Lin Lang didn't gloat in the group either. That would have been too heartless. The residents not receiving supplies was a small matter, but the officials who had transported those supplies were heroes. Their deaths made Lin Lang feel genuinely sorry for them. But feeling sorry was one thing. He still had to live his own life. He reached out and pulled Gu Fei into his arms. Gu Fei was caught completely off guard and let out a startled little cry. What are you doing? Lin Lang's voice was low. That was terrifying. I urgently need some comfort. Happiness Residential Complex. Inside the blood-red mist, towering trees blocked out the sky, their twisted branches reaching in every direction like the claws of demons. Dense grass grew as high as a person, concealing who knew how many dangers. Whoosh. At that moment, a figure wearing a specialized combat suit was sprinting rapidly through the grass. Roar. Not far away, a gigantic white cat with a single eye, nearly as large as a tiger, was also chasing after her relentlessly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But just then, a swarm of red-shelled, black striped beetles suddenly burst out of the grass and flew toward the figure one after another. The figure remained calm despite the danger and swiftly pulled a dagger from her waist. Cold light flashed. One insect after another was cut down. The insect's viscous fluids splattered all over her body. Disgusting. The figure muttered under her breath, reached up, removed her filthy helmet, and tossed it aside. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down instantly. It was a woman. Roar! The giant cat leaped forward and landed directly in front of the woman. It lowered its body and let out a continuous, threatening growl. Hashtag Chapter 7. The cactus has grown a superpower fruit. First a grade C giant eagle, and now a grade D ferocious beast. This happiness residential complex really isn't a simple place. Ning Xuanyu slightly raised her head. Her flawless, fair face remained calm as her determined gaze locked onto the giant cat. The giant cat's only remaining eye glowed with an eerie green light, while continuous low growls rumbled from its throat. At that moment, the grass in the distance began shaking violently, producing a rustling sound. Another ferocious beast was approaching. Ning Xuanyu frowned. But before she could react, the giant cat had already launched its attack. Ning Xuanyu could only dodge. Relying on her agile movements, she constantly maneuvered around the giant cat, searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The woman and the cat battled for several seconds. Suddenly, the giant cat twisted around and unexpectedly lashed out with its tail, sending Ning Xuanyu flying. She crashed heavily onto the ground. Ning Xuanyu felt as though her waist had nearly been broken in two. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant cat pressed its advantage and charged at her with a roar. Ning Xuanyu gritted her teeth. But instead of dodging, she leaped straight toward the giant cat. The woman and the beast were now only inches apart. The giant cat's claw slammed into her chest. But using the momentum of the attack, she drove her dagger downward and stabbed directly into the giant cat's only remaining eye. AWO. The giant cat let out a furious howl and staggered backward several steps, wildly swiping its claws at the surrounding air. The next second, a gigantic black snake suddenly emerged from nowhere, clamped its jaws around the giant cat's throat, and dragged it into the grass. Seeing this, Ning Xuanyu didn't dare to stay any longer. She immediately turned and ran. But after only a few steps, her path was blocked by a wall of tangled roots. She looked up. Happiness Residential Complex, Building C, Unit 1. Building C, Unit 1, Room 2202. The battle between Lin Lang and Gu Fei had already ended. Gu Fei had gone to the bathroom to clean herself up. Lin Lang sat in his computer chair, boredly scrolling through videos. The internet was also buzzing with discussion about the rescue operation. Multiple cities across the country had organized supply missions, but the success rate was less than 50%. Most missions had encountered attacks from ferocious beasts, resulting in heavy casualties. Netizens were terrified. Some even began criticizing the authorities, accusing them of incompetence. But Lin Lang knew the truth. This wasn't a problem with the government personnel. The ferocious beasts were simply too powerful. They could even withstand bullets. Unless humans awakened supernatural abilities, there was simply no way to fight them. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the cactus on his computer desk. He suddenly noticed something. In just a few short hours, the flower bud on the cactus had already withered. A slender green shoot had emerged from the top of the cactus, with a red fruit about the size of a broad bean hanging from it. Could this be a superpower fruit? Lin Lang couldn't help leaning closer. A faint, mysterious glow radiated from the tiny fruit, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Lin Lang was almost certain. This should be the legendary superpower fruit. Eating this will grant someone a supernatural ability. Lin Lang was already itching to try it. But caution came first. He definitely wasn't going to eat it himself right away. Instead, he observed it more carefully. The fruit was greedily absorbing the air around it, growing almost continuously, until it grew to the size of an egg. Brilliant light radiated from it. Is it ripe? Almost as if possessed, Lin Lang reached out and plucked the fruit from the cactus. It was surprisingly heavy and icy cold. At that moment, Gu Fei finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, wearing Lin Lang's bath towel. Lin Lang said, "Come here." Hearing this, Gu Fei gave him a resentful look, but still walked toward the study with some difficulty. "What is it?" Lin Lang handed her the fruit and calmly said, "Try a bite." Gu Fei frowned as she looked at the fruit. "What is this? Where did you get it?" She didn't dare casually eat something of unknown origin. Lin Lang simply said, Just take a tiny bite. Don't swallow it. After observing the system for the past few days, he had already figured out its return rules, especially what counted as consumption. As long as an item lost its original state, it counted as consumption. In other words, as long as an item changed in the hands of one of his women, it could trigger a return. Gu Fei gently smelled the fruit. It had a fresh fragrance, somewhat similar to an apple, so she carefully took a tiny bite. Gu Fei consumed one low-grade superpower fruit. 300 fruits returned and have been stored in the host's spatial inventory. Just as I thought. Lin Lang was delighted. This really was a superpower fruit. Although it was only a low-grade one, it was still a genuine superpower fruit. What kind of supernatural ability would eating one grant? Lin Lang looked at Gu Fei. Eat it. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Gu Fei only thought for a moment before eating the entire fruit. The next instant, Gu Fei's expression changed. She suddenly felt streams of cool air pouring into her pores from every direction. It felt wonderful. She couldn't help letting out a soft moan. The moment she realized what she'd done, she hurriedly covered her mouth. The strange sensation lasted for several seconds. When everything finally settled down, Gu Fei was astonished to discover that all of her senses had become significantly stronger. She could even hear Lin Lang's powerful heartbeat. Even the dense fog outside seemed slightly thinner, allowing her to see much farther. Seeing the astonished expression on her face, Lin Lang asked, "How do you feel?" Gu Fei looked incredulous. "It's incredible. My senses have become much stronger. My vision, hearing, and sense of smell have all improved. Even with my eyes closed, I can vaguely sense the objects around me. What exactly is this treasure?" Lin Lang smiled faintly. "It's a superpower fruit. It can grant people supernatural abilities." "What? Such a miraculous thing actually exists in this world." Gu Fei felt as though her entire worldview was quietly being rewritten. On the computer desk, ever since Lin Lang had plucked the fruit, the cactus had rapidly withered. Its color changed from fresh green to black and yellow, taking on the appearance of a dead plant. It was as though its source of life had been completely drained. "All right, you can go out now," Lin Lang told Gu Fei. Gu Fei obediently left the study. Lin Lang took a superpower fruit from his spatial inventory. Then he swallowed it in one bite. In an instant, the essence of heaven and earth surged into his body. It was like parched soil that had been dry for ages finally receiving a nourishing spring rain. He closed his eyes and carefully experienced the transformation. Several seconds later, everything settled down. He exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. In his vision, it was as though the world had just been washed by a torrential downpour. Everything had changed. Everything was clearer, sharper, more vivid. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the presence of every object within a 1-meter radius. With a thought, he brought up his status panel. Lin Lang. Physical body, second enhancement. Supernatural ability. Inspiration, level 1. So this ability was called Inspiration, and it had levels. Did that mean it could be upgraded? But how? By eating more superpower fruits? Lin Lang had already eaten one, leaving 299 fruits in his spatial inventory. So he ate another. Supernatural ability. Inspiration, level 1. No change. But he vaguely felt that his perception had become slightly stronger, and the range he could sense with his eyes closed had increased a little. Only by a few centimeters or so, but it had definitely increased. So he ate several more. Finally, after consuming 10 superpower fruits in total. Supernatural ability. Inspiration, level 2. Sure enough, eating more superpower fruits could level up the ability. Encouraged, Lin Lang began devouring the superpower fruits like crazy. By the time he'd eaten more than 30 in one go, his stomach could hold no more. Supernatural ability. Inspiration, level 3. Level 3. He closed his eyes. He could now clearly sense everything within a 10-meter radius. Even more astonishingly, this perception could ignore the obstruction of doors, windows, and walls. At this moment, he could clearly sense Gu Fei sitting on the sofa in the living room. And inside Gu Fei's body was a tiny point of light, flickering like a firefly. Is that the power of the superpower fruit? He shifted his attention to his own body. Inside his body, there was a glowing mass of light about the size of an egg. Hashtag Chapter 8, The Female Agent, Ning Xuanyu. In the study, 2.5 hours had passed. Lin Lang was still wolfing down the superpower fruits. He gradually realized that the feeling of being unable to eat any more was actually just an illusion. The superpower fruit was more like a crystallized form of energy rather than a real fruit. Once it entered the human body, It transformed into a mass of energy that the body could digest and absorb. The reason his stomach felt bloated was simply because his digestion couldn't keep up. He ate while simultaneously digesting. As he continued, the 300 fruits in his spatial storage dwindled until only a dozen or so remained. But the harvest was tremendous. Lin Lang first examined himself. The glowing point of light inside his body had already grown to the size of an apple, and it was incredibly bright, almost solidifying. It was as dazzling as a luminous pearl in the dead of night. He checked his status again. Superpower. Inspiration, level 9. Level 9. Lin Lang decided to call this sensory ability psychic power, and he would call the area covered by his psychic power his psychic field. At present, his psychic field was so vast that it could envelop every corner of the entire building, which was more than 30 stories tall and contained over 100 apartments. In other words, he could now clearly see every room in the building. He could see what everyone in those rooms was doing. Even more incredibly, if he concentrated, he could hear people talking. That meant, without ever leaving his apartment, Lin Lang could keep track of everyone in the entire building. No matter what anyone did, he would know immediately. And that's not all. He could also clearly sense how many monsters were inside the building. There were points of light inside those monsters as well. Lin Lang guessed that the size and brightness of those points of light determined the combat strength of the mutated beasts. Most of the monsters currently lurking in the corridors were extremely weak. The points of light inside them were roughly the size of mung beans. Occasionally, there were a few stronger ones whose points of light were about the size of an egg, but even those were only active on the lower floors. One thing was worth noting, however. Every non-human creature in the building, whether pets or insects, had a point of light inside its body. Why can those monsters gain power directly while humans have to eat superpower fruits? That's not fair. He couldn't help complaining. There was another issue. Psychic power could easily penetrate walls, doors, and windows, almost as if they didn't exist. But penetrating the red mist was extremely difficult. If Lin Lang extended his entire psychic field into the red mist, it might only reach about 10 meters. By now, it was getting late. Lin Lang walked out of the study and casually tossed 5 superpower fruits to Gu Fei. Eat some more. Your awakened superpower can still be strengthened. Lin Lang gave her the superpower fruits partly because he wanted her to help him increase his inventory. But more importantly, he hoped she could grow stronger as quickly as possible, at least enough to protect herself. That way, she could take care of herself in the future, and if anything happened, Lin Lang wouldn't have to worry as much. Gu Fei, however, said helplessly, "I can't eat anymore. I only just finished digesting the one I ate earlier." Lin Lang pondered for a moment before simply saying, "That's fine. Digest it slowly." So the speed at which one could digest a superpower fruit varied from person to person. Lin Lang's physical constitution was much stronger, so he could digest them much faster. But Lin Lang had already digested nearly 300 fruits, while Gu Fei had only managed to digest one. The difference was simply enormous. Ding! At that moment, Lin Lang heard the elevator bell outside. At this hour, someone actually dares to move around outside. He immediately expanded his psychic field and extended it into the elevator. There was a woman inside, sitting on the floor. She was covered in blood. Even the floor of the elevator was soaked with it. Why had she lost so much blood? Had a monster gotten into the building? Lin Lang's expression turned serious. He expanded his psychic field further. Sure enough, the overwhelming smell of blood coming from the woman had attracted a huge swarm of mutated insects, which were constantly converging on her. The insects had practically covered the elevator shaft, crawling all over it and gnawing at anything they could reach. Finally, the elevator broke down. Yet by sheer coincidence, it stopped on the 22nd floor, the very floor where Lin Lang lived. Lin Lang frowned slightly. Although he didn't know who the person in the elevator was, one thing was certain. She was going to die. However, there was actually a point of light inside the woman's body. She was a superpowered individual, but her point of light was only about the size of a cherry. It was somewhat larger than Gu Fei's, but compared with Lin Lang's, it was tiny. Then Lin Lang looked at her equipment: gun, dagger, walkie-talkie. With equipment this sophisticated, she was clearly no ordinary person. She was probably an agent. Lin Lang immediately remembered the transport personnel who had parachuted from the helicopter earlier that day. Could she be one of them? Not only had they survived the attack by the mutated beast, they had actually managed to escape into the building? That would be somewhat unbelievable for an ordinary person. But this woman was a superpowered individual. Then it made much more sense. Since she was an agent, Should he save her or not? She looked seriously injured, and Lin Lang didn't have any medicine here. It would probably be difficult to save her anyway. Inside the elevator, Ning Xuanyu was surrounded by darkness, and deep despair welled up inside her heart. Am I about to die? She never imagined that she, Ning Xuanyu, deputy captain of the Vermilion Bird Squad of the Manhua City Special Operations Bureau, would die on her very first mission. She had gone through countless rounds of selection, finally obtained a precious superpower fruit, and become a superpowered individual, taking on the great mission of saving humanity. Yet on her very first mission, she was about to die at the hands of monsters. If she had known this would happen, she would have been better off giving that precious superpower fruit to someone else. Eating it herself had been such a waste. I'm sorry, organization. Rustle, rustle. She heard scratching sounds coming from the top of the elevator. Several slender feelers poked through the gaps and waved about. She felt like she was already at the end of her strength. But her powerful will to survive still forced her to stand. With great difficulty, she pried open the elevator doors and collapsed onto the floor. She crawled out of the elevator and continued dragging herself forward. Blood from her wounds left a horrifying trail behind her. Eventually, she crawled to the door of an apartment and knocked. Is anyone there? Her voice was weak. The apartment was occupied by a middle-aged couple. Hearing the voice, the man immediately rushed to the door and looked outside through the peephole. Oh my God, there's someone outside. She's covered in blood. The woman hurriedly said, Don't open the door. That's terrifying. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Ning Xuanyu turned her head. She saw several insect shadows crawling out of the elevator shaft. With a trembling voice, she said, I'm an agent. Please, help me. But the man immediately screamed, Oh my God, giant bugs. Go away. Don't bring those bugs to my door. I can't save you. Go away. Get lost. Aren't you an agent? You can't put ordinary civilians in danger. Go somewhere else and die. Ning Xuanyu was desperate. She wanted to crawl farther away and die somewhere else, but she had completely run out of strength. She turned her head. The hideous insects had emerged into the light, their blood-red eyes staring at her as they slowly approached. I don't want to die. She closed her eyes, but tears flowed from the corners. She could already imagine what would happen. The insects would tear her apart, chew her into pieces, drag the remains into dark corners, and leave them to slowly rot. Just then, a door nearby opened. Through her hazy vision, she saw a young man standing in the doorway, holding a gleaming kitchen knife. Then the man muttered, What the hell? Ning Xuanyu. Appearance, 9 out of 10. Charging, 0 times. Loyalty, 5%. Return multiplier, 100x. Lin Lang was stunned. He had originally just wanted to do a little good deed and accumulate some good karma. He never expected to receive such a pleasant surprise. Another 9/10 goddess. Her face and body were covered in blood and grime, making it impossible to see her original appearance. But Lin Lang trusted the system's judgment. He strode over and effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder with one hand. Just then, a spider crawled through a crack in the elevator shaft. It bared its fangs at Lin Lang and rapidly charged toward him. Behind you, bugs. Ning Xuanyu spoke weakly. Lin Lang turned around and took a look. The point of light inside the insect was about the same size as Gu Fei's. A tiny little weakling. He sneered disdainfully. The spider, however, had no idea what it was dealing with and leaped toward him. Lin Lang raised the kitchen knife and slashed. The spider was instantly split in half from top to bottom and smacked onto the floor. Green slime splattered everywhere. The remaining insects were frightened. They knew they were no match for Lin Lang, so they hurriedly retreated back into the elevator shaft. Disgusting. Lin Lang glanced at the kitchen knife covered in slime. There was no way he was going to keep using it, so he swung it with force. Bang! The blade struck the wall of apartment 2201 and sank halfway into it. In her dazed state, Ning Xuanyu witnessed the scene and was completely stunned. Is this kind of strength even possible for a human being? Just before she lost consciousness, one thought crossed her mind. I wonder where this strange man is going to carry me. But his shoulder is so broad, so warm, so safe. Asterisk I wish I could stay like this forever. Asterisk. Hashtag chapter 9. I was lured here by him. Lin Lang carried Ning Xuanyu back to apartment 2202. Gu Fei was still wondering why Lin Lang had inexplicably left the apartment carrying a kitchen knife. And now he had actually brought back a blood-covered woman. Gu Fei was completely bewildered, but she quickly calmed down. Lin Lang instructed Gu Fei to fetch a thick blanket from the bedroom and spread it out on the floor. He then placed Ning Xuanyu on top of it. Gu Fei was both curious and frightened. It wasn't until she noticed the special insignia on Ning Xuanyu's clothes that she couldn't help asking, "Is she an agent?" Lin Lang nodded. "Probably one of the agents who parachuted down today. She actually managed to survive. That's one hell of a lucky life." Gu Fei frowned. "She's seriously injured. Do you have any medicine?" Lin Lang shook his head. "No. I just couldn't bear to watch her get eaten alive by those bugs outside. If she really can't be saved, there's nothing I can do." But Gu Fei looked at Lin Lang. "I have a first aid kit at home." Hearing this, Lin Lang gave her a deep look, then glanced at the unconscious Ning Xuanyu before sighing. "Looks like this girl isn't supposed to die yet. Give me your apartment key." "My apartment has a keypad lock. The code is 980613. The elevator had been damaged by the insects. Fortunately, Gu Fei lived downstairs. Lin Lang first released his entire psychic field and examined the distribution of monsters throughout the building. There were no monsters nearby. Most of the monsters were extremely weak, with points of light inside them about the same size as Gu Fei's. With Lin Lang's current strength, making this trip would pose no danger whatsoever. So after asking Gu Fei where the first aid kit was, he left the apartment. The hallway was silent. The corpse of the spider he had split in half earlier was already gone, presumably eaten by the other insects. Only a puddle of slime remained. Lin Lang pushed open the fire door and stepped onto the staircase. His psychic field covered the entire building. The floor he was on was completely safe, with no monsters around. He soon arrived at Gu Fei's apartment. He entered the code, and the door unlocked successfully. The moment he stepped inside, a pleasant fragrance wafted toward him. Lin Lang couldn't help sighing. This woman's home really was different. It was incredibly clean. The interior was also decorated in a minimalist yet luxurious style. It was the exact same type of apartment as his, yet it looked far more expensive than his simply furnished rental. After all, the people living in this residential complex were either wealthy or influential. Lin Lang was the exception. He was only renting his apartment. Following Gu Fei's instructions, he found the first aid kit underneath the TV cabinet. He was about to leave when he suddenly noticed several potted plants on the balcony. His interest was immediately piqued. "I wonder if there are any superpower fruits here." He walked over and took a closer look. There were all kinds of flowers and plants, and he carefully inspected every single one. And sure enough, he found one. It was an orchid. At its roots had grown a golden flower bud, with mist swirling around it. What an unexpected surprise. "My entire life, I've accumulated virtue, done good deeds, and lived with integrity. This is exactly what I deserve." Lin Lang happily hugged the orchid to his chest, grabbed the first aid kit, and left. He took the stairs back again. His psychic field couldn't be wrong. The entire route was perfectly safe, and nothing unexpected happened. Lin Lang was very satisfied. His awakened superpower was simply too useful. Back at apartment 2202, Lin Lang handed the first aid kit to Gu Fei. Gu Fei said, "We need to clean her wounds first, then bandage them. She also needs some antibiotics to prevent infection. As for the rest, we'll just have to leave it to fate." Lin Lang nodded. He volunteered to help out. Gu Fei removed all of Ning Xuanyu's clothes. Some of them had already stuck to her wounds, so she had no choice but to cut those sections away with scissors. Then they washed her wounds with purified water. Lin Lang focused intently on helping. Whether he secretly took a peek or not was beside the point. At least he didn't let it interfere with the treatment. Once the wounds were cleaned, Gu Fei sprinkled medicine over them and wrapped them with bandages. She then gave Ning Xuanyu several pills. That was basically all they could do. Lin Lang took several bottles of water from his spatial storage and instructed Gu Fei to give them to Ning Xuanyu regularly. In other words, he was leaving the task of taking care of Ning Xuanyu to her. Then he went to examine the orchid he had brought back from Gu Fei's apartment. Lin Lang tossed the withered cactus out the window and placed the orchid in its spot. The flower bud was a pale golden color. It gave him a completely different feeling from the red flower bud on the cactus. He wondered when it would bloom, and when would its fruit mature. Night fell. Being the gentleman that he was, Lin Lang gave the large bed to the injured woman. Gu Fei naturally stayed nearby to take care of her. Lin Lang made do with the computer chair in the study for the night. He also wanted to keep an eye on the fruit of the orchid at all times. The next morning, Ning Xuanyu slowly regained consciousness. She discovered that she was lying on a soft bed. This was clearly someone else's bedroom. She was surprised that she was still alive, although her entire body was wrapped in bandages, making her look almost like a mummy. Wait, who wraps a mummy like this? Why had they deliberately wrapped her chest so prominently? This outfit was way too suggestive. Ah, you're awake? Gu Fei, who had been sleeping beside the bed, woke up. When she saw that Ning Xuanyu had regained consciousness, she was pleasantly surprised as well. She never expected that her desperate, half-blind attempt at treating a dying person would actually pull someone back from the brink of death. Did this mean she secretly had a talent for medicine? What she didn't know was that Ning Xuanyu was a superpowered individual, and her body's regenerative abilities had also been enhanced. That was why she had recovered consciousness so quickly. Ning Xuanyu spoke softly. Did you save me? Thank you. But Gu Fei said, no, Lin Lang saved you. Lin Lang was standing in the bedroom doorway at some point, smiling. You're welcome. The moment she saw him, Ning Xuanyu immediately remembered. She had seen this man in her hazy state yesterday. He seemed to have killed a mutated insect with one slash of his knife, then buried the blade halfway into a concrete wall with another slash. That was terrifying. But perhaps she had remembered it incorrectly? Well, it didn't matter. Ning Xuanyu introduced herself. Hello, my name is Ning Xuanyu. Thank you for saving me. My name is Gu Fei, and he's Lin Lang, Gu Fei replied. Lin Lang said, no need to thank me. Although, if you're willing to repay me with your body, I wouldn't object. Huh. Both Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu froze. Ning Xuanyu looked at Gu Fei awkwardly. Your boyfriend really likes joking around. Gu Fei shook her head. He's not my boyfriend. And he probably wasn't joking. Gu Fei had known for a long time that Lin Lang was a lecher. Otherwise, he wouldn't have openly tried to lure young women with food in the group chat. Yesterday, Ning Xuanyu had been covered in blood, so it had been impossible to see what she really looked like. It wasn't until they had cleaned her up that Gu Fei realized just how beautiful this female agent was. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her eyes were large and sparkling. She was the kind of woman who naturally made men feel protective toward her. Yet she was also an agent, and her gaze was exceptionally resolute. That strong contrast made her even more attractive. It was almost like some female rabbit agent from an animated movie. Cute-looking, yet always pretending to be cold and intimidating, creating that adorable contrast between her appearance and her attitude. And then there was her figure. That was simply devastating. Gu Fei already paid great attention to maintaining her figure, and she had naturally been blessed with an excellent physique, with beautiful curves in all the right places. But Ning Xuanyu was different. Despite having an even slimmer waist than Gu Fei, she somehow had an even more impressive bust. It was exactly the kind of figure that drove men crazy. So, Gu Fei wasn't surprised at all that Lin Lang had immediately become interested in her because of her beauty. Honestly, if Gu Fei had been a man, she would probably have been captivated by a woman like this too. He's obsessed with beautiful women. I was lured here by him with food. Gu Fei glanced at Lin Lang, her tone carrying a hint of resentment. She couldn't help it. She had only been living here for 2 days, yet Lin Lang had already dealt with her several times. If Ning Xuanyu hadn't arrived last night, Gu Fei probably wouldn't have gotten any sleep again. What? Ning Xuanyu could tell that Gu Fei wasn't joking. The way she looked at Lin Lang immediately changed. Hashtag Chapter 10, a major contribution. Out of sheer instinct as a law enforcement officer, Ning Xuanyu really wanted to pull out a pair of handcuffs and arrest Lin Lang, this pervert who had lured an innocent young woman away. But then she remembered that he was, after all, her lifesaver. So she forcibly suppressed the impulse. Lin Lang, however, didn't seem bothered in the slightest. He said seriously, I provide food and shelter here, and I can guarantee your safety. Ning Xuanyu instantly felt as if she had escaped one den of danger only to fall straight into another. This guy was nothing like the hot-blooded young man who had bravely stepped forward to save her. He was clearly a scheming creep. He looked clean-cut and honest. But who would have thought he was harboring such lecherous intentions? She was already starting to feel disgusted, but she still tried to refuse as tactfully as possible. Thank you, but these are extraordinary times. I don't want to think about personal matters for the time being. Lin Lang smiled. You misunderstood. I'm not asking you to date me or marry me. I simply want to sleep with you. Do you understand? Gu Fei, Ning Xuanyu. Should they praise him for his honesty or call him an idiot? She believed that was genuinely what he was thinking. But did he really have to say it so bluntly? And in front of another woman, no less. It was incredibly embarrassing. Seeing her fidgeting awkwardly, Lin Lang comforted her. There's no rush. You can take your time to think about it. Besides, considering your current physical condition, you can't do it anyway. I won't force you. You're a superhuman, so your physical condition is much stronger than an ordinary person's. You should recover within a few months. If you want to leave then, I won't stop you. Ning Xuanyu was startled by his last sentence. You know I'm a superhuman? But after thinking about it, she realized there was nothing particularly strange about that. Although the authorities were strictly controlling the information, the internet was simply too complicated. There would always be a few videos that slipped through the cracks and revealed the existence of superpowers. Still, to deduce such important information from a few scattered videos meant this Lin Lang was no ordinary man. Ning Xuanyu said firmly, I'm sorry, I can't repay you by offering myself to you. But since you know I'm a superhuman, you should understand that I can repay you in other ways. For example, I can protect your safety. Lin Lang smiled. With her current combat strength, she was probably only about as strong as someone who had undergone a single physical enhancement. She couldn't even withstand one hand from him, yet she wanted to protect him? So he said, I don't need you to protect me. Just offer yourself to me instead. Besides food and shelter, I can also give you superpower fruits. Ning Xuanyu was shocked again. You have superpower fruits here? Lin Lang smiled. Would 10 be enough? Hiss. Ning Xuanyu sucked in a sharp breath. She stared at Lin Lang in disbelief, with deep suspicion in her eyes. Was he joking? Did he think superpower fruits were cheap rotten fruit being sold off on the roadside? They were priceless treasures capable of granting humans superpowers. Every single one was beyond value. Even she, an elite agent, had only been awarded one after going through countless rounds of selection within the organization. Yet this guy had casually offered her 10 right off the bat. No, wait, this wasn't about the number. Could she really sacrifice her chastity for a few superpower fruits? What would that make her? She was just about to refuse when Lin Lang didn't even blink. 20. Ning Xuanyu was speechless. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue suddenly seemed pointless. Was this guy ever going to stop? Even jokes had limits. He made it sound as if he really had them. This isn't about how many. Lin Lang cut her off. 30. That's my limit. Ning Xuanyu's expression became strange. She was now certain that Lin Lang was simply messing with her. 30? If he really could produce 30 superpower fruits in one go, then perhaps her chastity wouldn't be that important after all. But the problem was, there was no way he could have that many. Unexpectedly, Lin Lang seemed to see right through her thoughts. He gently patted Gu Fei on the shoulder. Take them out and show her. Gu Fei sighed and could only take out the 5 superpower fruits Lin Lang had given her. 5 bright red little fruits rested in the palm of her hand. No matter how many superpower fruits you have, that's not something that can be traded. Ning Xuanyu had been somewhat impatient. But at that moment, her eyes suddenly widened. Her face flushed bright red. All the righteous speeches she had prepared vanished from her mind. She couldn't utter a single word. Her chest rose and fell violently, almost bursting through the bandages wrapped around her. Superpower fruits. They were actually real superpower fruits. Every single one was a priceless treasure. Yet Gu Fei had casually stuffed them into her pocket as if they were sunflower seeds. These are insight fruits. How could you possibly have so many? Ning Xuanyu's voice trembled. Oh, Lin Lang was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Ning Xuanyu to accurately identify the ability of the fruit. You know about them? Ning Xuanyu nodded solemnly. We've currently discovered 3 types of superpower fruits. They are the red insight fruit, the black physique fruit, and the golden elemental fruit. The insight fruit grants a mysterious sensory ability, similar to the divine sense described in legends, or what could also be called telepathy. The physique fruit strengthens the human body. I've eaten one myself. Afterward, my speed and strength were both greatly enhanced. The golden fruit is extremely rare. So far, we've only heard of 2 being discovered in Blue Sea City. One person consumed one and gained the ability to control wind elements. He's currently working at a wind power plant. Another person gained the ability to control water and has already been recruited to work at a water treatment plant. As Ning Xuanyu spoke, her eyes remained fixed on those 5 fruits. She had only eaten one black physique fruit, yet it had given her strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. If she ate an insight fruit as well, she could further enhance her sensory abilities. She would be able to track enemies more effectively and detect various dangers much sooner. That would make her even more formidable in combat. Especially under the cover of the blood mist, it would allow her to seize the initiative much faster. Lin Lang listened thoughtfully. As expected of the authorities, they had already gathered so much information in such a short period of time. That meant the golden flower bud growing on the orchid sitting on his computer desk was an elemental fruit. Eating it would allow someone to control an element? Would he transform into Magneto? Or perhaps some kind of fire mage? He quickly returned to the matter at hand. So, have you made your decision? I. Ning Xuanyu's face flushed red. She looked at Lin Lang, then at Gu Fei beside her. She was unwilling to use her body as a bargaining chip for anything, but faced with the temptation of those 30 superpower fruits. She simply couldn't bring herself to say no. 30 superpower fruits. If news of this leaked out, the authorities might even dispatch armed helicopter squadrons to seize them. 30 superpower fruits meant 30 superhumans. Although insight fruits couldn't directly increase one's combat power, they could still play an enormous role in gathering supplies, avoiding disasters, and countless other situations. To the authorities, that represented an enormous strategic resource. Yes, a conviction gradually took root in Ning Xuanyu's heart. For the sake of the organization, she was willing to sacrifice even her life. What was a mere body? She could simply think of it as accidentally falling into enemy hands during a mission and suffering inhuman torture. Not only had she refused to betray the organization, she had even brought 30 superpower fruits back for them. That would be a major contribution. Besides, Lin Lang was her lifesaver. And he was actually quite handsome. No matter how she looked at it, she wasn't really losing out that badly. After a long session of psychological self-consolation, Ning Xuanyu finally gritted her teeth. Fine. Chapter 11, Another Beautiful Girl. Hearing Ning Xuanyu's reply, Gu Fei was the first to sigh. Following in his footsteps, yet another stunningly beautiful girl has fallen into Lin Lang's clutches. But they all volunteered. Lin Lang did not coerce them in any way. There's not even a reason to blame them. Okay, Lin Lang responded calmly, showing no surprise whatsoever. He never forces anyone to do anything, but everything always unfolds according to his plan. Once a person has experienced the feeling of controlling a power beyond nature, it is hard to stop. They'll only want more. Become stronger. Get ready, it's time to eat. If you don't have any clothes to wear, you can wear mine for now. Lin Lang pointed to Ning Xuanyu's chest. Ning Xuanyu then realized that her high curves were even more prominent under the tight bandages, so he quickly covered it up. After Lin Lang left, Ning Xuanyu couldn't help but mutter again. Pervert, pervert. You deliberately wrapped her up like that. This is inappropriate for children. As a result, Gu Fei, who was standing to the side, said quietly, Well, actually, I bandaged you up because I was worried it would be too tight for you. Well, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Gu Fei lowered her voice again and asked softly, But speaking of which, yours is really too big. Is there some secret to it? As she spoke, she couldn't resist pinching it with her hand. Ning Xuanyu. But she still answered honestly. I was born this way, but it wasn't this exaggerated before. It was after I ate the physique fruit that my muscles became firmer, so it looks bigger. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel envious. I see. I also want a constitution-enhancing fruit. Ning Xuanyu also reached out and gently poked her chest, saying, No, it's not small anymore. Lin Lang naturally had no idea. One is a white-collar worker, the other is a secret agent. Two seemingly very proper women had such a wide-ranging conversation in private. He took out breakfast for two from his storage space and placed it on the dining table. Then he went back to his study, continued staring at the golden fruit. Gu Fei took a coat from Lin Lang's wardrobe and draped it over Ning Xuanyu. Then I helped her out to get something to eat. Upon entering the dining room and seeing the food on the table, Ning Xuanyu was stunned. Beef pancakes, meat sauce noodles, steamed buns, eggs, milk. She even felt a little unreal. This is breakfast. This is such a lavish spread. You need to know, in the apocalypse when resources are scarce, even the government with its amazing reserves will try to save every penny without affecting the health of its combat personnel. Breakfast usually consists of steamed buns and pickled vegetables. It's considered good if we can get an egg occasionally. And this treatment, they're almost as powerful as their superiors. Gu Fei, however, was used to it. She moved a chair over and helped Ning Xuanyu sit down, saying, Eat it while it's hot. Ning Xuanyu swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, Right now, when supplies are scarce, how can you eat so well? Gu Fei smiled slightly and said, Lin Lang is not simple. Anyway, as long as you listen to him, you don't need to worry about anything else. How much supplies does Lin Lang actually have? How many days will they have enough to eat? Gu Fei was indeed worried about this issue at first. But after spending the last few days together, Gu Fei discovered that Lin Lang was like a magician. I never see him cook, but when it's mealtime, a sumptuous feast appears on the table. No matter how much he eats, you never see anxiety on his face. So Gu Fei stopped worrying about this issue. If it weren't for Lin Lang, she would have starved to death long ago. Every day she lives now is a bonus. Then all you need to do is live well. She didn't care where Lin Lang's supplies came from or how much they were. Knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. She's a smart person and has always understood this principle. Gu Fei has already started eating. Ning Xuangyu looked at the exquisitely prepared breakfast, but couldn't bring herself to eat it for a long time. She always had a strange feeling in her heart, out of a sense of responsibility on the part of the officials. She couldn't help but think of the other residents in the building. Their lives probably weren't so good. Let alone such a lavish breakfast. They're lucky to even have anything to eat. Such a standard of living, especially given the current situation, is simply too extravagant. Sister Gu Fei, if Lin Lang doesn't lack supplies, why not conserve some and use the remaining supplies to help others? I believe there are many people in this building who are about to starve to death. She hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't help but tell Gu Fei the question that was on her mind. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei smiled wryly and said, Sister Xuangyu, you are too idealistic. Being helpful doesn't always lead to good results. Unless Lin Lang's reserves are enough to provide them with charity for a lifetime, it's best not to start this. Lin Lang could easily save a person, but once it happens, it will happen again. Once there's one person, there will be a second. Until everyone needs Lin Lang's help. Until Lin Lang took on the responsibility of ensuring their survival. Until they all take it for granted. When Lin Lang was unable to help them, their initial gratitude will quickly turn into resentment. They would think that Lin Lang had not fulfilled his responsibilities. They believed that Lin Lang had plundered the resources that originally belonged to them. Then they placed all the blame for this natural disaster on him alone. Human nature can never be tested. Gu Fei said these words casually. Ning Xuangyu fell silent after hearing this. His gaze gradually dimmed. Under the organization's protection, she was able to follow her innate sense of justice and do the right thing without considering the consequences. Therefore, I assumed that this was how the world should operate. If it's the right thing to do, then you must do it. But now she realizes that's not the case. Just like, she almost died from insect bites yesterday. She pleaded for help from the people in apartment 2201, but they turned her away and told her to go die somewhere far away. This world, it's not that simple to begin with. Human nature isn't really that wonderful. So she started eating and stopped talking. Gu Fei looked at her with pity. Little sister, this is the apocalypse. What you've seen of the ugliness of humanity is just the tip of the iceberg. It's been raining continuously today. Lin Lang sat in the computer chair in the study. I just turned on my phone. Then I noticed another friend request had come in through WeChat. Inko Dream. Brother Bulang, is it true that you offer room and board at your place? The person's profile picture is an anime girl. The nickname is also quite fresh and artistic. Maybe she's a beautiful anime girl? Lin Lang was somewhat tempted, so he replied, send a full-body photo without any filters or retouching. If it meets the requirements, we'll provide meals and accommodation. Inko Dream. Okay, you're really in a hurry. I've never sent anyone a photo like this before. So embarrassing. A moment later. Inko Dream. Picture. Lin Lang glanced at it expectantly. Suddenly, everything went black. Ma Yingjiao. Appearance, 3 out of 10. Charge, 1 time. Loyalty, 1%. Return rate, 0. Good heavens. Lin Lang really felt that the system had given him too many points. Forget pretty girls, she's clearly an old lady. Her face was oily, dark, and fat, and her belly was so big it looked like she was 7 or 8 months pregnant. She was only wearing a small belly band. She's pouting and making a peace sign to look cute. Lin Lang almost burned my eyes. Lin Lang dared not reply to the old woman any further. I blocked her immediately. I quickly went to a video app and watched a few videos of pigs being slaughtered during the Lunar New Year. It took me a long time to recover. Chapter 12. You really think I look like this without Photoshop? Unit 1, Building C, Xingfu Residential Complex, Room 303. The room was dark and cramped, with junk food wrappers scattered all over the floor. On the shiny, yellowish fabric sofa, a huge lump of flesh is rolling around. Damn Lin Bulang, how dare he block me? Ma Yingjiao was so angry that she almost died on the spot after she found out that she had been blocked by Lin Bulang. A pair of tiny, radish-like feet stomped wildly on the floor. The chandelier downstairs shook violently, startling the family who thought it was an earthquake. It's always us fairies who block people. Nobody dares to block us. I'll make you pay the price. She immediately picked up her phone, skillfully typed, and posted a short essay in the residents' group. Sisters, I'm being harassed by Lin Bulangsing. He said he had admired me for a long time, was willing to take care of me for the rest of his life, and hoped I could come to his home. I was so naive and kind. I believed his sweet talk and, after his persistent pleading, even sent him a private, beautiful photo. The result? He blocked me as soon as he received the photos. The thought of my private photos still being in that pervert's hands and not knowing what he might do to them makes me furious and trembling. He's a fraud. Sisters, don't believe him. Otherwise, you'll be tricked into giving him your photos. At Lin Bulang. Before long, Lin Lang's phone started ringing incessantly. It turned out that people from the Happiness Community Residence group were tagging him like crazy again. He was bored, so he went in to take a look. I discovered that those people were criticizing me again. But I haven't posted any ads in the group today. Lin Lang was a little puzzled. After scrolling up for a while, I saw the message posted by Ma Yinjiao. He was speechless. Ma Yinjiao called him a liar, but Lin Lang didn't care. But he actually said that he had admired her for a long time. Lin Lang couldn't stand it anymore. Several messages were sent directly in the group. We are taking in teenage girls, providing room and board. This offer is valid indefinitely. Served with today's breakfast. Picture. P.S. But please be aware of your own appearance. Don't try to embarrass me with your 300+ pound frame. Even rendering oil from it would be too greasy for me. The news immediately caused an uproar among the homeowners. Holy crap. Over 300 pounds. This is like a sow possessed. You really weigh over 300 pounds? At Ginkgo Dream. I've never actually seen someone weigh 300 pounds before. Could you post a photo so I can admire them? At Ginkgo Dream. Damn it. Damn it. They had finally gained the upper hand in public opinion. How could Lin Bulang have turned the tide with just one sentence? You think you can control how many hundreds of pounds I weigh? Is this the important point? The main issue is that he harassed the old lady star. Ma Yinjiao was so anxious that she stomped her feet frantically at home again. Click. The floor is cracked. The current online environment really disappoints me. What right do you have to define a girl's beauty? After sending these two messages in the group, Ma Yinjiao then enabled the Do Not Disturb function for group messages. But the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't swallow her anger. So, she found the property manager, Wang Lianda, in the group chat and sent him a private message. Manager Wang, I knew you were an upright person after your courageous fight against Lin Bulang in the group chat several times. Now, everyone is blinded by Lin Bulang's supply scam. I can only trust you. Please help me. Previously, Wang Lianda had publicly requested Lin Bulang to donate supplies several times in the owners group, which received a lot of support. However, Lin Bulang ignored him completely and didn't even reply to his messages. This made Wang Lianda lose face. In particular, most people in the group are now frantically praising Lin Bulang. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face for Wang Lianda. Therefore, Ma Yinjiao guessed that Wang Lianda must really hate Lin Bulang. I can use this to my advantage and get Wang Lianda firmly on my side. A short while later, Wang Lianda replied, I told you long ago, Lin Bulang is a complete scoundrel. You'll all be fooled by him one day. Unfortunately, no one believed me until now. Now you finally know I was right? Ma Yinjiao was overjoyed. Sure enough, Wang Lianda harbors a deep grudge against Lin Bulang. Now all I need to do is pretend to be pitiful and coax Wang Lianda a bit to completely provoke the conflict between him and Lin Bulang. But the next second, Wang Lianda sent another message. Are you really 300 pounds? Can you post a picture? I've never seen such an amazing physique before. Holy crap. Ma Yinjiao's face immediately turned green with anger. What do you care about my weight? In ancient times, even fairies were called 1,000 gold maids, which meant 1,000 gold pieces per pound. The fatter you are, the more valuable you are. But she certainly couldn't admit it now, so she replied to Wang Lianda. How could that be? She only weighs 90 pounds. She's slightly chubby. It's that Lin Bulang who's maliciously smearing her. Manager Wang, you must stand up for her. After saying that, she sent Wang Lianda a photo. This photo was meticulously photoshopped by her over several days. Even her own mother wouldn't recognize it. In the photo, she has a voluptuous figure, captivating eyes and brows, and her looks are at least a 6 out of 10. Sure enough, Wang Lianda replied immediately. That Lin Bulang is really going too far. He actually spread rumors about a simple and pretty young girl like you. Here's what we'll do. Come to the property management office, and I'll take care of it for you. Seeing this, Ma Yinjiao couldn't help but sneer. If I didn't Photoshop my picture, you'd really think I look like this. So I replied, okay, Manager Wang, they're coming right now. Don't mistreat them. Unit 1, Building C, Room 101, Xingfu Community Property Management Department. Sitting in the monitoring room, Wang Liandao was already distracted, yet extremely proud. Lin Buelang, you're a piece of trash. Do you still need to offer free meals and lodging to attract women? Look at me. I don't do anything, and beautiful women come to my door. That's what you call skill. He impatiently unbuckled his belt, eagerly awaiting the arrival of that lovely young woman. What he didn't know was, at that moment, a door on the third floor opened. A meat tank squeezed out of the narrow doorway. Rumble. With each step she took, the building would shake slightly. Even those mutated insects hiding in the shadows. Upon seeing such a colossal creature, they dared not approach it easily, but instead hid and trembled with fear. Huh? Why is the elevator broken? Ma Yingjiao pressed the elevator buttons roughly a few times, but there was no response. So he uttered a dissatisfied complaint. I had no choice but to take the stairs. Luckily, it was downstairs and the floors weren't too high. So she wiggled her fat body and walked down the stairs. Step by step. Rumble. Rumble. 10 minutes later. Panting, Ma Yingjiao finally arrived at the property management office's monitoring room. He pushed the door open with a bang and went in. Wang Liandao was looking forward to the arrival of the 90-pound pretty girl, but he never expected that such a huge thing would suddenly barge in. He was startled and hurriedly pulled up his pants, shouting, "Holy crap! Who are you?" Ma Yingjiao stood at the door, glancing at Wang Liandao with some disdain, thinking to herself, "Why is it a bald, greasy middle-aged man? Oh well, it'll do." Then she said in a sweet, delicate voice, "Manager Wang, it's Ginkgo Dream. They just sent you photos." Holy crap! Wang Liandao was dumbfounded and subconsciously glanced at the photos and chat history on his phone. Didn't you say you only weighed 90 pounds? She really did weigh only 90 pounds decades ago. She just gained a little weight recently because she's been in a bad mood and has been eating more. Ma Yingjiao said with a shy expression. This is called a tiny bit? It looks like it weighs almost 500 pounds. Wang Liandao couldn't help but roar. Besides, being a little chubby is something that can actually be tolerated. The problem is, you're just too ugly. The smudged, cheap makeup on his face was washed away by the greasy sweat, making him look like a pile of poop. He just couldn't bring himself to eat it. You should go. I'll find a way to help you with your problem. Can you hear this? Ma Yingjiao's expression changed. Stop talking nonsense, you scoundrel. Look at yourself, bald head and beer belly. It's your good fortune that I even fell for you. Today, you'd better make me happy. Saying that, she rushed over, grabbed Wang Liandao, and pinned him to the ground, then began frantically tearing off his clothes. Wang Liandao fought back desperately. But under Ma Yingjiao's hands, his physique was like that of a little chick, and he had no power to resist at all. Help me. Chapter 13. Lin Lang brought us supplies. Useless thing. It only lasted a few minutes before it gave out. What a disappointment. Ma Yingjiao got up, picked up the clothes she had just thrown on the floor, and hurriedly put them back on. Ouch. Wang Liandao held his lower back, looking pained. I haven't eaten for days. Where do I get the strength? But the way he looked at Ma Yingjiao became inexplicably ambiguous. Don't tell me. You really shouldn't tell me. Actually, if you close your eyes, it feels pretty much the same. She is, after all, a woman. So what if I'm a little ugly or chubby? It makes me feel so safe. Especially in this post-apocalyptic world overrun by monsters. She'll be able to protect herself in the future. Wow. You've got quite a lot to eat here. Ma Yingjiao found a cardboard box under Wang Liandao's bed and pulled it out without thinking. To my surprise, there were also some sausages, 8 treasure porridge, and drinks inside, and a lump of indescribable stuff. Actually Wang Liandao's ex-girlfriend. She threw it out the window with a look of disgust. Then he took a chicken leg out of the box, tore open the packaging without any hesitation, and started eating it in big bites. Wang Liandao felt a pang of heartache upon seeing this. He felt sorry for his ex-girlfriend, but also for his food. He hurriedly said, I like to snack a little when I'm on duty, but that's about all I have. You should eat it sparingly. These days, he's been surviving on these snacks, just eating a small chicken foot all day. But Ma Yingjiao's one bite wiped out 3 days' worth of his food. But he didn't dare to be too blunt, because Ma Yingjiao could sit on him and kill him with one stomp. Upon hearing this, Ma Yingjiao glanced at him disdainfully. You, a community manager, do you really need to be on duty personally? Wang Liandao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, but still told the truth. Actually, I was just an agent. The real property manager insisted on going out on patrol on the first day and ended up being caught and eaten by a big cat. I used to be a security guard. What? Ma Yingjiao's eyes widened as she chewed her food and pointed at Wang Lianda's nose, cursing him. I must have been blind to give my precious virginity to a stinky security guard like you. What are you going to do about it? You'd better marry me, and the dowry of 200,000 yuan is non-negotiable. Wang Lianda chuckled. Don't worry, once the disaster is over, I'll definitely marry you. One was a widow for many years, and the other was an older single man. The two were a match made in heaven. Ma Yingjiao was very satisfied with his attitude, and then changed the subject. By the way, I'm your wife now. That Lin Buling dared to bully me. Tell me, what are you going to do to him? Upon hearing this name, Wang Lianda's eyes immediately reddened. That bastard. Just because he has some supplies, he dares to openly seduce those girls in the group chat. Damn it. There are so many pretty girls in our neighborhood. Are they all going to be his to enjoy all by themselves? Ma Yingjiao slapped him. What? You're interested in those girls? Wang Lianda covered his face and hurriedly corrected himself. No. What I mean is, let's find out his room number, then go there and steal all his supplies, making them our own. That way, we'll have the supplies, right? Ma Yingjiao pondered for a moment, then cursed. Idiot. There are only a few people in this building. Do you really need to trick him into saying anything? Just go door to door and you'll find him eventually. Wang Lianda slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. You mean we can't just focus on him alone, but should collect supplies from the entire building? You're right. We should go door to door searching and seize all their supplies. Anyway, supplies are scarce now. They're all going to die sooner or later. Rather than die together, let's take their stuff and live. His eyes gradually hardened, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. Ma Yingjiao pouted and thought for a while before giving her approval. Great idea, Wang Lianda added. But the two of us alone are probably not enough. We need to find a few more helpers. He immediately made several phone calls. So, over the next half hour, the three security guards arrived at the monitoring room one after another. Wang Lianda told them about his plan. These people, with red eyes, readily agreed. After all, everyone is starving right now. So hungry they're going crazy. So hungry they practically want to eat human flesh. What's wrong with stealing? They just lack a leader who dares to break the ice. Otherwise, they would have already robbed it. Ma Yingjiao watched the few young and strong security guards from the side, her mouth practically watering. So he grabbed the hand of one of the security guards and threatened him with a smile. Hey guys, you're all pretty handsome. I hope we can work together well in the future. Otherwise, I'll just take you all down one by one. One glance at her massive frame, weighing several hundred pounds, and the security guards nodded repeatedly in astonishment. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We'll do our best. Wang Lianda had a premonition that he was about to accomplish something great in this collapsing world. So he raised his arms and shouted, All right, I hereby announce that our supplies collection team is officially established. Let's set off immediately. Why hasn't Lin Lang delivered my bird's nest yet? Didn't you say it was no problem? Since he's not delivering it, then go out and buy some yourself. In the low-rent housing, Shin Chuchu's mother's angry roar echoed in the small space. Shin Chuchu said with a dejected look, Mom, how could there possibly be anyone selling things outside now? Even if there were, I wouldn't dare go out. Shin Lingtian, who was playing a game, looked up and said unhappily, What are you all arguing about? What time is it? Why haven't you eaten yet? Is our Xiaodian hungry? Don't worry. Her mother turned her head and glared at Shin Chuchu again. You useless thing. Hurry up and cook for Xiaodian. Oh, Shin Chuchu walked dejectedly into the kitchen, skillfully opened the refrigerator, only to remember that it had been empty a few days ago. After searching around the cupboards, I discovered that all the food left in the house was a few packets of instant noodles. No one knew that this disaster would last so long. In the first few days after the blood mist descended, the three of them had to eat 5 dishes and a soup for every meal. Every meal is different. Any leftovers should be thrown directly into the trash. As a result, more than half of the supplies were consumed in one go. Otherwise, we could at least hold on for another half-month. By this time, all the bottled water in the house had been consumed. Instant noodles can only be made with tap water, although the tap water was extremely dirty and smelly. But the clever Shin Chuchu came up with a solution. She used a piece of clothing to block the faucet outlet, which filtered the water briefly and improved the water quality slightly. He made do with the water and soaked the noodles, then served them to Shin Lingtian. But Shin Lingtian only took one bite before spitting it out on the ground. Wow, what does this noodle dish taste like? Didn't I tell you I don't eat pickled cabbage with phlegm? Shin Chu hurriedly said. It's not the sauerkraut with phlegm. It tastes like tap water. We're out of bottled water. Her mother's face immediately darkened. You useless thing. You couldn't even get any supplies, and you can't even make decent instant noodles. What if my precious son goes hungry? Little Tian, you can't go without eating. Just eat something for now, and your sister will prepare something delicious for you tomorrow. Shinling Tian was coaxed by her mother and managed to eat a few more bites of noodles. In the end, he simply couldn't eat anymore and absolutely refused to eat anymore. In any case, when it comes to household supplies, he gets the priority. So he hadn't gone hungry in the past few days and didn't know how precious this bowl of noodles was. Her mother took the leftovers from Shun Lingtian and, despite feeling nauseous, ate a few bites herself. Finally, only a little bit of noodle soup was left, which was then given to Shin Chu. As Shin Chu drank the foul-smelling noodle soup, she couldn't help but shed tears. The more difficult her life became, the more she thought about it, the more uncontrollably she recalled the days when Lin Lang doted on her. And those food photos Lin Lang sent her a few days ago. Such exquisite food, yet I can't enjoy it myself. The key point is that all those things should have belonged to her in the first place. It's all that woman's fault. She stole my spot and even tricked Lin Lang into not letting him deliver things. If Lin Lang could send some supplies, her life wouldn't be so difficult right now. So she sent Lin Lang another WeChat message. Lin Lang, hurry up and send supplies to my house. I might consider getting back together with you. We can also discuss the bride price again. Chat history can be displayed. She insisted on sending Lin Lang WeChat messages every day. But Lin Lang hasn't replied to her for a long time. But at this moment, a slow, deliberate knock sounded at the door. This is unprecedented since the red mist descended. Is there someone outside? But now that everyone is staying at home, who would visit each other at this time? Shin Chu snapped out of her daze, a glimmer of hope igniting in her heart. Could it be Lin Lang? Her mother's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed happily, "Oh my God, it must be Lin Lang bringing us supplies." Chapter 14, I'm going to find Lin Lang. Lin Lang, have you delivered the supplies? Shin Chu was overjoyed, but she still retained a sliver of rationality and asked one more question. But a strange voice rang out from outside the door, bringing warmth to the community. It wasn't Lin Lang. Upon hearing this, Shin Chu's heart sank, filled with immense disappointment. Lin Lang, are you really going to abandon me? She stood there blankly, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost something important. But her mother urged, "Useless thing, didn't you hear? Volunteers are delivering supplies. Why aren't you opening the door?" Oh, hearing her mother's scolding, Shin Chu subconsciously pressed the doorknob and opened the door. A man wearing sunglasses walked in. He was tall. Shin Chu looked up at him, feeling inexplicably afraid. So she took a few steps back and retreated to the wall. Shin Chu's mother hurriedly went to greet her. "You've finally arrived. Where are the supplies? What supplies did you bring? Did you bring any bird's nest?" But before she could finish speaking, the man in sunglasses slapped her across the face. He slapped her so hard she flew away. Oops. Shin Chu's mother sat on the ground, covering her face, kicking her legs frantically backward, her eyes filled with terror. "How dare you hit someone? I'll file a complaint against you." But suddenly 4 or 5 men rushed in through the door, all of them looking fierce and menacing. "Shut up if you don't want to die." The man in sunglasses took them off and smiled suavely. Shin Chu's body slid limply against the wall, seemingly stunned by the scene. The man in sunglasses commanded, "Go, don't miss a single piece of food." Yes. The men behind him barged into the living room, kitchen, and bedroom, ransacking everything. Shin Chu's mother finally realized what was happening. This so-called community outreach program is nothing but robbery. These people are just thieves who came in to steal supplies. Not long after, they found the last few packets of instant noodles. Shin Chu's mother hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Brothers, please leave some food. My son and I are counting on this to survive." Upon hearing this, the man in sunglasses sized her up and down, then gave a cold smile. "Don't worry, you won't starve. You and your daughter are both quite attractive. It would be such a waste if you starved to death." Chu's mother is indeed still very attractive. Although she is nearly 40, she still pays attention to dressing up and maintains a slim and attractive figure. Not to mention Shin Chu. It's tender and white. Such a mother and daughter pair is hard not to evoke the imagination. Upon hearing this, Shin Chu and her mother's expressions both changed simultaneously. These people not only looted supplies, but they also coveted their beauty. Aren't they afraid of going to jail? It was Choo Choo's mother who reacted quickly and screamed. No, I don't want to. Look, that's my daughter. She's young, beautiful, and has a great figure. You can take her and have fun with her. Please spare me and my son. You took my daughter away. It would be great if you could give us some supplies in return. Upon hearing these words, Shin Choo Choo was utterly stunned. Mom, how could you do this? She has always been chaste. She was with Lin Lang for 5 years, but only gave herself to him once. And she didn't give it away for nothing. Because of that one impulsive act, she successfully got a brand new, top-of-the-line iPhone from Lin Lang for Shun Lingtian. She also got her mother a set of expensive cosmetics. I bought myself another bag. I also went on a trip to another city for a few days and ate and stayed in high-class restaurants. It cost Lin Lang nearly 100,000 yuan in total. Even so, she still felt like she had lost out. But today, her mother actually wants to send her away for a little bit of supplies, giving these obviously good-for-nothing hooligans a piece of cake and letting them play with it as they please. Why don't you go and play with them? Oh, play however you want. The man in sunglasses looked at Shin Choo Choo, his smile gradually turning sinister. The other men also smiled maliciously. A chill instantly enveloped Shin Choo Choo's entire body. She was utterly heartbroken. But then the man in sunglasses said, "You might not even be qualified to be played with by the boss. Our Black Dragon Society's leader is a superhuman. Do you think just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can catch his eye? But it's okay. If the boss doesn't like you guys, the rest of us can still play with you." They burst into laughter again. "And take that fat pig under the table with you too." Shin Lingtian had been hiding under the table with his butt sticking out the whole time, thinking he hadn't been discovered. Realizing he had been exposed, he hurriedly covered his buttocks and frantically begged for mercy. "Uncle, you've already taken my mom and sister away. Please let me go. I've had a flare-up of hemorrhoids these past few days." The man in sunglasses glared. "What the hell are you thinking? We're taking you with us to stockpile food. Look at all that fat on you. You'd be perfect for rendering into oil." Upon hearing this, Shin Lingtian immediately fainted. "Huh? You've already fainted. Boss, what do we do? There aren't enough of us to lift this fat pig. Then let's just divide the meat here. Everyone can take some upstairs, right? Where's the knife? Uncle." "No." Upon hearing this, Shin Lingtian immediately woke up again. "I can walk by myself. I can walk by myself." Shin Choo Choo and the others were escorted up the stairs to the top floor. They were ushered into a spacious room. It was filled with women, not many, about a dozen, but they were all quite good-looking and had good figures. Shin Lingtian, however, was taken away by them alone. Her mother was about to wail and scream when a man at the door pulled out a knife, and she immediately shut her mouth. He simply grabbed Shin Choo Choo's sleeve and whispered to her, "Choo Choo, you have to find a way to save Xiaodian. He's the only son of the Shun family." Shin Choo Choo frowned as she surveyed her surroundings. Inside the room, most of the women were sobbing, and their faces bore some bruises. They were clearly forced to come here by these people. What is the purpose? I'm afraid it's all to please that so-called leader of the Black Dragon Society. What will become of them and themselves? Shin Choo Choo dared not think too deeply about it. But at this moment, her mother was still brainwashing her. "It's all your fault. You lost the supplies, which gave those people an opportunity to take advantage. You're the one who ruined Xiaodian. Now, you have a chance to make amends. I've heard that the leader of their Black Dragon Society is very powerful. Actually, this could be an opportunity for you. You'd better work hard and try to please him. Then make him release your brother and your mother, and also get him to prepare some supplies for us." But this time, Shin Choo Choo did not bury her head in agreement again. Instead, his gaze was firm. "No, Mom, I can't stay here. I'm going to find Lin Lang. Happiness Community. Unit 1, Building C, Room 2202. Lin Lang, hurry up and send supplies to my house. I might consider getting back together with you. We can also discuss the bride price again." I received a WeChat message. Lin Lang was so angry he laughed. What kind of time is this to be talking about bride price? Besides, he has 2 beautiful women by his side right now. A gentle and quiet woman. A clean and lively one. They are all top-tier goddesses with a score of 9 out of 10. You want me to consider you? Why should I? What are your special skills? What are you talking about in your sleep? In particular, the little bit of return that Shin Choo Choo is giving back to Lin Lang is now negligible. Gufei's return rate is 300 times, and their loyalty is still increasing, albeit slowly, but steadily. It is estimated that the return rate will reach a new level soon. The supplies in Linlang's space were piled up like a mountain. Chapter 15, Recharging Ning Shuangyu. What did you say? You're going to run away? Shin Chuchu's mother's eyes widened. Shin Chuchu gritted her teeth. Mom, Linlang will definitely make me happy. I won't look down on him anymore. But her mother was furious, her eyes fierce, her teeth clenched. Who cares whether you're happy or not? How can you be so selfish? What will happen to Xiaodian if you leave? He's the only son of the Shun family. Mom, you don't have the surname Shun. Even if the Shun family line ends, what does it have to do with you? Shin Chuchu looked utterly tragic. Why would you sacrifice your own life to save someone else's child? We are all girls. Only girls can save girls. Come with me. Let's find Lin Lang and live a life free from want. Upon hearing this, her mother was stunned. His eyes were vacant, and he murmured, Yeah, I don't have the surname Shun. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Cuihua. I am not called Shin Lingtian's mother. Why should I sacrifice my life for that greasy, shrimp-headed man surnamed Chun? With my looks, there are plenty of men out there willing to marry me. I can always have another one. The next moment, her eyes were clear, as if she had become a different person. My dear daughter, tell me your plans. It was evening. Happiness community. Community. Lin Lang study. On the computer desk, the orchid has already produced golden fruits. Lin Lang sat in the computer chair, staring intently at the fruit. I wonder what elements will be awakened after eating it. At this moment, Gu Fei consumed one self-heating hot pot and received 300 as a refund, which have been stored in the host's space. Tonight's dinner is still hot pot with spicy beef. Gu Fei's money has been returned. Ning Shuangyu's money was not returned. Lin Lang felt he had lost out. Ning Shuangyu may have only eaten one Zihai hot pot, but she actually lost 300 Zihai hot pots. These 300 self-heating hot pots could also be 30,000 self-heating hot pots. At this rate, Lin Lang felt he was about to go bankrupt. We need to get this girl in quickly. After the meal, Gu Fei and Ning Shuangyu hid in the bedroom. I wonder what private topics they were discussing. Lin Lang barged in at an inopportune moment, feigning concern. Frost Whisper, how is your injury healing? Ning Shuangyu assumed Lin Lang was concerned about her and smiled. I'm about 70 to 80% recovered. If we encounter a ferocious beast, I can fight it. Lin Lang nodded and said seriously, Perfect timing. I have a giant beast here that I need your help in fighting. Ning Shuangyu was startled. What? Has a ferocious beast invaded? Yes. Lin Lang, without blushing or skipping a beat, took out a piece of chocolate from his spatial storage. Have another piece of chocolate to replenish your energy. A big battle is likely to follow soon. Ning Shuangyu swallowed hard. Is it a very powerful, ferocious beast? Very fierce. Frost Whisper, you'd better watch out. Gu Fei said quietly. After saying that, she exchanged a glance with Lin Lang. After that, he left the room quite consciously. Ning Shuangyu was left with a blank expression, and Lin Lang with his pure smile. A short while later, Gu Fei heard a sweet, surprised exclamation from outside the door. Then came another series of moaning sounds. And then, the sound was completely unbearable to hear. She lay on the sofa, absent-mindedly scrolling through videos. Try to make the video audio as loud as possible, but it can't cover it up at all. She could only sigh. That damn Lin Lang. Couldn't he have bought a better soundproof door? That night, none of the three slept well. But the next morning, Lin Lang got up early and went into his study to keep an eye on the orchid fruit, afraid of missing the moment when the fruit ripened. Gu Fei went into the bedroom. She knew it deeply. Although Lin Lang is usually quite gentle, he showed absolutely no mercy to women at that time. Although Shuangyu is a special agent, she is, after all, a soft, delicate, and cute girl, and she is also injured. I don't know if I can handle it. But wait until she comes in. But Ning Shuangyu was sitting on the bed. Her complexion was very rosy, and she was full of energy. Sister Shuangyu, are you all right? Ning Shuangyu's eyes held a hint of shyness, but also a touch of secret delight. She said in a melodious tone, Sister Gu Fei, I'm fine. In fact, I feel pretty good. Gu Fei saw this. I was internally screaming. It's all over. In just one night, this girl was completely captivated. In the study, Lin Lang's physical body underwent its third enhancement. This enhancement is from the inside out. It felt as if a wondrous force had been injected into my heart, flowing through my entire body with the blood. Every meridian in my body is wriggling and adjusting. Every bone was crackling and popping. My body is burning up. It was as if a raging fire was melting his flesh and blood. Although it was called enhancement, Lin Lang felt that it was more like a genetic modification to enable his physical body to reach its most perfect state. After the first enhancement, his physical body reached the peak of a normal person. The second enhancement reached the limits of human capability. And this third time, he has surpassed the limits of humanity and become a more perfect life form. You could say that he, like those ferocious beasts outside, has also evolved. I tried punching the air twice and heard the wind whistling. That punch could probably kill a bull. At this time, Happiness Community, Building C. First floor. Wang Liandao and his group of 5 knocked on a worn-out iron gate. An elderly person living alone lives here. Because of his leg problems, he doesn't go out often, so he must have a lot of supplies at home. Sir, we're bringing warmth to our community. Wang Liandao called out from the doorway. The men were dressed in security guard uniforms, making it hard to associate them with robbers. The old man opened the door without any suspicion. Several young and strong security guards rushed in. A few punches were enough to knock the old man unconscious. Then they started searching the house frantically. Indeed, we reaped a great harvest. The old man had stored several buckets of purified water, dozens of eggs, and a large amount of rice, flour, and cooking oil. They took everything edible, including health supplements. The old man was left lying motionless on the cold floor. They outnumbered and outgunned. The elderly are old and frail, so the whole process didn't cause much of a commotion. They thought no one knew them. They're preparing to find another company and repeat the same trick. But they didn't know all of one's own actions. All of this was taken into the mind of someone on the 22nd floor. Lin Lang observed all of this using his telekinetic powers. People are doing things, and Lin Lang is watching. But Lin Lang remained calm. He had foreseen all of this. In ancient times, when a great famine struck, people lacked food and even resorted to cannibalism. Robbery at someone's door or something. That's perfectly normal. At this moment, the same story is surely unfolding in many other places. Although these people's behavior was beastly, but Lin Lang had no intention of meddling in other people's business. Living in the apocalypse, people should gradually get used to death. As long as they don't try to take over from me. Everything was peaceful then. But what if they really are blind and come knocking on the door? He didn't mind eliminating harm for the people. Now Gu Fei and Ning Xuangyu can return the supplies. Gu Fei's multiplier has increased a bit again. It's now 400. Ning Xuangyu was not to be outdone, and her score immediately soared to 300. Lin Lang looked forward to them returning a lot of superpower fruit to him. Only, Gu Fei can only digest 1 per day. Ning Xuangyu has a stronger physical body and can consume 2 per day. In total, they can provide Lin Lang with 1,000 superfruits a day. Lin Lang could eat all 1,000 of them in a single day. His physical body had undergone 3 enhancements, so absorbing this amount of energy was child's play for him. There was no hindrance whatsoever. I don't feel any burden at all. Only, since his inspiration ability reached level 9, no matter how many superpower fruits Lin Lang consumed, he was unable to break through to the next level. Although the power of thought is indeed constantly being strengthened, but the feeling was like repeatedly outlining an already clear painting. It's clearer now, but it doesn't really make a big difference. Is this the limit of one's inspiration? Or perhaps, does one need to consume high-quality superfruit for inspiration to undergo a qualitative change? But right now, Lin Lang wasn't in a hurry to pursue a breakthrough in his inspirational abilities. He fixed his gaze on the golden berries of the orchid. At this moment, golden mist was swirling around the golden fruit. They seemed to be scrambling to get inside. The fruit also visibly grew larger. Finally, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The fruit is ripe. Lin Lang calmly reached out and picked it off. Chapter 16 Golden Elemental Fruit. Awakening. The small fruits, glowing with golden light, look like the elixir of immortality from mythology that can make one ascend to heaven on the spot. It emits a faint fragrance, tempting one to swallow it whole. But at this moment, Gu Fei knocked on the study door. Do you need me to clean your room? Lin Lang calmly said. Come in. Gu Fei pushed open the door and entered. Today she was only wearing a Lin Lang short-sleeved shirt with nothing underneath. A pair of long, slender, straight, well-proportioned, and fair legs were exposed to the air in a blatant manner. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing that? Lin Lang knew that this was a popular style of dressing online before, called missing lower body. But Gu Fei's version is clearly an upgraded one. Because hers has also disappeared, Lin Lang would naturally not waste such a precious resource. So he made an excuse to ask her to tidy up his desk. But he took the opportunity to pull her into his arms. He groped her all over. An hour later, Gu Fei walked out of the study, her legs trembling. Lin Lang followed behind with an air of grandeur. Ning Xuanyu was stunned. At this moment, Lin Lang took a golden fruit out of his pocket and handed it to Gu Fei in front of Ning Xuanyu. Here, take this. Gu Fei frowned slightly. Is this another one of those superpowered fruits? But the previous bright red ones are different from this golden ones. Ning Xuanyu suddenly stood up from the sofa. Golden. This is an elemental fruit. Lin Lang nodded. It should be. Hiss. Ning Xuanyu's big eyes widened, and she gasped for breath for a long time, but she couldn't utter a single word. The sheer number of inspiration fruits in Lin Lang's possession was already enough to shock her. But now, Lin Lang then casually took out another elemental fruit. And you gave it away so casually. Doesn't he know the value of this fruit? The rarity of elemental fruit far surpasses that of inspiration fruit. Unbelievable. It was given away to someone else just like that. Although, Sister Gu Fei is not an outsider. But, this. Anyway, if she were Lin Lang, she would definitely be extremely reluctant to part with him. Horrifying. Envious. It also has a slightly sour taste. Her feelings at that moment were simply indescribable. I could only stare blankly. However, what shocked her even more was, Gu Fei didn't rush to eat the fruit. Instead, she said, or, let's give them to Frost Whisper. I've already eaten several inspiration fruits, but I haven't made much progress. Ning Xuanyu heard this. I almost cried. None of my family members understand. Sister Gu Fei, I'm so upset. I'm crying my eyes out. Lin Lang was also somewhat surprised and asked, don't you want to awaken your superpowers? Gu Fei smiled. You are my superpower. Ning Xuanyu. But Lin Lang calmly said, just eat what I'm offering. I have plenty more. Ning Xuanyu. No. Listen to this. Is this human language? What do you mean you have too much there? Are you a wholesaler of superfruit? Why don't you give me some of all of these? Lin Lang seemed to have heard Ning Xuanyu's thoughts and turned around to say, you'll have your chance in the future. The reason he gave the elemental fruit to Gu Fei first was partly because Gu Fei had a higher return rate. On the other hand, Gu Fei's performance today was indeed quite good. Especially that move just now, it was so unforgettable. I'm getting off topic. In short, he had given it careful consideration. Although Ning Xuanyu was envious, she still advised, Sister Gu Fei, you should eat it. I have already eaten the physical strength fruit and the inspiration fruit. If I eat more, my abilities will become chaotic, which will not be conducive to improvement. What she said was indeed the truth. At least, that's what that mysterious master said. Hearing Ning Xuanyu say this, Gu Fei stopped refusing and ate the elemental fruit in one bite. Gu Fei consumed one mid-grade superpower fruit and received 400 more, which have been stored in the host's space. Suddenly, a pile of glittering golden fruits appeared in Lin Lang's space. This damn sense of security. But he didn't rush to eat. He wanted to see first what elemental power Gu Fei would awaken. But once that fruit was swallowed, in an instant, it transformed into pure and enormous energy within Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's expression changed instantly. A faint golden light shone in her eyes. As a result, her entire body was releasing a powerful force. It may not be visible to the naked eye, but once Lin Lang released his mental power, he could see it clearly. At this moment, Gu Fei was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Like a sun, it's hard to look at for long. But apart from that, Gu Fei didn't seem to be in too much pain. Lin Lang felt a little relieved and asked, how are you feeling? Gu Fei frowned and said, it's nothing, just a little bloated. But it's okay, I should be able to digest it slowly. It's obvious. The medium-grade superpower fruit contains so much energy. Given Gu Fei's current physical condition, it would be difficult for her to digest it all at once. Lin Lang turned to Ning Xuanyu and asked, this should be a mid-grade superpowered fruit. Do you have any ideas? Ning Xuanyu was startled again upon hearing this. Mid-grade. The physical enhancement fruit I ate was only of inferior quality. Even their entire base only has one mid-grade inspiration fruit. Moreover, this is a mid-grade elemental fruit. But she still pondered. It's nothing serious. She should just rest for a while. This is what that wise man said. Ning Xuanyu was quite convinced by what that expert had said. She helped Gu Fei back to her bedroom to rest. They even arranged Gu Fei in a cross-legged sitting position on the bed. According to that expert, this helps to accelerate the efficiency of energy absorption. Gu Fei's complexion was indeed gradually improving. The golden light was gradually being digested and absorbed. It will probably take several more hours. Lin Lang felt relieved and returned to his study to wait for the results of Gu Fei's experiment. He sat in the computer chair. He took a bottle of beer out of his spatial storage. I was drinking while watching videos. It appears that the authorities have abandoned their control over short video platforms. As soon as Lin Lang stepped inside, all sorts of demons and monsters jumped out. Some were so hungry that they went insane, crying and screaming for their parents. Some people are showing off their superpowers. There were also reports of others robbing supplies. There were also those who went out on adventures. Unfortunately, the outcome of this series wasn't good. Most of them ended up being captured by ferocious beasts. Lin Lang finished a bottle of beer and habitually threw the bottle out the window. But then a muffled thud was heard. It seems the bottle hit something. But what could be outside the window at this moment? Lin Lang's heart sank. He opened his camera and took a picture of the scene below. But then they discovered. It turned out to be a large, leafy tree. It actually grew to more than 20 stories. It must be at least 60 or 70 meters tall, right? If this continues, the world will turn into a primeval forest. He sighed. The psychic power extended once more. He inspected the entire building. There are no other superpowered individuals appearing in the building yet. No particularly powerful ferocious beasts entered. This means that, as of now, there is nothing here that can threaten him. This put his mind at ease a little. Exit the video app and enter the WeChat Happy Community Owners group. Lin Lang discovered that the group members were actually discussing superpowers. They must have seen those videos online. Some people even said they were willing to pay a high price for a superfruit. Lin Lang had several hundred mid-grade super-powerful fruits in his space. But naturally, he couldn't give the superpower fruit to someone else. But we could post an announcement in the group and set up a supply trading platform. Collect some superpower fruits or other resources. Firstly, we might actually be able to find a few superpowered fruits. Secondly, it can also enrich the variety of resources in your own space. Although he has a lot of supplies in his space now, they are basically the same as what Shinchuchu initially consumed. If several people eat these things for a considerable period of time, they will easily get tired of them. In addition, he is also quite short of supplies such as medicines. So he sent a message in the group. Supplies trading. Due to having too many resources to use, I am launching this resource exchange. Exchange any surplus supplies you have for the supplies you desperately need. Anything will do. Superfruit prioritized. P.S. Free meals and accommodation and shelter for teenage girls still apply. Chapter 17, 5 points. A stunning girl. What do you mean by, because I have too many resources to consume? That's infuriating. They even prioritize superfruit. If you eat superfruit, you'll become Superman. So who'd want to trade with you? Hey bro, can I exchange my Matai for bottled water? At Lin Bulang. How about Durex in exchange for instant noodles? At Lin Bulang. Where to trade? At Lin Bulang. In the group chat, some people mocked Lin Lang's idea of exchanging daily necessities for superpower fruit. Indeed, who would trade the chance to become a superhero for a few daily necessities? But some intelligent people should understand that the ability to awaken is random. What if you awaken a useless ability? Wouldn't that be a complete waste? But Lin Lang was too lazy to say these things to them. How they decide to make the choice is entirely up to them. Most of the remaining homeowners were very interested in this trade of goods. So I started spamming the group chat with telling Lin Bulang. Same reply. Take photos of the supplies and message me privately. Then he closed the group chat. A short while later, then a bunch of private messages came in. Hey, can I switch to purified water for the diapers? Lin Lang scratched his head. Why would I need a diaper? I'm not changing it. Brother Bulang. BMW 740, 10,000 kilometers, original paint. Worth 10 boxes of instant noodles. Lin Lang. 10 boxes still needed, not even one pack. What time is it now? A BMW is not as good as a real horse. At least a real horse can run outside. Hey bro, I just bought Black Myth. Yukong. Can I trade it for a self-heating hot pot? Well, I can consider it, but it's pending. Wow. I can trade Matai for purified water, but I have all the other liquors. Picture. This person must be a wine and spirits collector. A whole cabinet of wine, both white and red. Lin Lang's space now contains only beer. Getting a few bottles of Matai or Lafite would be nice. Occasionally, I'd like to experience a slightly tipsy state with Gu Fei and the others. Lin Bulang accepted his friend's request and said he would deal with it later. At this moment, a private message caught his attention. Hello, is this the superpower fruit you mentioned? Picture. Huh, there really is one. Lin Lang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly clicked on it. In the photo, a fair and delicate hand is holding up a black fruit. The fruit was only the size of a grape. Crystal clear, jet black and glossy. It really is a power-boosting fruit among the superpowered fruits. And, judging from the texture of the fruit, it should be of medium quality. Lin Lang immediately added him. The other person's nickname is Coco Suran. It sounds like a girl's name. Lin Lang couldn't help but think about it. However, influenced by his previous ginkgo dream, he dared not have too high expectations for people he had never met before. Who can blame them when the ginkgo dream has such a powerful after effect? It's almost become a psychological trauma for him. The two successfully became friends. Cuckoo Saran. Hello, can this fruit be exchanged for supplies? Lin Bulang. What supplies do you want to exchange? Cuckoo Saran. Food, water, medication for heart disease. Lin Bulang. Water and food are fine. I don't have any medicine here, but I can help you find a way. Cuckoo Saran. Where is the transaction located? Lin Bulang. Where do you live? Cuckoo Saran. Building C, Unit 1, Room 602. Since they're in the same building, that makes things simple. Lin Lang closed his eyes, released his mental energy, and focused it on Room 602, a simply decorated house. The furnishings in the room were very simple. A frail figure sat alone on a wooden chair in the living room. This figure from behind is undoubtedly a young girl. I just don't know how good-looking she is. Judging from their surroundings, this does not appear to be a wealthy family. And the girl must have a heart condition, otherwise she wouldn't have asked about the medicine. Lin Lang originally planned to have this Cuckoo Su Ran go to the rooftop for the transaction. That way, your address won't be revealed. But now, he felt a pang of pity. The person has a heart condition, and now the elevator is broken. Making them walk up nearly 30 floors is a bit too cruel. Lin Bulang. I'll come find you in a bit. Password. Food and lodging included. Included. Cuckoo Saran. Then what should I reply? Lin Bulang couldn't help but smile, suddenly finding the girl rather cute. Just reply include me. Cuckoo Saran. Okay. So Lin Lang left the study. Go to the bedroom. At this point, Gu Fei had almost completely absorbed the golden light surrounding her. But it will still take some time. Lin Lang instructed Ning Xuanyu. I'm going out for a bit. You all stay home and don't open the door to strangers. Ning Xuanyu remained silent for a moment. They're not little kids anymore. But he still nodded. No. Lin Lang reached out and ruffled her hair. So obedient. Then he walked out the door. I went downstairs. The silent, deserted stairwell was like a dark abyss, where countless mutated insects lurked. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to walk here. Lin Lang walked on calmly. His telekinetic powers enveloped the entire building. He knew better than anyone where the monsters were and where it was safe. Although those insects grew larger after the mutation, they were still timid. They dare not attack unless they encounter prey that is on the verge of death. Lin Lang went down to the 6th floor. It only took a few minutes. With his current physical strength, this amount of exercise is practically no different from yawning. 602, we've arrived. Lin Lang saw the door plate on the door and knocked on it. A series of light footsteps came from inside the door. Cuckoo Su Ran stood cautiously behind the door, but did not speak. Lin Lang, meals and accommodation are included. She then replied, take me with you. Her voice was soft and sweet, making her seem easy to bully. Lin Lang said, the password is correct, open the door. She asked, did you bring supplies? Lin Lang said, I brought it. She then asked, can we just do the transaction at the door? You don't have to come in. Lin Lang shrugged. Okay, then it's settled. Then, she opened the door. A hand reached out from the crack in the door, holding the mid-grade physical strength fruit. Lin Lang felt that this person was really stupid. What kind of transaction is this? Aren't they afraid of taking the goods and running away? He grabbed the fruit and put it in his hand. The instant their bodies touched, Lin Lang obtained information about Cuckoo Su Ran. Lu Saran. Appearance, September 5th, 10. Charging time, 0 times. Loyalty, 5%. Return rate, 300. Lin Lang was immediately shocked. 9.5 points. He's actually taller than both Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu. What does this woman look like? There are goddesses of this caliber in my neighborhood. I've never met one like them before. If it were a 7 or 8 out of 10, that would be fine. If you miss it, you miss it. Anyway, he has 2 goddesses, Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu, who are both 9 out of 10, so he doesn't feel it's a pity. But it's a 9.5 out of 10. He must taste it to see if it's salty enough. While he was distracted, Lu Saran then asked, where are your supplies? Lin Lang coughed lightly. I've brought the supplies, but I have to go inside to give them to you. No. Unexpectedly, Lu Saran firmly refused, but there was a clear hint of grievance in her tone. We clearly agreed that you couldn't come in. Lin Lang could only lie and say, if we don't go in, we can't give you these supplies. He suddenly shouted halfway through his sentence. Oh no, bugs are coming. Let me in quickly. Ah. Lu Saran was startled. Those insects can be deadly. No matter how cruel she is, she can't just stand by and watch a living person turn away at this time. So she opened the door. Come in quickly. Chapter 18 Superpowers with Spirit. Lin Lang entered the room. He met Lu Saran's eyes. The girl's beauty stunned him. Snow-white skin, clear and bright eyes, a pitiful expression. This appearance actually received a 9.5 out of 10. Why not 10 points? Her face is a work of art. From Lin Lang's mortal perspective, there was absolutely nothing to criticize. Absolutely stunning. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she's a celestial being descended to Earth. Until Lin Lang's gaze shifted slightly downwards. Oh, he now knew why she scored 9.5. It turned out that the 0.5 points were deducted from this score. She wasn't very broad-minded. It should only be either B or C. Compared to Ning Xuanyu, she's practically flat-chested. Noticing Lin Lang's greedy gaze, Lu Saran gradually realized she had been deceived. She immediately covered her clothes, her eyes reddening. You're lying, aren't you? There aren't any bugs outside. She looked like she was about to cry. It's quite heartbreaking. But Lin Lang calmly replied, no, there really are bugs outside. It's safer indoors, so we can trade freely there. Lu Saran bit her lip and asked again, what about your supplies? Lin Lang blinked. It's right behind you. What? Lu Saran subconsciously turned around to look. In the corner, there were several bottles of purified water, a few self-heating hot pots, a few cartons of milk, and a few eggs. She was stunned. She even forgot to think about how these things ended up in her house. All she knew was that these supplies are enough for her to last another week. She didn't expect it either. That tiny fruit could actually be exchanged for so many supplies. Luckily, she didn't need it. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. Are all of these for me? She still couldn't quite believe it. Lin Lang asked, do you have heart disease? How serious is it? Lu Saran clutched her chest, nodded slightly, and whispered, yes, I'm almost done with my medicine. Lin Lang nodded. I understand. I'll go find the medicine for you. I'll bring it to you once I find it. Remember our code. If it doesn't match, don't open the door. Things haven't been peaceful in the neighborhood lately. Without further ado, Lin Lang left. Lu Saran stood alone at the door, still somewhat bewildered. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Although he spends all day showing off his supplies in the group chat, and even boasts about taking in teenage girls. He made her think he was a big pervert. But we met today. I just realized that. He seems to be quite different from what I imagined. Beauty is a curse. Outside the door, Lin Lang couldn't help but sigh. It's really hard to imagine anyone having any bad intentions towards a woman like that. Fortunately, Lin Lang is no ordinary person. He has made up his mind. We must take her in. Lu Saran. If we don't accept this, it would be against all reason. Lin Lang continued up the stairs and easily reached the 22nd floor. We entered 2202. But Gu Fei had already come out of the bedroom. The golden light on her body had disappeared, which meant that she had absorbed all the energy of that mid-grade elemental fruit. Before Lin Lang could ask, Ning Xuanyu said excitedly, that's great. Sister Gu Fei has awakened the wood element. Now there are plants everywhere outside, and she can control them all. Her superpower is simply unbeatable. Upon hearing this, Lin Lang nodded in agreement. Wood element? That's quite good. Ning Xuanyu added. Once Sister Gu Fei grows up, her combat power will be at least C level. Maybe even B level. Oh. Lin Lang was somewhat curious. Do you already have a power level classification system for superpowered individuals? Yes. Ning Xuanyu couldn't help but say seriously. Currently, superpowered individuals are divided into 6 levels, from strongest to weakest. S, A, B, C, D, and E. I'm currently at rank D, which barely qualifies me as a minor powerhouse. But I've heard that in some places, even B-level beings have appeared. At this moment, ding, the battle power display section has been loaded. Lin Lang, combat strength, A+. Physical body, enhanced 3 times. Superpower, inspiration, level 9. A message appeared in Lin Lang's field of vision. Lin Lang was startled, but also overjoyed. My combat power is actually this high, A+, and if we take it a step further, wouldn't that be S level? They're way ahead. The gaze then fell upon the two of them, and there they were. Ning Xuanyu. Combat power, D+. Superpowers, spiritual combat, level 2. Inspiration, level 1. Gu Fei. Combat strength, E-. Superpowers, inspiration, level 1, with spirit, level 1. Lin Lang understood. This combat power display section is really a great feature. You could even call it a divine artifact. From now on, we can check the enemy's combat strength and no longer be afraid of someone pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Lin Lang temporarily turned off the combat power display function. He then said to Gu Fei, "Now that you've awakened the power of the wood spirit, why don't you give us a performance? Can you conjure up a potato?" Gu Fei was taken aback. Huh? Turning into a potato? Ning Xuanyu was speechless. She's controlling plants, not growing vegetables. At this stage, she can probably only control existing plants, but later she might be able to affect their growth rate. Lin Lang calmly said, "Oh, I see. Then perform something else. Wait a moment." He went to the study. I moved the withered orchid from the computer desk. "Try this. Make it move." "Okay, I'll give it a try." Gu Fei stepped forward resolutely, stretched out her hand, and aimed it at the orchid. She activated her power, but there was no response. Gu Fei immediately felt a little embarrassed. Ning Xuanyu encouraged from the side. "Sister Gu Fei, don't be discouraged. The stronger the ability, the more difficult it is to use." Gu Fei nodded. "I'll try again." This time, she closed her eyes. Then, the orchid twitched slightly. The movement was very small, as if it had just been blown by the wind. But this was indeed done by Gu Fei using her superpowers. "Yes, we did it." Upon witnessing this scene, the two women cheered and hugged each other in celebration. It was as if an S-class ferocious beast had been killed. Lin Lang didn't quite understand girl psychology, but in order not to discourage Gu Fei, he casually offered some encouragement. "Good. Keep practicing." "Yes, I definitely will." Gu Fei was full of fighting spirit. Then, Lin Lang took the orchid and returned to his study. Wood elemental power? That's indeed a great ability. Isn't the outdoors the domain of plants right now? If I awaken this ability, I'll be the king of plants. Lin Lang took out a mid-grade elemental fruit from his spatial storage. He swallowed it in one gulp. The energy contained in a mid-grade superpowered fruit is almost 100 times that of a low-grade superpowered fruit. No wonder it took Gu Fei most of the day to digest it before she could barely absorb it. Because she ate the equivalent of 100 low-grade fruits in one go. Lin Lang was different. His physical body at this point was practically monstrous. Absorbing a mid-grade super-powerful fruit takes only a few seconds. He remembered again. Ning Xuanyu just mentioned today that sitting cross-legged can further accelerate digestion. So he sat down cross-legged in the computer chair. He swallowed another elemental fruit. Really, it was absorbed in less than a second. He pulled up the combat strength information and saw. Lin Lang. Combat strength, A+. Physical body, enhanced 3 times. Superpowers, inspiration, level 9. Spirit wood, level 1. He continued to eat. He swallowed over 100 in one go. Superpowers, inspiration, level 9. Spirit wood, level 2. After consuming over 100 mid-grade super-powerful fruits, I only leveled up by 1 level. But any problem that can be solved by quantity. For Lin Lang, none of these are problems. He kept eating. In the blink of an eye, I ate more than 100 more. Superpowers, inspiration, level 9. Spirit wood, level 2. No change. Eat some more. Keep eating. Before we knew it, of the 400 mid-grade elemental fruits in the space, only 10 remained. These 10 were kept by Lin Lang as backups. Lin Lang. Combat strength, A++. Physical body, enhanced 3 times. Superpowers, inspiration, level 9. Spirit wood, level 3. Combat strength has been upgraded. It actually went from A+ to A++. The next level, could it be A++? But that's not important. Lin Lang fixed his gaze on the orchid on the table. A thought flashed through my mind. In an instant, he seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the orchid. The orchid seemed to have become a part of his body, an extension of his limbs. Let's dance to liven things up. The orchid immediately began to sway gracefully. That's fun. Chapter 19. Lin Bulang has appeared. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Especially, Lin Lang revealed the mid-grade physical fitness fruit. And he told Ning Xuanyu that this was the reward she had a chance to win tonight. Ning Xuanyu immediately perked up. They became much more proactive. It also unlocked many gameplay features. Where is that usual dazed, innocent, and clueless demeanor? Unlike the night of revelry on Lin Lang's side. In a dark house not far away, many women huddled together. The Black Dragon Society keeps them locked up here like livestock. At least 5 people would be selected each day to serve Brother Long. But of the 5 who went today, none of them came back. This undoubtedly caused great anxiety among the women. What's worse is that Shin Chu-Chu and Wang Tsuehua's names are on tomorrow's list. Night fell. While other women were comforting each other and complaining about their fate, Shin Chu-Chu had already quietly slipped to the window. She will escape through this window. The patrolmen outside must be asleep. I can hear their snoring even through the door. Shin Chu-Chu pulled Wang Tsuehua along and opened the window of hope. She leaned out and found a place to stand. But at the crucial moment, Wang Tsuehua grabbed her sleeve, her voice trembling and tears streaming down her face. Chu-Chu, Mom won't dare. This is the 10th floor. If you fall, you're done for. Think of another way. But Shin Chu-Chu remained resolute, her gaze fixed on the direction of Xingfu residential area. Mom, I won't die. Lin Lang is still waiting for me. He will definitely be praying for me. Shin Chu-Chu couldn't take it anymore. She knew she had to see Lin Lang. Lang. Even when she was half asleep and dreaming at noon today, she was reminiscing about the time she spent with Lin Lang. Back then, Lin Lang took great care of him and showed him the utmost concern. Although he was relatively poor and couldn't afford to live a life of luxury, he was still poor. But things are different now. Lin Lang has abundant supplies. As soon as I go there, I can immediately live a life free from worries about food and clothing. Her eyes shone with hope. All right. Wang Tsuehua, trembling, also climbed out of the window. Standing on the 10th floor, a cool breeze was blowing at this moment. Wang Tsuehua closed her eyes in pain, refusing to look down. But Shin Chu-Chu, with hope in her heart, feared nothing. She climbed down the drainpipe along the wall, little by little. God help me. As Shin Chu-Chu walked further and further away, her figure gradually disappeared into the mist. Wang Tsuehua muttered this sentence. Finally, I gritted my teeth and climbed down the water pipe. Chu-Chu, wait for mommy. Can. They had only climbed halfway up when they heard someone shouting from upstairs. Someone ran away. Someone ran away. The key point is that it is clearly a woman's voice. Wang Tsuehua couldn't help but burst into a tirade. Which bastard has such a big mouth? Didn't they say girls should save girls? Shin Chu-Chu, however, remained remarkably calm and said, because they themselves dare not run, they don't want anyone else to be able to run. They continued climbing down. I have no idea where I climbed to. Who ran away? They got out of this window. Damn it. Chase after them. Hearing the angry roar from upstairs, Wang Tsuehua panicked and lost her footing, falling to her death. Oh, and it just so happened that it hit Shin Chu-Chu. Oh, the mother and daughter fell together. Snap. Fortunately, they have just descended to the 2nd floor. Moreover, the ground was covered with tall grass, providing them with ample cushioning. Therefore, neither of them was injured. Run. Shin Chu-Chu grabbed Wang Tsuehua and, based on her memory of the location, ran desperately through the deep blood mist. In the old building behind us, the voices of those people gradually faded into the distance. Stop chasing. Damn it. The outside is teeming with ferocious beasts. There's no point in them running out. They'll just be facing certain death anyway. Who the hell shouted that just now? I was the one who reported it. Why are you hitting me? Damn it. If you hadn't yelled, they would have just run away. But since you yelled, the boss will know we've been incompetent. Damn it. I'll beat you to death. This place is not far from Xingfu community. But Shin Chu-Chu and the others ran wildly all the way. Surprisingly, I didn't go the wrong way. I actually ended up at the entrance of Xingfu residential area. Shin Chu-Chu wept with joy. Lin Lang, you must still be waiting for me, right? Do you know that your lover will be back in your life soon? Although she knew that there was another woman by Lin Lang's side, but she believed that the woman was just a substitute for her, just a source of solace for Lin Lang after she left. Lin Lang's true love was only ever her. Once she finds Lin Lang and drives away all the other women, she can have all the supplies for herself. At this moment, Wang Tsuehua said breathlessly, Chu-Chu, how do we get in? Hurry up and tell Lin Lang to come and pick us up. Shin Chu-Chu said helplessly, Mom, have you forgotten? Those people confiscated our phones. How are we going to contact Lin Lang now? Wang Tsuehua sighed. Wow, this kid is incredibly lucky. His mother-in-law is personally visiting him. He absolutely has to prepare a feast of bird's nest soup. They entered the residential area. Based on her memory, Shen Chuchu walked straight to Unit 1 of Building C, even though she couldn't see the road at all. But they didn't know that. In the blood mist behind them, a pair of eyes flashing with red light had quietly opened. The next morning, when Lin Lang woke up on the large bed in the bedroom, Ning Xuanyu was still fast asleep beside her. He was still clutching the mid-grade physical ability fruit tightly in his hand. You really went to great lengths for this fruit. Lin Lang couldn't resist kissing her cheek. She let out a soft moan. Lin Lang was very satisfied with her performance yesterday, so he delivered the fruit to her as promised. In the living room, Gu Fei fell asleep on the sofa. Lin Lang approached and gently kissed her. This is called distributing rain and dew equally. Then, he went to the study. What's happening outside the window right now? The tip of that big tree had already grown to his window. He secretly used his wood spirit ability. It instantly established a connection with the tree. The tree stretched out 2 branches and waved its blossoms. After, the tree stretched its branches in again, picking up small pieces of trash from the study floor and throwing them out the window. Lin Lang smiled slightly. After you've had your fill of fun, Lin Lang then remembered Lu Saran, and that he had promised to help her find medicine. So he asked in the WeChat owners group, does anyone have medication for heart disease? Price negotiable. It was sent out just a few seconds ago. Someone replied immediately, I have. And there's more than one. Lin Bulang. Bring everything, ready for the transaction. Any other supplies are welcome. Anyone willing to trade is welcome to come. Homeowners. Is trading possible? Great. I can't wait, boss. Where do I trade? Lin Bulang. Noon, rooftop of Unit 1, Building C. Homeowners. Wasn't the elevator broken? Are you really going to climb 30 floors? Too far, boss. Could you come a little closer? But Lin Lang ignored all of these voices. Unless you're also a 9.5-point beauty. Otherwise, don't make any demands of me. He quit WeChat. But by this time, the residents of Building C were already spreading the news. At noon, Lin Bulang will hold a trade fair on the rooftop. Holy crap. Is that Lin Bulang from the group chat? Nonsense. Who else is qualified to organize this trade fair besides him? That's true. Really? He has so many supplies. A lot of people in the neighborhood are envious. Isn't he afraid? The news spread quickly throughout the neighborhood. Monitoring room, first floor of Building C. Wang Lianda and others also received this message. That Lin Bulang actually dared to show his face? Ma Yinjiao said fiercely. He practically delivered himself to our doorstep. Let's make him hand over all the supplies at the trade fair. Chapter 20. The Big Boss makes his appearance. Ning Xuanyu consumed 1 mid-grade super powerful fruit, and 300 fruits were returned, which have been stored in the host's space. Ning Xuanyu woke up. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to eat that super-powered fruit. Then I began to meditate to digest. Given her physical condition, it should take her about 3 to 4 hours to digest it. Lin Lang checked the time. It's only 8 o'clock now. Now, by the time she finishes digesting, it should be around midnight. Lin Lang plans to bring Ning Xuanyu to the trade fair as well. After all, she was a former special agent and had consumed the energy fruit, giving her considerable combat power. Maybe I can be of some help then. At this time, Lin Lang's space now contains a full 300 more mid-grade super powerful fruits. If the Secret Service knew this, their leaders would probably have sleepless nights. Because of these 300 medium-grade super powerful fruits alone, Lin Lang can then build a powerful team of 300 superhumans. What an astonishing force. But Lin Lang had no intention of building his own faction. Why make trouble for yourself when you can live a life free from worries about food and clothing and have beautiful women by your side? Looking at those 300 super powerful fruits that looked like black crystals, he randomly picked one out, popped it into his mouth, and intended to taste it. Once the super fruit was swallowed, it immediately transformed into pure energy. But Lin Lang's body seemed to instinctively reject the fruit. They were reluctant to absorb this energy for a long time. It was only because Lin Lang intentionally absorbed it that his body reluctantly accepted it. Lin Lang thought about it again. I immediately understood the key point. This mid-grade physical strength fruit is a treasure for Ning Xuanyu and the others, capable of strengthening their physical bodies. Ku Linlong's system itself has the function of strengthening the physical body. Moreover, the enhancement of the system is not even in the same league as the enhancement of the superfruit. His physical strength has now surpassed the limits of the human body. Eat this at times like this. That's an insult to it. Therefore, Lin Lang gave up the idea of eating these fruits and decided to leave them all for Ning Xuanyu. Or perhaps it can be left for a future woman. Is Lucerne okay? Lin Lang suddenly thought that since the physical fitness fruit could strengthen the physical body, would it be helpful in treating Luceren's heart disease? But he quickly rejected the idea. The medium-grade superpowered fruit contains too much energy. With Luceren's frail physique, she definitely couldn't withstand it. Don't make things worse and lose such a perfect 9.5-point girl for nothing. Time quickly came to noon. Lin Lang and his two companions were having dinner. Lin Lang said to Ning Xuanyu, I'm going to the rooftop to trade supplies with them in a bit. You'll come with me. Ning Xuanyu nodded. Okay, she just finished eating the physical enhancement fruit, so her combat power should have increased again. She can't wait to go to an open space to show off her skills. Lin Lang secretly activated the combat power display function. Ning Xuanyu. Combat strength, D++. Superpowers, spiritual combat, level 3. Inspiration, level 1. My spiritual combat abilities have indeed been upgraded. Its combat strength has also changed from D+ to D++. She only ate one, and she experienced such a significant improvement. Once she eats all 299 mid-grade super powerful fruits in her space, won't she be able to take off on the spot? That's impossible. As you progress through the game, leveling up your superpowers will definitely become increasingly difficult. For example, Lin Lang once ate 400 mid-grade elemental fruits in one go. However, the corresponding spirit wood ability has only reached level 3. Lin Lang then glanced at Gu Fei. Gu Fei. Combat strength, E-. Superpowers, inspiration, level 1, with spirit, level 1. Nothing has changed. Lin Lang took out a mid-grade elemental fruit from his spatial storage and handed it to Gu Fei, saying, Have one more, and then you can digest it properly at home. Gu Fei nodded. Yes, I will definitely work hard and won't hold you and Xuanyu back. Actually, deep down, she also hoped that Lin Lang would take her to this trade fair. But she also knew why Lin Lang had chosen to take Ning Xuanyu out this time, instead of herself. Her skills are really too poor. If they encounter danger outside, Ning Xuanyu can help Lin Lang, while she herself will probably only cause him trouble. Noon. Lin Lang took Ning Xuanyu out. They lived on the 22nd floor, while the top floor was the 33rd floor, and they still needed to climb 11 floors higher. For superpowered individuals whose physical bodies have both been enhanced, this distance is nothing to mention. They quickly reached the 33rd floor. We walked up a short flight of stairs. We went up to the rooftop. At this time, there were already about a dozen people on the rooftop. Most of them were boys, with only a few girls. Without exception, they all looked haggard and listless. It's clear that this period has not been good. But without prior arrangement, they all guarded the things in their arms and bags with great vigilance, like mother hens protecting their chicks. In the apocalypse, no one can be sure whether the people around them are human or demons, because the difference between a human and a demon is merely a matter of a single thought. Excuse me, who is Lin Bulang? Has the big boss Bulang arrived yet? Is Lin Bulang here? Hasn't he arrived yet? Damn, could we have been tricked? People are searching for Lin Bulang. When Lin Lang brought Ning Xuanyu out, the people on the rooftop fell silent instantly, all turning their gazes toward them. No need to ask. The big boss Bulang is here. How can you be so sure? Holy crap, the answer was so obvious. Who is Lin Bulang? He's the person in this neighborhood who has the least shortage of supplies. What kind of people in a community are least likely to lack supplies? That's him. Clean and appropriate clothing. Skin with a fair complexion and rosy glow. A confident and energetic mental state. And that calm and composed demeanor, devoid of any anxiety. Especially, there was another woman with him. A beautiful woman. Exquisite and flawless facial features. And an incredibly enviable figure. He was just wearing a men's suit that didn't fit him very well. This must be Lin Bulang. The woman next to her is definitely being kept by him. People don't speak. But in my heart I was sighing. Damn, I thought this kid was just a clown when he posted those all-inclusive ads in the group. I never expected he'd actually snag such a gem. So, I was the clown all along. And in the crowd, there was one person who was extremely envious. It was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Wang Liandao was so angry he was practically grinding his teeth, his nails digging into his palms. He was even roaring in his heart. Yeah. Lin Bulang, you deserve to die. Why? Why did such a beautiful woman fall into your hands? I refuse to accept this. His expression at that moment was like that of an enraged male dog. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and tear Lin Bulang to shreds, then snatch Ning Xuanyu away. In his entire life, he had never resented anyone like this before. How did Lin Bueling manage to get such a stunning woman? Isn't it just because he has some cheap supplies? But now, Wang Liandao also had no shortage of supplies. They've been robbing like crazy for the past 2 days. We've already collected quite a bit of supplies. Putting everything else aside, supporting such a young woman is definitely not a problem. He hated it. So close. If I had started grabbing things earlier. So now, isn't that beautiful little girl in Lin Buelang's arms, who makes people drool, his own? How could I possibly get involved with someone like Ma Yinjiao? There's a saying, I could have endured the darkness, but you showed me the light. Wang Liandao was struck by Ning Xuangyu's breathtaking beauty. Now look at Ma Yinjiao. Oh my god, this is hardly a woman. It's clearly a black, fat sow that has become a spirit. I'm going to kill him today, and I'll take that little wench for myself. Then kill this fat pig. Tear him to pieces. He roared inwardly. Chapter 21: The Path to Death. At this moment, a drop of liquid landed on the back of Wang Liandao's hand. He turned his head in surprise. Ma Yinjiao was staring intently at Lin Lang in the distance, her mouth agape in fascination, drool dripping onto the ground. So that little thing Lin Buelang is so good-looking. I'm going to torture him to death in a bit. Upon hearing this, Wang Liandao smiled dismissively. Look at you, you fat pig. Do you think anyone would want you? But an idea gradually formed in his mind. So he said to Ma Yinjiao, how about this? We'll subdue that Lin Buelang in a bit. He's yours, and the girl is mine. From now on, we'll keep to ourselves, okay? Ma Yinjiao glanced at Wang Liandao. TCH, you're still eyeing that young girl? Look at your age. You're old enough to be someone's father. Wang Liandao was immediately enraged. You're old enough to be a mother. Just as these two rivals were bickering, Lin Lang also spoke up arrogantly. Hey, whose WeChat nickname is Boiling Sheep? You're not allowed to look. It's the person who claimed to have medication for heart disease in the WeChat group. A man hurriedly came out with his hands raised. Me. I brought the medicine. He took a medicine bottle out of his pocket and waved it in front of Lin Lang's eyes. At this moment, another person squeezed out. Boss, I also have heart medication here. It's imported, the kind my mom used to take. She passed away a few days ago, and there's still quite a bit left. Then it was another person. Me too. I have one too. After that, things spiraled out of control. Several people crowded in front of Lin Lang, each trying their best to show off their medicine. They were afraid of missing this opportunity to exchange for supplies. Okay, Lin Lang nodded calmly. I'll take as many as you have. Those people were overjoyed. Seeing this, the others also became restless and prepared to walk towards Lin Lang. If Lin Lang has limited supplies, then it's definitely better to change them as soon as possible. Seeing their actions, Lin Lang quickly called for them to stop. Don't all come at me at once. With all this noise, who am I supposed to listen to? Do it one at a time. Upon hearing this, those people exchanged glances. Only then did they calm down. Lin Lang first waved to Boiling Sheep. You're not allowed to look. Let's trade first. What supplies do you want in exchange? The man was overjoyed, but then hesitated for a long time before finally saying, could you please get some food and water instead? Lin Lang calmly said, 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water. Holy crap. It was the people around who exclaimed in surprise. 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water are enough to keep a person going for another 10 days. They hadn't expected Lin Lang to be so generous. The supplies arrived in a single shipment, enough for 10 days. As expected of Lin Buelang, his move is truly astonishing. Others think it's too much. However, the man involved still hesitated. This price? In fact, it hasn't reached his expectations yet. He knew that the medication for treating heart disease, though he himself couldn't use it, could save his life. Either Lin Buelang himself needs it, or perhaps it's the woman beside Lin Buelang who needs it. But it doesn't matter which one of them. A life shouldn't be worth only 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 bottles of water, right? It would be a loss to agree to that right away. He wanted to raise the price a little more. But he was also afraid that if the price he quoted angered Lin Buelang, he would simply refuse to exchange it, and then he would be completely ruined. Lin Lang looked at him calmly, without urging him. They're definitely more anxious than I am. Anyway, really, the man finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, Brother Buelang, could you add a little more? Just a tiny bit. Lin Lang said, okay, I'll give you 10 more eggs. Holy crap. The onlookers gasped in surprise once again. Wow, are you not quite clear about the concept of a little bit? That's 10 eggs. Eggs are rich in protein. and their value in a post-apocalyptic environment goes without saying. The nutrition from one egg is equivalent to that of 10 packs of instant noodles. Seeing this, those people began to renegotiate their ideal prices. Seeing how readily Lin Lang agreed, the man's eyes lit up. "Big brother, do you have any meat? Could you add a little more meat?" Lin Lang frowned slightly. "That's a bit much, isn't it?" The man shuddered in fright and hurriedly stuffed the medicine into Lin Bulang's arms. "No need for more meat. That's enough. That's enough." His ultimate goal was to switch the medicine out. After all, he doesn't have heart disease, so this medicine is useless to him. But at this moment, a voice outside the crowd sneered. "A bunch of idiots. You actually believe this, Lin Bulang? Please open your eyes and take a look. Did Lin Bulang bring any supplies?" These words were spoken. People's expressions changed immediately. They all looked behind Lin Lang. Sure enough, both of them came empty-handed. They hadn't brought any supplies at all. They're only noticing this problem now. The man who had just handed the medicine to Lin Lang was also startled when he heard this. He quickly snatched the medicine back and held it in his arms. She looked at Lin Lang with a terrified expression. People were saying, wasn't he talking about a trade fair? Why didn't he bring any supplies? Could it be a lie? What is he trying to do? Get something for nothing? Lin Lang narrowed his eyes. Turn your attention to the source of the sound. Wang Liandao emerged from behind the crowd, accompanied by Ma Yingjiao. Wang Liandao wore a cold smile, but his eyes burned with rage. "So you're Lin Bulang. I'm Wang Liandao, the property manager of this community. Did you get my permission to steal their supplies?" He then turned to the others and said, "Everyone, I am the property manager of this community, and I will be responsible for your survival. I have reminded everyone in the group more than once not to trust this Lin Bulang. He's a fraud. Why did he agree to your conditions so quickly, adding eggs and meat as soon as he said he would? It's because it was all just empty talk. He had no intention of fulfilling his promises." These words immediately caused a stir among the crowd, because people think what he said makes sense. In addition, his title of community property manager did indeed add a halo to him, making him more trusted. But then someone muttered, "That's not right. Judging from Lin Bulang's appearance, he really doesn't lack supplies. This is something that cannot be faked. Look at Lin Bulang's condition. He's so different from those of us struggling to survive. How do I install this?" Wang Lianda sneered. "He might indeed have some supplies, but he has no intention of giving them to you. I'm different. I brought real supplies." After saying that, he waved his hand, and several security guards brought over a large backpack. I opened it and took a look. It was full of sausages, instant noodles, braised eggs. Everyone went wild. They had been starving for many days, and when they saw so much food, they couldn't wait to pounce on it and eat their fill. "Can." Ma Yingjiao took a step forward, standing like a city wall in front of the backpack. She weighs several hundred pounds. It instantly snaps people out of their frenzy. Wang Lianda sneered. "I can exchange supplies too." The crowd erupted in cheers. Compared to Lin Bulang's empty promises, the tangible supplies right in front of us are much more impactful. Lin Lang, however, had been silently watching from the sidelines the entire time. "This Wang Liandao seems to be very hostile towards me. And then there's that disgusting Ma Yingjiao, whose little eyes are always darting around on me." Lin Lang truly felt physically uncomfortable. Ning Xuanyu seemed a little nervous and said, "Lin Lang, you said you came to exchange supplies, but you didn't even bring any. How do you explain this now?" Lin Lang shrugged. "Why should I explain? Since they don't want to change, then we won't change. Only, that guy named Wang Lianda, I think he's already courting death." He looked into Wang Liandao's eyes and saw deep hatred in them. He had a premonition. This Wang Liandao is going to do something big today, just as expected. The words had barely left his mouth. Wang Liandao suddenly pointed at Lin Lang and shouted, "Dear homeowners, I have a proposal to make. This Lin Bulang has been hoarding supplies, abducting young girls, and even attempting to swindle you out of your survival resources. He is utterly heinous. Why don't we take advantage of our numbers and capture him now? Make him hand over all his supplies and distribute them fairly to everyone. What do you guys say?" Instantly, everyone on the rooftop was looking at Lin Lang. Everything has changed. Chapter 22, Overwhelming Domination. Several security guards had already reached the exit of the rooftop and blocked it off completely. They were afraid that Lin Lang and Ning Xuanyu would escape. Ning Xuanyu noticed the gunpowder smell in the air and couldn't help but frown slightly. It's not because of fear, of course. She was an outstanding agent with exceptional skills. Moreover, he ate the superpower fruit and awaken the superpower of spiritual battle. On the rooftop at that moment, there were about 15 people, none of whom were superhumans. In fact, the vast majority of them were semi-disabled people who had been starving for several days. If they really take action, she can bring them all down in 10 minutes. Only, as a special agent, she would naturally be unwilling to take action against these ordinary people unless absolutely necessary. So he couldn't help but look at Lin Lang and ask for his opinion. But Lin Lang kept his hands in his pockets, looking completely nonchalant. He remained so calm. This only made those who were already hesitant even more hesitant. Seeing this, Wang Liandao once again urged, "Everyone hurry up and get him. If you can take him down, all his supplies are yours." But everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Still, no one dared to take the lead in the charge. The main reason is that Lin Buelang has unknowingly created the image of a mysterious big shot in their minds. None of the homeowners have ever seen his face, but the impression he left was that he was mysterious, wealthy, powerful, and lecherous. Now, he appeared, and the demeanor he exuded matched their expectations. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and respect for Lin Lang from the bottom of their hearts. Who knows what cards he might have up his sleeve? Who would dare to make a move rashly? At this moment, Lin Lang turned his gaze to Boiling Sheep, "You're not allowed to look," and said, 10 packs of instant noodles, 10 bottles of water, 10 eggs, plus a chicken leg. Do you want to trade? You only have one chance." The person was very conflicted. At this moment, Wang Lianda called out, "You don't need to be controlled by him. It's just supplies, I'll trade with you. That's all." He took out 3 bottles of water, 3 loaves of bread, and a vacuum-packed chicken leg from his backpack. "I'll trade with you." Seeing this, the man hesitated even more. "That big shot," Buelang, asked for 10 bottles of water. Wang Lianda scoffed. "Even if he asks for 100 bottles of water, what's the point if he doesn't deliver? What I'm giving you is something you can take right away." After hearing what Wang Lianda said, the man thought it made sense, so he handed the heart medication to Wang Lianda without any further hesitation. Then, without waiting, he stuffed the supplies into his bag. His deal is complete, and in theory he should be able to leave now. But he didn't leave. He was waiting to see if everyone would really make a move against Lin Buelang. If everyone really attacks Lin Buelang and takes his supplies, can't we get a share of the spoils too? Wang Liandao held the medicine in his hand and sneered. "Lin Buelang, the medicine you want is in my hands now. Hand over your supplies, and I can give you the medicine." Everyone's eyes turned fervent. Another humane approach. "I'll trade you my nitroglycerin pills too," Wang Lianda calmly said. "Can." After saying that, he took out supplies from his backpack and exchanged them for the heart medicine. The same thing happened to the next few people. Wang Lianda grabbed all the heart medications in one go. He proudly showed off to Lin Lang. "Lin Buelang, now if you want your heart medication, you'll have to kneel down and beg me." Lin Lang smiled slightly. His original plan for today was simply to grab some supplies and exchange them for the medicine. But unexpectedly, Wang Lianda, such a kind-hearted person, actually insisted on saving him this little bit. Lin Lang will not target these homeowners, because they had no grudge against each other. He didn't want to deliberately provoke hatred. But Wang Lianda is different. The moment we met today, this guy kept causing trouble for Lin Lang. Moreover, judging from his words, he also seemed to intend to kill Lin Lang. Lin Lang. In this way, Lin Lang, on the other hand, had no psychological burden. So he said to Ning Xuanyu, "Go to Wang Lianda and bring those medicines back." Ning Xuanyu frowned. "Are you asking me to rob it?" As a secret agent, her professional ethics wouldn't allow her to do such a thing. Lin Lang said, "You heard it too. They wanted to steal our supplies and kill us. Besides, I need this medicine to save lives. If they steal it, that would be harming people. Go ahead. When you get back, I'll give you another mid-grade superpower fruit, one for physical strength." Listening to Lin Lang's explanation, Ning Xuanyu's gaze gradually wavered, until I heard Lin Lang's last words. Her eyes hardened instantly. She flashed by. Almost instantly, he traversed several meters and arrived in front of Wang Lianda. Holy crap! The sudden appearance of a figure in front of him startled Wang Lianda. Without saying a word, Ning Xuanyu kicked Wang Lianda in the stomach. Wow! Wang Lianda was sent flying, his back slamming into the rooftop wall. He looked pained and tried to get up several times, but failed each time. Holy crap! That kick! The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. So the real expert was here. At first, they thought that this seemingly harmless little girl was Lin Lang's kept pet. The result was unexpected. Lin Lang is the one who's being kept. No wonder he's so fearless. With such a capable bodyguard by your side, it's impossible to keep a low profile. Ma Yinjiao and the others were even more dumbfounded. Who would have thought that such a petite girl could kick Wang Lianda, a man weighing over 100 pounds, several meters away? Finally, someone exclaimed in surprise. A superhuman. She's a superhuman. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. That's right. What normal woman can kick someone that far? They must be someone who has awakened superpowers. They suddenly remembered that Lin Buelang was buying super fruits in the group yesterday. Combining these pieces of information, they became even more convinced. Therefore, they looked at Ning Xuanyu with great awe. Ning Xuanyu remained calm as she bent down and picked up the scattered medicine bottles from the ground. Then, with a cold snort, he walked to Lin Lang's side. All done. Lin Lang smiled slightly. Tell Ning Xuanyu to put the medicine away safely. Then he looked at Ma Yinjiao and the others and asked, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Ma Yinjiao's plump body trembled slightly, but she secretly gave the 3 security guards a look. The 3 of them blocked the doorway, right behind Lin Buelang, making it a very good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As long as they capture Lin Buelang, all those supplies will be theirs. So they gritted their teeth, raised their stun guns, and charged toward Lin Lang. Lin Buelang remained motionless. Before they could get close, a figure flashed by. Ning Xuanyu came in front of them, kicked the stun guns out of their hands, followed by a punch, an elbow strike, and a spinning kick. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 security guards lay on the ground groaning in pain. That's it. People finally understood the gap between them and Ning Xuanyu. Now all alone, Ma Yinjiao trembled like a leaf. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Lin Buelang. You hit them, so you can't hit me anymore. I'm a girl. At this point, she noticed a change in Lin Lang's expression and assumed that he was somewhat tempted. Then she changed to a pitiful expression and said, Brother Buelang, actually I was forced into this by Wang Lianda. Please spare me. I'll do anything you want, as long as you spare me. As he spoke, she swayed her body a few times in a coquettish manner. She deliberately squeezed her chest. Lin Lang's expression changed drastically. Holy crap! The people around gasped in surprise and quickly moved several meters away in fright. Chapter 23, A Thrilling Deal. That day, Lin Lang was reminded of the fear he had felt when he was dominated by Ma Yinjiao's photos. He closed his eyes. You guys, squat down in the corner, I'll talk to you later. Ning Xuanyu waved her fist to the side. Hurry up and go. Upon hearing this, Wang Lianda, Ma Yinjiao, and the others dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly ran to a corner of the rooftop and squatted down with his head in his hands. The 3 security guards helped each other to the corner. Then, Lin Lang then turned his gaze to the remaining dozen or so homeowners. The homeowners all swallowed hard. Lin Buelang and his companion are too ruthless. They actually beat Wang Lianda and his group to this state. What'll he do next? They're stealing our supplies? Then they'll kill us to silence us? That little girl is a superpowered person. Killing a few ordinary people like her would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables for her. Finally, someone burst into tears. Boss, I only brought a bottle of mitai. Take it. Please spare my life. Then things spiraled out of control. Everyone cried out and begged for mercy. Mercy, boss. Lin Lang was speechless. Did I look like an unreasonable person? Everyone wept bitterly. Ning Xuanyu felt the same way and couldn't help but rub her eyes. She said to Lin Lang, they are all so pitiful, please don't kill them. Lin Lang, please. I didn't even lift a finger. You were the one who hit people the most just now. Now they're making it seem like I'm the murderer. Lin Lang felt a headache coming on and could only rub his forehead and say, All right, what are you crying for? What would I do with your lives? I'm here to exchange supplies. The crowd then gradually stopped crying. Lin Lang pointed to the man who had just exchanged the mitai and said, What are you planning to exchange your mitai for? The man sniffled, but still spoke with a sob in his voice. Whatever the big boss says goes. Lin Lang was somewhat amused and exasperated, but still said, 10 bottles of purified water, plus 10 packs of instant noodles. Holy crap, the man instinctively called out. Then his face lit up with surprise. Really? Is that okay, boss? Lin Lang said to Ning Xuanyu. Give him 10 bottles of water. Ning Xuanyu was stunned when she heard this. What? Me? Lin Lang frowned. Didn't I tell you to put it in your shirt pocket? Oh. Ning Xuanyu clearly remembered that Lin Lang did not allow her to take anything with her when he went out. But Lin Lang's face was resolute. She wondered if she had remembered it wrong. So she subconsciously reached into her pocket and felt around. And then I touched it. Her expression changed instantly. Because there really was a bottle of purified water in her shirt pocket. It's a ghost. When was it installed? How could I not feel the weight of this bottle of water in my pocket at all? She took it out, looking completely bewildered, and said, "That's strange. When was it put in here? But there's only one bottle." Lin Lang calmly said, "Also, keep looking." Really not. Ning Xuanyu was certain that she had only touched one bottle. But when she reached inside, she found there really was another bottle inside. She was stunned. He took out another bottle. Then came the third bottle, the fourth bottle. In one breath, she pulled out 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 packets of instant noodles from her palm-sized shirt pocket. Everyone watched this unbelievable scene unfold before their eyes. Ning Xuanyu took one thing out of her pocket each time. They gasped in shock, until my stomach couldn't take any more. Superpowers. This is what a superpowered person is like. They can actually pull out countless supplies from their pockets anytime, anywhere. What a tremendous power this is. They're practically gods. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Thankfully, they hadn't listened to Wang Lianda's instigation. The big shot who doesn't flaunt his wealth not only brought supplies, and it's full of sincerity. Seeing this, Wang Lianda and the others could only squat there and question their existence. "Boss, actually, I have more than just mitai at home. I also have all kinds of red wine. If it's convenient, could you wait a moment, and I'll go get it right away?" The man who exchanged the mitai said excitedly. Lin Lang frowned. "Maybe next time. I'm quite busy here." The man's gaze held a hint of disappointment. But when they heard there would be a next time, they nodded repeatedly. Next time I'll bring all the most expensive wine from my house." Lin Lang remained non-committal and asked the next person, "What are you changing to?" The man exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, I want to change my watch. A Patek Philippe. I'll just trade it for 100 bottles of purified water." A bottle of mitai liquor worth several thousand yuan can be exchanged for 10 bottles of purified water. My own bottle of Baida Fei, worth hundreds of thousands, would have to be exchanged for hundreds of bottles. Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in uproar. "Please, what time is it now? This is the end of the world. Why would that big shot need your watch? That's definitely not going to work." But Lin Lang said, "Can." Everyone gasped. "What? They really changed it?" The man's eyes gleamed, and he was about to cheer. But then Lin Lang said, "However, 100 bottles are impossible, so I'll give you 10 instead." It's impossible not to be disappointed when the price is reduced from 100 to 10. But that person didn't dare to say anything more. After all, it was still the domain of the big boss, Bu Lang. Besides, he himself knew it. Now is a time of scarcity, and food and water are the most precious resources. Even the most valuable watch is worthless at this moment. So he gritted his teeth. "Sure. Thank you so much." Lin Lang then looked at Ning Xuanyu. "Ning Xuanyu. No. Do you mean I have some in my pocket?" But as soon as she reached in, "Yes, there really is." He then took out 10 more bottles of purified water. Ning Xuanyu's gaze towards Lin Lang gradually changed. What exactly happened? Could it be that he possesses magic? Lin Lang shouted again. "Next. You're next." "Boss." The person who was pointed at rushed over. "I have a bag of coffee powder, milk tea packets, and all sorts of fruit juice syrups. You can have it all, but I want water. And some food." Lin Lang nodded. "Okay, 10 bottles of water. Next. Hey boss, I have a box of condoms here. This one can only hold 1 bottle of water at most. Next one. Boss, I have some potent drugs that men absolutely need. TCH. Who do you think you are? There's absolutely no need for that. No exchange. Not even a bottle of water. Boss, I have a set of DVDs that I've treasured for years. They're all classics. Everyone who's seen them raves about them. Someone offered me 10,000 yuan for them, but I didn't sell them. Well, whether it's a classic or not, the main thing is that we should all support art. 30 bottles of water. Holy crap, what a satisfying deal. Aside from a small amount of supplies that Lin Lang really didn't need at all, especially that potent medicine. Lin Lang traded the rest at reasonable prices, more or less. They took out about 100 bottles of water, more than 50 packs of instant noodles, and a few dozen small snacks. I received items including mutai liquor, valuable watches, and coffee powder. These are not necessities, but they can greatly improve one's quality of life. Everyone was satisfied, apart from those people who couldn't wait to trade heart medication with Wang Lianda just now. Wang Lianda offered them very low prices. It's less than half of what Lin Lang gave. They all looked ashen-faced, standing there hesitant to speak. Finally, it was that same person, "You're not allowed to watch, boiling sheep," who stepped forward, their smile more like a grimace. "Boss Bulang, we were just fooled by that Wang Lianda. We are still willing to cooperate with you. Look, now that you have the medicine, can we make another deal at the same price as before?" Chapter 24. You can go down first. Seeing someone taking the lead, the other few people also shamelessly came over and pleaded. "Yeah, boss. We've all been fooled by Wang Lianda. We are all willing to do business with you." Lin Bulang hadn't spoken yet. Ning Xuanyu looked at their ugly faces and first snorted coldly. What a fickle person. Those people were a little embarrassed, but they were very resentful. Actually, everyone was hesitating just now. It's not just them. They were just unlucky enough to run into the line of fire. Who would have thought? Lin Lang dismissed it lightly. Sure. Upon hearing this, the group was overjoyed and bowed deeply. "Thank you, boss," Lin Lang replied. "Okay, what do you want to exchange? Take out the supplies." Those people were immediately stunned. "Boiling sheep, you're not allowed to look?" asked first. "Boss, we've given you our medicine." "Is that so?" Lin Lang looked puzzled. Seeing that Lin Lang seemed to be looking for medicine, the dazed Ning Xuanyu took out the medicine herself. "Here," Lin Lang replied. "I got these medicines from Wang Lianda. I'm asking, what about yours?" Those people immediately became anxious. "This is what we traded with Wang Lianda." Lin Lang shrugged. "Since you've already swapped it with Wang Lianda, the medicine is naturally no longer yours. So why are you coming to me?" Their faces immediately turned ashen, both logically and emotionally. They didn't try to find another excuse to bother Lin Lang. "But we missed out on so many supplies." They were never willing to accept it. But just as they were about to speak, Lin Lang's face turned cold. "All right, that concludes today's trade fair. I'll announce the next event time in the group chat. Now, you can all leave." "Thank you, boss." "Thank you so much, boss." "Goodbye, boss." "Boss, next time I'll definitely bring more useful supplies." People gradually left the rooftop. The space, which was originally quite crowded, suddenly became spacious. "Well, now that the trade fair is over, we'll be off," Wang Liandao said with a wry smile, and then slowly began to move towards the exit, etc., etc. Lin Lang, however, fixed his gaze on them. Wang Liandao immediately looked miserable. Big brother. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Actually, I did this for the good of the homeowners. It's because I have too much of a sense of responsibility and want more people to survive, which is why I keep asking you to donate supplies. But now I understand. How much supplies you have is your own business. You have no obligation to donate them to us. We shouldn't try to morally blackmail you." Lin Lang couldn't help but want to laugh after hearing his confession. "So you understand all these principles." Wang Lianda had a bitter face. "I know I was wrong. I will never do it again from now on." Lin Lang sneered. "You don't know you're wrong. You're just scared." Wang Lianda detected a cruelty and resolve in his tone. His eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, you can't kill us. Murder is a crime. Spare my life. From now on, I'll be your dog." Lin Lang scoffed. "What use is a dog like you?" Ning Xuanyu gave Lin Lang a strange look, her expression becoming somewhat tense. "Lin Lang, you're not really going to kill them, are you?" Lin Lang calmly looked at Ning Xuanyu. "What do you think?" Wang Liandao felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to his head. He was so frightened that he felt weak all over. Ma Yinjiao quickly forced a smile and said, "Brother Bulang, please let me go first. I'm so scared." Lin Lang looked at her coldly. "If you dare to talk to me like that again, I guarantee you'll be the first one of them to die." Ma Yinjiao was startled upon hearing this. He quickly shut his mouth. I dared not make a sound. Then it was the 3 security guards turned to beg for mercy. But Lin Lang gave him a single look. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. What kind of look was that? Anger, disdain, indifference. It was as if their lives and deaths were in his hands. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting increasingly awkward, Ning Xuanyu said to Lin Lang, "Lin Lang, we can't kill them. Although they are hateful, their crimes don't warrant death." Wang Lianda hurriedly said, "Yes, she's right. We don't deserve to die." Upon hearing this, Lin Lang smiled. But the murderous intent in his smile was even stronger. The crime doesn't warrant death? So, that old man in room 102 deserved to die? Upon hearing this, Wang Lianda and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lin Lang calmly said, "And that old lady in number 103. The young couple in room 201. That little girl in 303. Lin Lang said each room number. Their faces darkened a bit. the more fear is in their eyes. No, that's no longer fear. It was not just terrifying, it was utterly horrifying. How did he know? He actually knew about every single person they killed. That's impossible, unless he installed surveillance cameras on every floor. But how is that possible? If your crimes don't warrant death, then do they deserve to die? Lin Lang scrutinized them with his gaze. Wang Liandao's throat moved, but he only felt hoarse and couldn't say a word. Seeing their behavior, Ning Xuanyu became even more confused. What do you mean? What happened to the room number you just read out? Lin Lang said. Where do you think they got these supplies from? Ning Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. After a moment, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. You mean, they killed and looted these supplies? Lin Lang remained silent. Ma Yinjiao suddenly screamed. It has nothing to do with me. It was Wang Lianda who organized it. He's the captain of this debt collection team. I was coerced by him. The 3 security guards also shouted. It was all orchestrated by Wang Lianda. We were all coerced by him. The despair on Wang Lianda's face gradually turned into determination, because he knew that no matter how Lin Buelang found out about these things, he would never let him go. He then gave a cold laugh. Lin Buelang, our supplies were obtained through murder and robbery. That's true. But what about your supplies? Are your supplies really clean? I don't believe it. Lin Lang remained calm. At least it's cleaner than yours. That was the reward for my hard work. Wang Liandao added. Do you think you're some kind of saint? Standing here, representing justice to judge us. Huh. This is the apocalypse. No one is alive anymore. Only animals survive. We are all animals. We shouldn't be bound by morality. Lin Lang interrupted him. I have never said I am a good person. I will not judge you. Whether you kill people or rob supplies, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't interfere. But you just happened to provoke me today. He smiled. Ma Yinjiao shouted loudly. No, it has nothing to do with me. I was coerced. The 3 security guards also shouted. We were all coerced. Wang Lianda cursed. You bunch of ingrates. When it came to killing, the 3 of you were the most ruthless. When it comes to eating, you fat pig eats the most. Now you're all being coerced, trying to pin the blame on me. Dream on. We'll die together. At this moment, Lin Lang said to Ning Xuanyu. You can go down now. Ning Xuanyu frowned. I'll leave? What about them? Lin Lang's tone suddenly hardened. I'll handle everything. You can go now. Chapter 25. I went downstairs, neither taking the elevator nor the stairs. Hearing Lin Buelang tell Ning Xuanyu to leave first, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in the hearts of the group who had been in despair. Why are they in such a sorry state right now? It's all because of Ning Xuanyu. Because she has superpowers. Because she possesses formidable fighting power. And now, Lin Lang actually wants her to leave? If she really leaves, how can Lin Lang keep things in order all by himself? He really thinks we're afraid of him. Ning Xuanyu had also thought of this, and said somewhat anxiously, but can you handle these people? Lin Lang only said, don't worry. Seeing Lin Lang's resolute attitude, Ning Xuanyu was worried, but she had no choice but to walk down the rooftop, looking back every few steps. Then, only Lin Lang, Wang Lianda, and their group remained on the rooftop. Wang Lianda and the others gradually stopped crying and shouting. They squatted there quietly, waiting for Ning Xuanyu to walk a little further away. Lin Lang said, is there anything else you'd like to say? The group exchanged glances. Then Wang Liandao was the first to stand up. Ma Yinjiao followed closely behind with 3 security guards. Say what? Wang Liandao's gaze was unfriendly. Lin Lang remained calm, seemingly completely unaware that the situation on the field had already reversed. Say your last words. Huh? Wang Liandao laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. Lin Buelang, I'm really curious. Why are you so bold? Do you think we're really afraid of you? At this moment, 3 security guards had already surrounded Lin Lang. The enemy is few, but we are many. Unbelievable. What was originally a certain death situation was miraculously turned around by Lin Lang. Looking at Lin Lang's handsome face, Ma Yinjiao couldn't help but lick her lips. Brother Buelang, I'll take good care of you in a little while. But before he could finish speaking, Ma Yinjiao only saw a black shadow flash past her eyes. Almost simultaneously, her field of vision suddenly rose higher. The surrounding scenery was rushing forward at high speed. The figures of Wang Lianda, Lin Buelang, and others were all shrinking. At this moment, a sharp pain in my abdomen gradually penetrated the fat and traveled deep into my body. Ah! She let out a terrible scream. All I could feel was my body plummeting downwards. The buildings are getting taller. Sudden. Everything in her field of vision was replaced by red mist. Ah, I told you not to talk to me like that. Lin Lang suppressed his nausea and straightened his collar. I witnessed Lin Lang kick Ma Yinjiao, who weighed over 400 pounds, 10 meters away, and she fell off the building. The smiles on Wang Lianda and the others' faces froze. One kick. A fat man weighing over 300 pounds. He kicked him 10 meters away. Is this guy even human? Isn't this even scarier than that superpowered woman? Thump. In an instant, Wang Lianda completely lost the desire to resist. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to her knees, covering her face and weeping. Wah! I don't want to die. Seeing that something was wrong, the three security guards exchanged glances and, surprisingly in perfect unison, ran towards the exit. But it only took the blink of an eye. Lin Lang had already appeared at the exit. Holy crap! So fast. Is it a cheat code? But they knew that since they were going to die anyway, they might as well fight. But, against enemies like them, Lin Lang didn't even bother to glance at it. The three security guards rushed over, brandishing stun batons. Lin Lang neither dodged nor flinched, but caught it and pulled it forward. The security guard was also swayed and rushed towards Lin Lang. Lin Lang delivers another punch. The blow crushed the security guard, causing his chest to cave in and blood to spurt from his mouth. Its body rolled on the ground a few times like a rag doll, and then it fell silent. Lin Lang kicked him. Another security guard screamed and flew high down the stairs. It drew an elegant arc in the air. The last person, holding the stun gun, he trembled all over, and the muscles in his face were twitching. How do we fight this? Damn it, can anyone tell me? How should we play this? Lin Lang slowly approached him. He roared and finally charged forward, but Lin Lang kicked out. Boom. His body smashed through the concrete wall. Bricks and debris fell down with them. Lin Lang looked at Wang Lianda, who was at the very end. Wang Lianda sat there blankly, with a pool of foul-smelling, unidentified liquid beneath him. Superpowers, Lin Lang approached. I kicked him in the face. Wow. Wang Lianda spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few teeth. His body flew like a cannonball toward the exterior wall of the building opposite. Splat. It was like a rotten watermelon smashed on the wall. Lin Lang put his hands back in his pockets. Head towards the exit of the rooftop. He passed by the body of the security guard he had punched to death. A brief pause. So he was kicked down as well. Harmful. It's just a matter of convenience. Lin Lang calmly walked downstairs. But then he saw Ning Xuanyu at the corner. Ning Xuanyu stared at him with a serious expression. What about them? They've gone downstairs. Lin Lang answered calmly. Ning Xuanyu frowned. I've been here the whole time, and I haven't seen them come down. Oh, Lin Lang paused. They didn't take the stairs or the elevator. Ning Xuanyu. Lin Lang said, all right, let's go back. Gu Fei must be very bored at home alone. You mean, they jumped off the building? Yes. Why? Perhaps they felt they had done too many bad things and were ashamed to live on in this world. Don't even try. Ning Xuanyu put her hands on her hips. Did you throw them down there? But then she suddenly shook her head. No. I've already awakened my inspiration ability. You clearly don't have a superpower core. Lin Lang guessed. The super core that Ning Xuanyu mentioned should be the spot of light that he saw. Anyone who awakens superpowers will have this energy core. Ning Xuanyu couldn't see Lin Lang. It's simply because Lin Lang's psychic power is far superior to hers. It's like it has a super strong barrier built in. It is impossible for other people's mental power to penetrate it. Then you won't be able to see it anymore. Lin Lang smiled slightly, but offered no explanation. Ning Xuanyu suddenly remembered something and asked in a startled voice. By the way, what's up with this pocket on your shirt? How can you take supplies out of it? Lin Lang said, haven't you ever watched Doraemon? Ning Xuanyu. I knew perfectly well that this person was lying. But the problem is, I don't know how to expose him. So he pondered deeply the whole way. Lin Lang felt somewhat helpless. Only by comparing them can you realize how easy it is to get along with Gu Fei. They never question their own decisions. They never ask any questions. Isn't this better? Back home, Gu Fei came up to them and asked how things were going. Lin Lang laughed. I changed some interesting things. I'll take you guys with me next time, and if you find anything you like, you can change it too. Goods are now the currency. Lin Lang is practically the world's richest man. Things he once wanted but couldn't afford, he can now have people lining up to deliver to his door whenever he wants them. Except for women. Speaking of women, Lin Lang released his mental energy to observe the situation in room 602. Everything is as usual. Lu Saran was leaning on the windowsill, staring blankly at the red mist outside. Are you waiting for me? Lin Lang's heart stirred, and he said to the two women, "I'm going out for a bit." So he took his heart medication and went down to the 6th floor. He knocked on the door. Meals and accommodation included. Chapter 26. Lu Saran's battery is low. Lin Lang waited outside the door for a moment. There was no response from Lu Saran. The door opened directly. Lin Lang walked in naturally and smiled. "You forgot the code?" Lu Saran looked at him, but seemed a little sulky. "What kind of code is this? Free food and lodging, and you're including me. Are you trying to take advantage of me? So this girl is only just realizing it now? They're really incredibly dense." Lin Lang didn't admit it, but simply took out a few small bottles from his spatial storage and handed them to her. "Here's your medicine." As Lu Saran looked at the various small bottles, her eyes unconsciously reddened slightly. Then he lowered his head and whispered, "I saw you help me find medicine in the group. Thank you." Lin Lang laughed. "How do you plan to thank me?" Lu Saran raised her head, her face serious. "But I have nothing left." Lin Lang suddenly approached, put his arm around her slender waist, and looked down into her eyes. "Come to my place. All meals and lodging included. Are you interested?" Lu Saran struggled instinctively. Escape was unsuccessful. She looked up and met Lin Lang's eyes. Her face immediately turned red. Lin Lang could feel the heat emanating from her face. And her heartbeat. It's very fast. Just as Lu Saran's mind went blank, and she didn't know how to deal with it. Lin Lang released her and said, "Sorry, I forgot you can't handle stress. Take your medicine first." To lure someone in at the first sign of trouble, one must feign indifference. A good balance between tension and relaxation. That's the charm of a man. Kindness. Lu Saran did not expect that he would let her go so easily. He took the medicine in a daze, then suddenly snapped out of it. So he quickly turned around and ran away, like a little rabbit running for its life. She ran to the bedroom. She retrieved the bottled water Lin Lang had given her from under the bed, unscrewed it, and swallowed a pill. "Call." She was panting heavily. Recalling what just happened, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Their white, jade-like toes are so sharp they've practically carved a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor. That Lin Buelang actually behaved so rudely towards me. But I wasn't particularly averse to it. In fact, it felt pretty good. Oh my God. Could it be? Have I already fallen for him? Are you all right? At this moment, Lin Lang's voice came from outside the door. "Fine." Lu Saran quickly responded. She reached out the back of her hand to touch her cheek. It was still burning hot. How can she possibly go out and face people looking like this? So she had no choice but to say, I need to rest for a bit. Could you come another day?" As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately regretted it. The transaction was already completed. He gave her fruit, and she gave him supplies. Then why would he come back another day? Lin Lang smiled outside the door, but said, "No, you have to come out and see me off. It's a matter of courtesy." "What about manners? Is there anyone more rude than you in the world?" At this moment, Lu Saran's face was as red as a boiled crayfish. He absolutely refused to go out. Sudden, Lin Lang's voice outside the door turned serious. "Open the door, there are bugs coming in." Bugs got in. Upon hearing this, Lu Saran's heart skipped a beat, but almost simultaneously. She then remembered that Lin Lang had used the same trick to lure her into the house last time. Are they resorting to the same old tricks again? I won't fall for that this time. But the next second, the door opened anyway. She was still afraid. What if this time it's for real? If there really were insects, and he refused to let Lin Lang in, wouldn't that be murder? The door had just opened. Lin Lang slipped inside the door in a flash. Lu Saran was both curious and scared, and wanted to take the opportunity to peek outside. But Lin Lang slammed the door shut, not giving her a chance at all. So are there bugs outside or not? Lu Saran wasn't sure. But deep down, she hoped Lin Lang was lying to her. Otherwise, how should Lin Lang get back? It's really outside. Shoo. Lin Lang frowned and glanced around. Then I moved the bedside table to the doorway to block it. Lu Saran quickly covered her mouth. I immediately believed it to some extent. I didn't dare to breathe loudly at all. His face quickly turned deathly pale from its previous rosy hue. Her delicate body was trembling. Seeing this, Lin Lang reached out and pulled her into his arms, whispering in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Lu Saran instinctively gripped Lin Lang's arm tightly. I could feel his solid body. She was slightly relieved. The two of them kept staring at the door without blinking. Time passed by, second by second. There was no movement outside the door. Lu Saran felt her arms were a little numb and moved slightly in Lin Lang's arms. Lin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. They must have left. He released Lu Saran. Then make a gesture as if you're about to open the door and take a look. Don't, I said subconsciously. What if the bugs didn't leave? Upon hearing this, Lin Lang lowered his hand. Then what should we do? Lu Saran looked at him nervously. Lin Lang sighed. Just to be on the safe side, let's stay a little longer. The insects outside will probably leave once they can't find food. After saying that, he sat down on Lu Saran's bed. Then he looked around. The bedroom is very fresh and simple, with very basic decorations. Lu Saran said nervously. When will the insect leave? Lin Lang sighed. Then I don't know. Lu Saran pursed her lips tightly, unsure of what to say. Lin Lang patted the spot next to him. Don't just stand there. Come and sit down. Save your energy. Lu Saran hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. Lin Lang then said, your supplies are in this bedroom, right? They should be enough for the two of us for a few days. A few days? Lu Saran was dumbfounded. How could she possibly spend several days alone in a room with a strange man? During this period, what about eating and sleeping? What to do when you need to use the toilet? Do you mean you take care of everything in this bedroom? Lin Lang, however, didn't care at all, and simply leaned back and laid down on the bed. When you encounter difficulties, just sleep it off. Maybe you'll find a solution when you wake up. Lu Saran couldn't help but gently push him. You're not really going to stay here for a few days, are you? Lin Lang closed his eyes. Are you going to kick me out now? Lu Saran nudged him again. Are there really bugs outside? Lin Lang kept his eyes closed. Am I a liar? Time ticked by, and evening arrived. The sounds outside the door were barely audible. It might be an insect. It could also be from the wind. Lu Saran was unsure, and had no way of knowing for sure. She sat stiffly on the bed. Later, unable to bear it any longer, she lay down next to Lin Lang. He stared blankly at the ceiling. Until late at night. Lin Lang said that the light would attract insects, so he turned off the bedroom light, plunging the room into complete darkness. A deathly silence of darkness. Lu Saran was a little scared and couldn't help but lean closer to Lin Lang. Lin Lang held her in his arms, feeling her slightly trembling body gradually calm down and then become hot again. Lin Lang asked, are you afraid of dying? Lu Saran, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of pain and insects. Lin Lang asked again, if we are going to die here, what is your wish? Lu Saran remained silent for a long time. Because of my heart condition, I rarely go out and have never seen the outside world. What about you? If we were to die here, what would be your wish? Lin Lang said, I want you. A long, awkward silence. Lin Lang's hand, silently, slid up her waist. May I? Much later. Lin Lang heard it, and a soft hum of affirmation came from her throat. Here, have one of these. What's this? Chocolate. Let's replenish our strength first, so it will be easier for us to break through later. Chapter 27. Lin Bulang. Your woman is in my hands. The next morning, red mist filled the window, flowing slowly like liquid. Lin Lang looked at the sleeping girl beside him. Her fair and flawless skin appeared pinkish under the glow of the red mist. Lu Saran. Appearance, September 5th, 10. Charge, 1 time. Loyalty, 30%. Return rate, 800. 30 loyalty points. 800x return rate. They actually surpassed Gu Fei. Good boy. Lin Lang couldn't help but gently stroke her face. But she woke up. The moment I opened my eyes. Their eyes met. Lu Saran's big eyes were full of tears, but her voice was coquettish. Bad guy. Lin Lang said. This is bad. I still have even worse tricks up my sleeve. This was because Lu Saran had a heart condition. Lin Lang was already being quite restrained. Otherwise, even if she still had the strength to say a word, it would be considered Lin Lang's dereliction of duty. What should we do now? She stared at Lin Lang. The previous panic and helplessness were gone from her eyes. Instead, they remained calm. There was even a sense of schadenfreude, like, I'll just quietly watch your performance. After a night of review, she was almost certain, I've fallen for Lin Lang's trick again. What? A bug got in. It was clearly just an excuse he made up because he wanted to sleep with me. But she didn't blame him. Perhaps, as Lin Lang said yesterday, they are destined to die in this disaster. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. What are my last wishes before I die? Aside from seeing the outside world. But that wish is probably impossible now, because the outside world is shrouded in red fog. She had another wish. She hopes to meet a boy she likes and have a relationship. When she ran out of supplies, Lin Lang came to her door to deliver them. When she ran out of medicine, we would change her medication in the group chat and then deliver it to her. When faced with danger, he always shields himself in his arms immediately. even if the danger is fabricated by him. This is the kind of love she longs for. Find someone who is willing to sacrifice for you and who only has eyes for you. And now, she got what she wanted. Lu Saran got out of bed and took out new clothes from the closet to put on. Then, with great effort, he moved the bedside table that was blocking the door. He looked back at Lin Lang. Lin Lang sat on the bed, watching her the whole time. He shrugged. Lu Saran understood, so she pressed the doorknob and opened the door. Outside, everything is as usual. The doors and windows were all closed properly. Everything in the living room, the shoes by the door, the cushions on the sofa, the cups on the coffee table, showed no signs of having been moved. Lu Saran proudly nodded at Lin Lang. This indicates that she has exposed his plot. Lin Lang smiled. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, went outside, and pulled Lu Saran into his arms. Come to my place. Your place is too low up and completely shrouded in red mist. You can't see anything. Lu Saran said. The whole world is shrouded in red fog now, so it doesn't matter where you go, right? Lin Lang calmly replied. Whether this red mist dissipates or not, one day I will take you outside. His tone was nonchalant, but Lu Saran heard something called a vow in it, and it was very firm. Outside. Her eyes revealed longing. Where exactly is outside? Is it the residential area, Manhua City, or the other side of the ocean? No matter where you want to go, I will go with you. Lin Lang looked at her. She looked up at Lin Lang, feeling as if his gaze had melted into sugar water. Lin Lang smiled slightly. Meals and accommodation included? Count me in. They matched the slogan. The two looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, in the corner of the living room, a bright red centipede, more than a meter long, crawled out. Hiss! It let out a cry, and its dense, thin legs surged like waves as it crawled toward Lu Saran. But the next second, there was a loud crack. The balcony glass is broken. A green branch burst through the window, like a spear, and pierced the centipede. Then the branches curl up. The bugs were flung out the window. The whole process took less than a second. Lu Saran only heard the sound of the window breaking, and then a whoosh. Wait until she turns around to look. There was a hole in the window, and nothing else. Lin Lang calmly said, Look, it's such a hassle to live on a low floor. Who knows which kid downstairs is playing with a slingshot? They've broken all the windows. Lin Lang. Combat strength, S. Physical body, 4 times enhanced. Superpowers, inspiration, level 9. Spirit wood, level 3. Lin Lang helped Lu Saran walk slowly down the corridor. At this time, his physical body. Things are changing quietly. A crackling sound came from inside my body. When Lu Saran asked what the sound was, Lin Lang simply said it was because he had osteoporosis, and that was that. Then he discovered that he had actually grown a few centimeters taller. His shoulders also seemed to have become thicker and broader. His physique has gradually evolved from that of an ordinary person towards the golden ratio of the human body. His skin was as tough as cowhide, and it was impervious to swords and spears. This is only what can be seen with the naked eye. Where he can't see, his bones had turned the color of jade, crystal clear, and as hard as diamonds. His meridians, more than 100 meridians throughout his body, are all unobstructed, not just the Ren and Du meridians. His blood contains a powerful life force. Even more amazing is, he was breathing through his mouth at that moment, and you could clearly feel it. Besides air, there is another strange energy. It's entering his body with his breath, circulating through his meridians. Finally, it gathers in the lower abdomen. This is what people call the dantian. This is also where the super core is located, and this energy was able to perfectly integrate into the super core and nourish it. Lin Lang could clearly sense it. His own super core is getting stronger bit by bit. Although it's slow, it definitely exists. The more direct benefit is that his superpowers, inspiration, and spiritual wood are also slowly growing. In response to this, Lin Lang had a bold idea. The mysterious power contained in the air may be the endless red fog outside. And now, he could be like those ferocious beasts outside, become stronger by directly absorbing the power of the red mist. And we no longer need to rely entirely on the superfruit. At this time, Unit 1, Building B, Xingfu Community, 3003. In the bedroom, Shin Chu-Chu, pale-faced, lay on the bed, tightly holding another woman's hand. She cried out, That vixen stole my man, seizing the resources that rightfully belong to me. Now my mom has been eaten by the monster, and I have nothing left. Sister Lingyu, you're a girl too, and a superpowered person. You'll definitely help me, right? Shin Chu-Chu was opposite. Sitting there was a beautiful and charming young woman. She wore a black bodycon skirt. Her hair was styled in an updo, highlighting her voluptuous figure and elegant demeanor. Every gesture she makes exudes mature charm. Hearing Shin Chuchu's words, she frowned slightly. So Lin Bulang from the group chat is your man. Your man. He already has a family, yet he openly took in teenage girls in the group chat. This is outrageous. He's a modern-day Chin Shimmy. Don't worry. I will definitely get justice for you. Then, she took out her phone, found Lin Bulang in the group chat, and sent him a message. Lin Bulang, your woman is in my hands. Chapter 28. From now on, we are family. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Lin Lang took it out and glanced at it. A private message from a member of the WeChat group, Happy Community Owners. Tangling you. Lin Bulang, your woman is in my hands. Lin Lang frowned and immediately released his mental power, quickly enveloping 2202. At this time, Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu were chatting on the sofa. Ning Xuanyu complained. Sister Gu Fei, Lin Lang has been out all night and hasn't come back. Where do you think he went? Gu Fei smiled and said, I bet he went to find some pretty girls. Isn't that how he found Ning Xuanyu? Ning Xuanyu was somewhat unhappy upon hearing this. How can he be so lecherous? He already has two beautiful women like us with him. Isn't he satisfied? Gu Fei said, what man isn't lustful? Lin Lang felt ashamed. She went through so much trouble to find sisters for them. Isn't it all about making this big family more lively, and at the same time, returning more supplies? These two guys have no consideration for themselves at all. How dare they talk behind my back? Lin Lang decided that he would have to teach the two of them a lesson later that night. Oh, that's not the point. The important thing is that both of them are fine. So what does this message from Tangling You mean? Happiness Community. Unit 1, Building B, Room 3003. Tangling You received a reply from Lin Bulang. Lin Bulang. Wow, you have really big hands. Tangling You. Does this person think I'm joking with him? How could he not care about his woman at all? Pooh. Scumbag. Hearing the message notification, Shin Chuchu was immediately overjoyed. Has he replied? Before Tangling You could answer, she excitedly snatched the phone away. I saw that it was a message from Lin Lang. Overjoyed, she quickly sent a voice message, her voice trembling with emotion. Lin Lang. It's me, Chuchu. I've come to find you. Come and get me. Tangling You was somewhat displeased with Shun Chuchu's impolite behavior. But considering that she might have been missing her boyfriend so much that she got too excited and grabbed his phone. So I didn't say anything. Not long after, Lin Lang replied, tell me your current address so I can avoid you. Shin Chuchu's expression froze. What? He's actually avoiding me? That's impossible. He should be eager to run out and find me as soon as he hears my voice. He must be joking. He must have asked for my address so he could come pick me up. So she said, I am in Unit 1, Room 3003, Building B. But Lin Lang never replied again. Shin Chuchu was filled with anticipation, convinced that Lin Lang would arrive soon. So he said to Tangling You, Sister Ling Yu, please open the door. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up soon. Tangling You frowned and said, there are monsters everywhere outside. How can he pick you up? Shin Chuchu said, you don't understand. I am the woman he loves most. He would give up his life for me. So why would he be afraid of a mere monster? Tangling You sensed something was wrong, but didn't ask any further questions. Subconsciously, she actually hoped that Lin Bulang would come and take Shin Chuchu away as soon as possible, because she always felt there was something wrong with this woman. But more than half an hour passed. There was not a sound outside the door. Tangling You couldn't help but ask again. Has he promised to come? Shin Chuchu gripped her phone tightly, her face filled with unease, yet she tried to deceive herself. He will come. How could you people possibly understand the power of love? Do you know how good he used to be to me? We were together for 5 years, and he would do everything he could to give me whatever I wanted. Tangling You couldn't help but ask. Then why aren't you two together now? Upon hearing this question, Shin Chuchu's expression changed, and her gaze became somewhat evasive. Yes, it's because he lacks ambition. We were all planning to get married, but he can't even come up with a dowry of 500,000 yuan. How can we get married like this? But actually, we don't necessarily need the dowry. We just want to see his attitude. But he disappointed me so much. So we broke up. Tangling You was stunned when she heard this. What? You two have already broken up. Moreover, judging from Shin Chuchu's words, it was clearly because she thought Lin Bulang couldn't afford a dowry of 500,000 yuan that she dumped him. Lin Bulang is completely innocent. Since they've already broken up, it's perfectly normal for him to find another girlfriend. It just so happens to be you. You dumped her, and now you're accusing her of being a jerk and expecting her to come and save you? No, what gives you the right? Tang Lingyu was so shocked by Shun Chuchu's values that she was speechless. Shun Chuchu screamed. No, it's not a breakup. We just had a fight. In the past, whenever we argued, Lin Lang was always the one to apologize and coax me first. This time, if he tries to coax me, I'm willing to give him a chance too. But he's run into a vixen. That slut has bewitched him and won't let him contact me. As long as I get rid of that slut, Lin Lang will naturally come back to me. Tang Lingyu thought to herself, this is bad. She gradually realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. This is Chin Chu Chu. His mental state seems somewhat unstable. Did I ask for trouble by saving her from the monster's mouth? The key point is, the whole story about her relationship with Lin Buelang is entirely Shun Chu Chu's fault. I actually helped her. They started cursing Lin Buelang. Innocent people have been wronged. What a sin. Unit 1, Building C, Room 2202. Two women, who were idly playing on their phones on the sofa, suddenly heard faint footsteps at the door. Then comes the sound of the key being inserted into the lock and turning. They immediately perked up. Lin Lang is back. The door opened. Lin Lang entered the room, then suddenly pulled a woman out from behind him. Oh. Ning Xuangyu's initially joyful expression immediately darkened. You really went to see a woman? Gu Fei was also slightly taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, looks like we have a new sister. On his way here, Lin Lang had already given Lu Saran a brief account of the situation. When Lu Saran first heard it, she was indeed very upset. It turns out that she wasn't Lin Lang's first woman, nor even his only one at the moment. But soon, she came to a realization. Lin Lang is very popular with girls, both in terms of appearance and personality. Moreover, he still possessed so many resources in the apocalypse. It's like he's an omnipotent savior. How could a man like that lack female company? I don't aspire to be the only one in his heart. As long as he truly cares about me, that's enough. Enough. Hello, sisters. My name is Lu Saran. Lu Saran greeted Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu very politely. Gu Fei smiled and said, hello, Suran. From now on, we're family. Thank you. But at this moment, Lu Saran raised her head. In an instant, the air in the living room seemed to freeze. Gu Fei hiss. Ning Xuanyu hiss. Oh my god. This girl named Lu Saran is so beautiful. Her face is even more beautiful than those top actresses in movies. No, her features exude a strong scholarly air, much like the refined ladies of ancient times. Even though Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu are both considered top beauties by ordinary people, but compared to Lu Saran, they couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. No wonder Lin Lang didn't return all night after he went out. Ning Xuanyu sighed inwardly. A woman as beautiful as Lu Saran is truly a rare find in this world. If I were a man, I would be willing to do anything for her. Chapter 29, With great power comes great responsibility. Gu Fei consumed 1 plate of garlic potato slices and returned 500 plates, which have been stored in the host's space. Ning Xuanyu consumed 1 plate of twice-cooked pork, returning 400 plates, which have been stored in the host's space. Lu Saran consumed 1 plate of stir-fried vegetables, returning 800 plates, which have been stored in the host's space. Today's lunch was a simple home-style stir-fry, consisting of 4 dishes and a soup. It was also returned from Shun Chu Chu before. It has to be said that although Shun Chu Chu's values are a bit abnormal, her cooking skills are undeniable. The food was delicious. It had been a long time since Lu Saran had been able to eat a hot meal. I was also somewhat moved. Gu Fei was very considerate, asking her if she had any dietary restrictions and constantly putting food on her plate. This moved Lu Saran even more. It felt like stepping back into her family long ago, when she still had family. Without realizing it, I've already become part of this family. Lin Lang was very satisfied with this. I like Gu Fei even more now. She truly deserves to be called my first wife, a female elite in the workplace and a team leader. With her around, I can leave all the household chores to her without having to worry about them myself. All I need to do is focus on becoming stronger. Only, Ning Xuanyu didn't seem too happy. Although it wasn't obvious, she, who is usually very lively, became much quieter. In her eyes, Lin Lang now had another woman by his side. That would inevitably reduce the amount of attention paid to her. And now, even Sister Gu Fei's attention has been stolen by this newcomer. We ate. Lin Lang went to the study as usual. Lu Saran, Gu Fei, and Ning Xuanyu were left to chat in the living room. Although Lucaran is a newcomer and has a rather introverted personality, she is not very good at chatting. But with Gu Fei taking care of him, Lin Lang felt at ease. Gu Fei kept guiding her to speak. They then deliberately steered the conversation toward Ning Xuangyu's profession. Lucaran would then say with admiration, "Wow, Sister Xuangyu is actually a secret agent? That's amazing." Ning Xuangyu became proud without realizing it. Looking at Lucaran again, she seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Therefore, the atmosphere in the living room will not feel awkward. The chaotic scene that Lin Lang feared most will not happen. In the study, Lin Lang took out his phone. "I discovered that someone had tagged me in the neighborhood's residents group chat." He then clicked on it and took a look. I scrolled up for a long time. Someone posted a video in the group. The video shows the condition of the building, or more precisely, the condition of the main entrance on the first floor. The main door on the first floor was ajar. A huge, dog-like, long-tailed black rat squeezed through the door and crawled in. Below the video, the person who posted it said, "The security camera footage shows the main entrance door downstairs was opened for unknown reasons, and now a monster has entered the stairwell. Everyone, please be extremely careful, especially those living on lower floors." The group chat immediately erupted in excitement. "Holy crap, what a huge rat. Good heavens, when will this disaster finally end? Help, that giant rat looks like it's right in front of my house. What should I do? The ferocious beast has entered the building." This news has caused great anxiety among the residents of Building C. You have to understand, the fighting power of the ferocious beast is not on the same level as those fragile insects in the corridor. Steel-cast security doors can keep out insects, but that might not be enough to stop the sharp teeth and claws of a ferocious beast. Then, comments began to appear below. Faced with ferocious beasts, ordinary people like us are doomed. Unless we have superpowers. Yeah. Are there any superpowered individuals in the group who would like to lend a hand? Wasn't that girl next to that unromantic boss yesterday a superpowered person? Hey Lin Buelang, could you please take care of this ferocious beast? There's this monster in the hallway, and nobody's dare to go outside. At Lin Buelang. Yes. How can I participate in the next trade fair? At Lin Buelang. Is that girl in the group? Can she help me out? So that's what happened. Lin Lang understood. The matter is actually very simple. A monster has entered the building, and everyone wants to go and clean it up. In fact, this kind of thing is effortless for Lin Lang now. He only needed to release his mental energy to pinpoint the rat's location. Then, using the power of the spirit tree, control the big tree outside the window, and use its branches to kill the rat and throw it out. But, he didn't want to become cheap labor in the eyes of these people. At the last rooftop trade fair, encouraged by Wang Lianda, these people looked like they couldn't wait to make a move against Lin Lang. Lin Lang still remembers it to this day. They were even prepared to sacrifice others at any time for their own benefit. Why should Lin Lang value their interests more than his own? But at this moment, there was a knock on the study door. Ning Xuangyu said from outside, "Lin Lang, have you checked the residents group chat? I saw the messages in the group." Lin Lang got up and opened the door. Ning Xuangyu looked at him and said confidently, "Judging from its size, that rat is at most a D-level ferocious beast. I believe I can handle it with my current abilities." Lin Lang shook his head. "Don't go." "Why?" Ning Xuangyu frowned in confusion. "Right now, I am the strongest person in this room, and even in the entire building. I can't stand idly by in a time like this." "With great power comes great responsibility," Lin Lang said. "It's easy to get rid of a rat, but if you take on the responsibility of protecting them now, your life won't be easy from now on." Ning Xuangyu still didn't quite understand. At this moment, Gu Fei came up and comforted him. "Sister Xuangyu, you should listen to Lin Lang. He must have his reasons. The situation outside is complicated right now. Besides the ferocious beasts, we also need to be wary of people's hearts." A series of persuasion. Ning Xuangyu finally gave up the idea of clearing out the ferocious beasts, albeit reluctantly. And in the group, Lin Buelang did not reply for a long time. The homeowners probably understood that the big boss didn't want to get involved in this matter. Ultimately, with such a powerful superhuman protecting him, Lin Buelang certainly wasn't afraid of that ferocious beast. He wouldn't risk his woman's life to save them. Ultimately, this is just trouble for their own group. It should be resolved by them. Soon after, a WeChat user named The Light of the Right Path stepped forward and sent a message. "Don't place your hopes on others. Learn to fight on your own. It's just a big rat. We can handle it even without superpowers. Is there anyone else in the group willing to go with me to kill this giant rat?" A round of applause in the group would be better. Everyone highly praised the man's bravery, but no one was willing to join him. A while later, then someone else said, "I'm joining. I have a machete here at the light of justice. Count me in." Damn it. Everyone has a responsibility to ensure safety in the stairwell. Me too. It's just a mouse. What's there to be afraid of? Soon, a team of 5 or 6 people was assembled via WeChat. They agreed to find their teammates nearby first, then set off together and meet on the 3rd floor. Lin Lang glanced at it using his telekinetic powers. Sure enough, the team was made up entirely of energetic young men. They were all carrying weapons. Baseball bats, machetes, kitchen knives, fire axes, etc. As for that big rat, he was hiding in the stairwell on the 2nd floor. Chapter 30, A Small Investment. Several young men conducted a thorough search of the building. They searched from noon until the afternoon, but they never saw the big rat. Gradually, they all became a little tired. Lin Lang watched as the group of people and the mouse played hide-and-seek in the hallway and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. In fact, they had almost missed that big rat several times. Unfortunately, they weren't Lin Lang, so they couldn't have a god's eye view and therefore had no way of knowing. Until 5 p.m., they finally found the big rat on the 5th floor. After a chase, they cornered him in the stairwell on the 3rd floor. It's impossible not to be afraid when faced with a giant red-eyed rat that's over a meter long. Especially when the rat was cornered, it kept hissing and roaring, showing a fierce appearance. It's even more frightening. However, to Lin Lang's relief, although the young men were scared, they encouraged each other and resolutely launched an attack on the rat. They roared in unison, raising their weapons to cheer themselves on. The mouse was intimidated by the men's imposing manner. It curled up in a ball and spun around aimlessly in the corner. He was hit on the head with a baseball bat and immediately froze. Then came a barrage of blows, like a hail of machetes and axes. A few minutes later, the big rat turned into a dead rat. Most of his body was beaten into a pile of mangled flesh. They won their first battle decisively. The young men were very excited. I quickly announced the good news in the group chat. The group chat was filled with praise and admiration. The praise made the young men feel like they were on cloud 9. Afterwards, the young men went downstairs together and closed the door tightly to prevent other ferocious beasts from running in. After doing all this, instead of returning to their own homes, they gathered in a room on the 3rd floor, the home of the light of the right path. After a heated discussion, they decided to form a building patrol team to specifically clean up the bugs in the stairwells. After all, they even dealt with the ferocious beasts that people feared. Why would I be afraid of those tiny insects with almost zero fighting power? They recruited teammates in the group, intending to grow the team bigger and stronger. However, the results were not ideal. People like them, who are willing to risk their lives simply because of a sense of justice, are ultimately a minority. But Lin Lang admired them very much. Now there are more and more bugs in the stairwell. Although it has low aggression, but they're just so ugly. Lin Lang felt nauseous for half a day every time he saw it. If they can really get rid of the bugs in the stairwell, everyone will be able to move around freely in the building, and everything will be more convenient. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Therefore, Lin Lang decided to secretly help them. So he grabbed a pen and paper and wrote a note. "Young friend, you are so generous. I'm sending you supplies and super fruit as a token of my appreciation. Signed, Mysterious Person." Then, he also took out some premium supplies such as bottled water, beef jerky, and self-heating hot pot from his spatial storage, plus a mid-grade physical fitness fruit. Using his magical wood powers, he made a branch extend from the tree outside the window, sweeping these things away and delivering them to the door of the apartment on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Branch knocked on the door. Then he quickly retreated through the window. Huh? Someone's knocking on the door. A young man went to check the peephole, but didn't see anyone outside. I was just about to turn back. Then I heard a few more thumping sounds. He still mustered up his courage and opened the door to take a look. When he saw the supplies and notes on the ground, they were stunned. Purified water, beef jerky, and superpowered fruit. There were even notes that expressed their full approval of them. These are the very things they lack most right now. They were moved, but also very curious. Who sent these things? How did that person know they were here? Also, is this fruit really the legendary superpowered fruit? If it really is a superpowered fruit, then who should eat it? After some discussion, it was the same young man called the Light of the Right Path who stepped forward to take charge. Brothers, I think this superfruit is real. Because this person sent us such valuable supplies, which proves that he has no hostility towards us. So there's no reason for him to send us a fake superfruit. Since none of you dare to eat it, then I'll eat it. If I really awaken superpowers, I will definitely take on more responsibility and carry forward our patrol team. After saying that, amidst the approving and expectant gazes of the others, he swallowed the super fruit in one gulp. Then, his face changed, and his whole body turned red as if he had a fever. He collapsed to the ground in agony, wailing in pain. This sudden turn of events terrified them all. I was terrified that he might die or even turn into a monster. But not long after, the condition of the light of the right path gradually improved, and the skin color gradually returned to normal. Normal. He sat on the ground, a look of satisfaction and strangeness on his face. It's amazing. I feel like my physical fitness has improved a lot. If I were to fight that big rat by myself right now, I could kill it with one punch. They were all surprised, delighted, and envious. In this way, their building patrol team has its first trump card. They took a picture of the supplies and the note and posted it in the group chat. Thanks to the mysterious kind person who delivered the supplies and superfruit. A salute to the entire patrol team. Picture. The group chat exploded instantly. So much bottled water and beef jerky. Wow. I wish I had joined your patrol team. If I join now, could I get some supplies? At the light of righteousness. The light of righteousness. Not accepting new members for the time being. Who was the kind person who sent this? Is that Lin Bueling? He's the only one in our building with such abundant supplies. Yeah, do you think that's possible? They wouldn't care about the lives of us ants. Lin Bueling, my foot. We should be grateful he's not envious of your superfruits. Have you forgotten how he used to buy superfruits in the group chat? You'd better eat quickly. He might come knocking on your door any minute. The light of righteousness. I've already eaten the superfruit. My physical abilities are much stronger now. It seems there's been a mysterious big shot hiding in our building all along. Why is there such a huge difference in how people treat each other, even though they are both big shots? That's right. Announcing herself a big fan of the mysterious big shot, Lin Bueling read the group messages and couldn't help but feel speechless. Is this how they see me? They even went to our door to steal the superfruit. Please. Whether it's taking in women or acquiring superfruit, he's determined to do so. There has never been any coercion, only enticement. There's no way you can pin the label of robber on him. But Lin Lang had no intention of revealing his identity or admitting that he was the mysterious person. He helped the light of righteousness simply because he found these righteous teenagers agreeable. If the people in the group knew that it was you who sponsored them, I'm sure I'll be begging myself to treat everyone equally in the group chat again. Why would he bother to invite such trouble? Night has fallen. He should keep his promise today and interrogate Ning Xuanyu, that ungrateful female agent. As a result, he left the study. He saw 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with her own unique charm, sitting on the sofa, all looking at him. Lin Lang was in a bit of a dilemma. The house he lives in actually has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. But since he usually lives alone, there is only 1 bedroom. This has resulted in a shortage of sleeping spaces. We can't expect him to sleep in the same bed with Gu Fei, Ning Xuanyu, and Lu Saran, can we? Whether or not one can sleep is another matter. The main problem is that it's inconvenient to sleep in. You can't have 2 people doing something while the other 2 are cheering you on, can you? We need to think about where to stay. Chapter 31 Combat Power S+. Knock knock knock. It was late at night. Lin Lang had just defeated the arrogant Ning Xuanyu. I was just about to take a good rest. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Gu Fei said from outside the door. Are you done? Su Ran and I aren't asleep yet. Lin Lang heard this. I also felt a little embarrassed. I can only blame myself for being a bit too harsh today. Ning Xuanyu was constantly exclaiming in surprise all night. The noise was perhaps a bit too loud and disturbed their rest. He was preparing to be a gentleman and sleep in the study, leaving the large bed in the bedroom to the 3 young ladies. But Gu Fei added, you guys sleep here. I'll take Su Ran downstairs. Gu Fei's home is downstairs. Moreover, her family's conditions in all aspects are much better than Lin Lang's house. That's a good option. Lin Lang released his mental energy to check the situation on the floors above and below. Only a few harmless insects were hiding in the elevator shaft. There's nothing else dangerous. Gu Fei added, don't worry. I've already used my spiritual abilities to check the surrounding area. There's no danger. After these days of practice, Gu Fei's inspirational abilities are also constantly improving. Her telekinesis can cover a range of about 5 meters. It can cover the distance between 2202 and 2100. Lin Lang then said with relief. Then you can go. Lu Saran's voice came through. Lin Lang. See you tomorrow. A short while later. The sound of a door opening and closing could be heard. Lin Lang kept an eye on them using his mental power, while simultaneously activating the spirit tree's abilities to control the large tree outside the window, putting it into a state of alert. He can provide immediate support should any special dangerous situation arise. Until they entered room 2102, Lin Lang finally felt completely relieved. Turning her head, she saw Ning Xuangyu, drenched in sweat, in a half-dreaming state, still mumbling incoherently. Lin Lang, you're mine. If you dare to leave me, I'll arrest you and torture you severely. It's still uncertain who will be torturing whom. Lin Lang's competitive spirit was aroused. People who have taken the mid-grade physical strength fruit are different. Their physical strength is exceptionally strong. But how could Lin Lang, whose body had been strengthened 4 times, possibly lose? A short while later, Ning Xuangyu's voice echoed throughout the room again. Early the next morning, Lin Lang left the bedroom. I felt completely comfortable and had no fatigue at all. He prepared breakfast for all the women in advance and placed it on the table. Then I went to the study. Now I don't need the superpower fruit to absorb energy and become stronger. However, this method is extremely inefficient at absorbing energy. The meditation method can accelerate the absorption of the superpower fruit's energy. I wonder if it still applies to the red mist. He sat cross-legged in the computer chair. With each breath, at first, there were no significant changes. It can be done gradually. He noticed that occasionally, 1 or 2 breaths would trigger subtle reactions both inside and outside his body. It was as if a magnet had passed by, slightly arousing the iron objects along the way. He was searching for that feeling. Keep trying. Time and time again. Finally, there was a strange attraction about him. The red mist that permeated the world rushed in through the window and into his mouth and nose. Lin Lang took a breath. It was as if they had consumed a mid-grade superpower fruit. The superpowered core within him was like a ravenous glutton, feasting on the endless stream of mist. The brightness and size of that supercore are also increasing rapidly. One call, one inhale. The wind whispered in my ears. If someone is high up at this moment, looking down, you will then be able to see it. See it. The fog that once enveloped the entire happiness community was no longer as calm and profound as it used to be. Instead, it gradually formed a vortex towards a certain point in the center. A massive cloud of fog is pouring down toward the center of the vortex. In an instant, a strong wind was blowing through the neighborhood. The big tree that had grown to the window of the forest was shaking its branches and leaves with all its might. It makes a whooshing or rattling sound. People assumed a storm was imminent and quickly shut their doors and windows. The 3 women outside the door were also discussing. It's going to rain heavily. Finally, Lin Lang opened his eyes. The gale outside the window subsided in an instant. Everything returned to calm. The superpowered core within Lin Lang's body has transformed into a gleaming golden bead. It looks just like the golden elixir in those fantasy novels. But Lin Lang knew that this was definitely not the case. At least, I don't yet possess the ability to fly or dive into the ground. He pulled up his combat strength information and glanced at it. Lin Lang, combat strength, S+. Physical body, 4 times enhanced. Superpowers, inspiration, level 9. Spirit wood, level 5. This is without the premise that he ate the golden element fruit. He raised his spirit wood ability from level 3 to level 5 simply by absorbing the power of the red mist. Lin Lang knew exactly how difficult it was to upgrade the abilities of this spirit wood. He once destroyed hundreds of mid-grade elemental fruits in one go, but still couldn't level up this ability. But now he's been promoted 2 ranks in one go. This proves just how much mist he absorbed during his meditation. Only, the red mist, its origin unknown, permeated the entire world. Now, to the naked eye, there was still no damage whatsoever. Lin Lang was still wondering if he could rely on his own strength to absorb all the red mist. It now seems unlikely. It's almost dark. Lin Lang was surprised to find that it was already dark outside. He was meditating just now. He entered a state of profound concentration and didn't even notice the passage of time. He thought he had only been meditating and breathing for half an hour. In fact, but he sat there from morning till night. He hasn't eaten all day, but at this moment, I didn't feel hungry at all. I even feel like I'm in better shape than ever before. It felt as if all bodily functions had reached their peak. Nourish the body. Is this the effect of the red mist? No wonder those ferocious beasts outside are growing so fast. Lin Lang seemed to be deep in thought. After, he used his telekinesis to search for the patrol team members inside the building. After all, it's a promising stock that I personally invested in. He still cares about them. They have finished their work for the day and are resting in their room on the third floor. Lin Lang focused his attention slightly and listened, discovering that they were talking about sending WeChat messages. So I took out my phone and checked. I then discovered that they had just posted several pictures in the group chat, all of which were photos of the insects they had killed. It was also accompanied by a quote. With great power comes great responsibility. As a superpowered individual, it's my duty to help others. I killed quite a few bugs today. Once I've wiped out all the bugs in the building, everyone can go out without worry. It's like a work report. Lin Lang smiled. Young people are so energetic. The others in the group also praised them. But more than anything, it's envy of those with superpowers. And the mockery of Lin Bulang. As expected, someone who has awakened superpowers, truly amazing at the light of justice. The bugs in the hallway are no match for you now. They're too strong. This guy is so handsome. I want to have his babies. At the light of righteousness. Both are superpowered individuals, but look at the light of justice in that person, and then look at Lin Bulang. One rids the people of evil, while the other stays out of it. There's no harm in comparison. These people have been fond of belittling others and praising one another for quite some time now. Lin Lang wouldn't care about this at all. Lin Lang was quite gratified that the superpowered fruit he had casually given away could unleash such great power in their hands. And at this time, in a room in Unit 1, Building C, Xingfu Community, a couple lived there. Their supplies were limited. They had just shared a packet of instant noodles, which barely replenished their energy, and were about to go to bed to reduce energy consumption. What should we do if we run out of food at home? The husband was upset, so he went to the balcony. He usually smokes here, and although he doesn't have any cigarettes left, he still habitually stands there thinking. Sudden, the husband let out a scream. Honey, come quick. There's a little purple fruit growing here. Is it the superpower fruit they talk about online? Chapter 32, Adopting a Ferocious Beast. His wife was hungry and in a bad mood, and the man's startled voice only made her more annoyed. What are you yelling about all day long? Save your energy. But the man had already stumbled in. Look at this. He opened his palm, revealing a fruit that looked like a purple grape. His wife's eyes lit up. Grapes? Where did you find them? After saying that, he even made a gesture as if to reach out and take it. She hadn't eaten fruit in a long time. I can already imagine how sweet and juicy these grapes will be. The man, fearing the silly woman would devour the treasure in one gulp, quickly moved it further away and explained. What grapes? This thing is the legendary superpowered fruit. Eating it will give you superpowers. Upon hearing this, his wife's eyes widened in surprise. Superpower fruit. I remember now. Isn't Lin Bueling buying these things at a high price? We can use them to exchange for supplies. The man scoffed. That's a woman's view. If I eat this treasure and become a superhuman, will I still lack supplies? Where did Lin Bueling get his supplies? Isn't it just because he has a female superpowered person working for him? And then there's that light of the right path, who's been making quite a splash in the group lately. It was because he ate a super fruit that he gained such powerful fighting ability. Now we can act like we own the place. The man pictured Lin Buelang's spirited appearance, as if he were seeing his future self. Without further hesitation, he ate the purple superpower fruit in one bite. Instantly, a strange feeling spread through his body. I entered a very relaxed state. It felt like my whole being was being elevated. His wife looked nervous, yet very expectant. Honey, how are you? What superpower have you awakened? A moment later, the man opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and intense. His body defied gravity and began to slowly rise upwards. The man floated up. The woman exclaimed in shock. Honey, you can fly? Ha ha. The man laughed wildly. I can fly. I have superpowers. I'm Superman now. Ha ha. As he spoke, he floated out of the bedroom. Husband. The woman quickly got out of bed and chased after him. Now that you can fly, hurry up and find a way to get us some supplies. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes darted around. Now that I can fly, why don't I just fly to someone else's house and steal some back? His wife was so happy she jumped for joy. Yes, yes. Honey, you're amazing. Be a good girl and wait at home. Your husband will bring you food when he gets back. After saying that, the man floated off the balcony. That's amazing. My husband is a superhero. The woman stood in the living room, thinking happily. From now on, they will never lack supplies again. But not long after, the woman then heard a man's terrified voice in the deep night sky. What is that? Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The cries abruptly stopped. In the darkness, the sound of an unidentified creature flapping its wings could be heard, then gradually faded into the distance. Husband. The woman's heart-wrenching screams pierced the night sky. Lin Lang was somewhat depressed. Didn't Gu Fei and Lu Saran go to sleep in room 2102 last night? When they returned, they bragged about it to Ning Xuanyu. They talked about how beautiful Gu Fei's house was and how many fun things there were in it. This made Ning Xuanyu really want to go too. The three girls immediately reached a consensus. They would all sleep in room 2102 that night, leaving Lin Lang alone in room 2202. They even called it a goddess tea party and wouldn't let Lin Lang participate. Lin Lang had no choice but to spend a lonely night alone. Early the next morning, he went to his study, set an alarm, and prepared to meditate for an hour. But at this moment, his keen sense of smell, honed through repeated exposure, allowed him to detect a faint whiff of blood in the air. Lin Lang frowned. Even with his level 9 psychic power, he could only barely cover a range of about 100 meters. Within this area, he discovered the presence of a ferocious beast. A ferocious beast has set up its nest right outside my house. He decided to go and take a look. And so the wood spirit's power was activated. A large tree branch, as thick as an arm, stretched in through the window. Lin Lang steadily stepped onto the branch, controlling its movement, and arrived at the outdoor area on the 20th floor. After Lingmu reached level 5, his control over plants reached a very high level. It's almost like he's directing his own arm. It's a perfect match. This was the first time he had stepped outside since the red mist descended. The world was shrouded in an unfathomable red mist. He followed the scent of blood. In the vast canopy of a tree not far away, I spotted a huge bird's nest. How big is it? It's about the same size as Lin Lang's study. Actually, a bird's nest isn't a big deal, it's just a bit too big. The main thing is that at this moment, there is a person hanging on the branch next to the bird's nest. A person who has been disemboweled, whose face is unrecognizable, and who is beyond dead. The man died a gruesome death. Lin Lang suppressed his discomfort and decided to go up to the bird's nest to take a look. But then, a cry came from the bird's nest. The next moment, a large, dark shadow suddenly rushed out of the bird's nest and pounced on him. Restraint. Lin Lang was prepared, and at this moment, a thought struck him. Instantly, the branches of the trees around Lin Lang seemed to come alive, stretching out like small snakes and weaving into a large net in front of him. Whoosh! The dark shape crashed into the net and began to struggle violently. The net instantly closed, bringing the dark figure under control. Lin Lang then saw it clearly. This is a black owl. Its body length is already over 1 meter, and its wingspan is at least 2 or 3 meters. It's a behemoth. He brought up the combat strength display. Tiger-headed eagle. Combat strength, C+. Abilities, swiftness, level 3. Iron claws, level 2. A tiger owl? Looks like the owl's older cousin. Lin Lang thought to himself. The eagle, trapped in the large net of branches, continued to charge and utter strange cries. Its large, blood-red eyes filled with hatred. Since you have already eaten people, you are now an enemy of my own kind. You cannot be allowed to live under any circumstances. Lin Lang's mind raced. On the branches that make up the birdcage, rows of sharp thorns suddenly grew out, and then the entire birdcage tightened abruptly. The tiger eagle cried out in agony. Blood seeped from its feathers and dripped into the air. Lin Lang's expression remained unchanged, but he secretly increased the force of his blows. He and the tree had become one, as if they were his own arms. And his power will also be added to the tree. His body, strengthened 4 times, is now as powerful as the Hulk. Under increasing pressure, the eagle's roar gradually weakened until it disappeared. Flesh and blood fell like raindrops. Only after seeing its superpowered core extinguish did Lin Lang release the branch, allowing its body to fall. With Lin Lang's current strength, dealing with these small ferocious beasts is an extremely simple matter. Just as he was preparing to return home, a faint sound came from the bird's nest. There are still some who slipped through the net. Lin Lang approached and scanned the area. Inside that enormous bird's nest, there was actually a bird's egg. It's about the same size as his face. Bird eggs. Lin Lang scratched his head, somewhat surprised. Or maybe we can take it back and make a poached egg with it. I wonder what it will taste like. As he was considering it, all that could be heard was a series of cracking sounds. Those bird eggs. It hatched. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The next moment, a fluffy little head, still covered by an eggshell, peeked out from the edge of the nest. A pair of golden eyes. He was staring at Lin Lang with great curiosity. Chapter 33. You absorb the red mist. Tiger-headed eagle. Combat strength, none. Ability, none. A newly hatched ferocious beast? Lin Lang stood there watching it, one arm crossed over his chest and the other stroking his chin, considering how to handle the situation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. But the little eagle flapped its tender wings, seemingly trying to climb out of the nest to find Lin Lang. The next second, it did manage to climb out of the bird's nest, but then suddenly fell from a great height. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The next moment, a slender branch, wrapped around a baby tiger eagle, was presented to Lin Lang. The eagle kept chirping and flapping its claws and wings. If you don't behave, I'll throw you down there. Lin Lang said it casually. As a result, the little tiger eagle seemed to understand his words and stopped struggling. It just stared at Lin Lang with its golden eyes and tilted its head back and forth. Does this guy think I'm his mother? Lin Lang was speechless. Strictly speaking, I am its father's killer. Will it seek revenge when it grows up? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp. The little tiger-headed eagle cried out to the forest waves and struggled to break free from the branches. Then it flapped its little wings. It wobbled and flew onto Lin Lang's shoulder. She nuzzled affectionately against his neck. You're pretty good at acting cute. Fine. Lin Lang sighed softly, turned around, and manipulated the branches to send himself back to the study. Lin Lang sat in the computer chair, placed the tiger eagle on the computer desk. It remained silent and still, its fluffy head, resembling that of a kitten, tilted to meet Lin Lang's gaze. We should give you a name. Let's call him Little Tiger. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Then I'll take that as your agreement. You've just hatched. You should eat something. Lin Lang thought for a moment and took out a bowl of rice from his spatial storage. He placed the rice bowl in front of Xiaohu. The little tiger buried its head and started pecking, but it kept pecking at his hand. Believe it or not, it actually hurts quite a bit. Don't be fooled by the fact that the little tiger has just hatched, but it is actually a demonic beast. With one bite, it could probably pierce a bloody hole in a person's body. Fortunately, Lin Lang's skin was tough enough that he was unharmed. Are you blind, or do you not want to eat? Since your mother is a cannibal, you're probably a meat eater too, right? Lin Lang casually tossed the bowl of rice out the window. Then he took out some fresh pork from the space. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Tiger was very excited, pecking at the pork again and again, and soon he had eaten a hole the size of a fist. You've got quite an appetite. Lin Lang frowned slightly. You can't return the supplies to me. What if you eat me out of house and home? No, I need to reconsider our relationship. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaohu seemed to have truly understood Lin Lang's words. She immediately stopped eating, flew into his arms, and began to act coquettishly. It flew around the study, performing various difficult moves. It seems to be saying, I'm very useful. Look how fast I fly. Snap. It smashed the light in Lin Lang's study. Lin Lang. Little Tiger landed on the computer desk, his small body curled up in a ball, trembling incessantly. A pair of big, watery eyes stared at Lin Lang. You know, I lost my mother when I was little. Lin Lang finally succumbed to its charms. I left it behind. It's just a bird. No matter how much it eats, how much can it possibly eat? At this moment, Lin Lang clearly had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. In the residents' group chat, a woman sent a message. Please help me find my husband. He's gone missing. Yesterday he held up a purple grape, insisting it was some kind of super-powered fruit, and then he ate it. And he really could fly. But as soon as he flew out the door, he disappeared. Group members replied, a perfectly healthy person flew into the sky? Is this for real? Did he abandon you and run off to have fun somewhere? Why did you fly out of the house? Don't you know it's dangerous outdoors right now? I think I heard a scream yesterday. Please accept my condolences. Honestly, I suggest that if you find a superfruit, you should trade it with Lin Buelang for supplies. Superpowers are generally beyond the control of ordinary people. Lin Buelang speaks on the main toilet. While eating, Lin Lang checked the group messages and took the opportunity to ask Ning Xuanyu. Have you ever heard of the purple superfruit? It can make you fly if you eat it. Ning Xuanyu pondered. I only know about superfruits in black, red, and gold. I've never heard of purple ones. They're probably superfruits with special abilities. Lin Lang nodded. This was pretty much what he had guessed. There are probably more than just these kinds of superfruits. There are definitely others that they haven't discovered yet. It's just a pity. I failed to obtain that purple flying fruit. We ate. Gu Fei and the other two went downstairs in a group. I really don't know what fun things are down there. So Lin Lang used his telekinetic powers to see what these three women were up to behind his back. But then they discovered. The three of them are having a costume show downstairs. Gu Fei usually pays attention to her image and has money, so all the large wardrobes in her house are full. There are also bags, jewelry, cosmetics, and other items. These are all women's favorites. Ning Xuanyu is a special agent and doesn't usually have much time to dress up. Lu Saran is introverted and doesn't like to go out. Therefore, everything in Gu Fei's house was incredibly new to them, as if they had opened the door to a new world. It's understandable why they lingered there so long. It's just a pity for Lin Lang. I've been staying at home all alone these past few days. Looks like I need to find someone else to keep me company. Lin Lang thought so. Lin Lang used his telekinesis to observe the young men in the patrol team. They discovered that their supplies were almost gone. These days, they've been working very hard. A thorough search was conducted throughout the entire building. They really got rid of a lot of bugs. Now, residents dare to go out for a stroll occasionally. Lin Lang was very satisfied with their work progress. So another box of supplies was sent. It contains 3 mid-grade physical strength fruits. The group received the supplies. The Light of Righteousness believed it had made the greatest contribution, so it ate another super fruit, which raised its combat ability to another level. The other 2 were given to people he was close to. There are still 2 people in the team who haven't been assigned a spot yet. I started to get a little emotional. The Light of Righteousness promised that they would share the superpower fruit with the mysterious person next time. In this way, they then put aside their reservations and continued their efforts in pest control. The next few days, Lin Lang didn't even look at his phone anymore. They even stopped eating. Ever since he last experienced the sensation of absorbing the red mist through meditation, he has been unable to forget that feeling. Therefore, I chose to retreat to my study. Of course, he prepared ample supplies for the 3 women beforehand, lest they be gone when he came out of seclusion. In the study, Lin Lang sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in the computer chair. They quickly entered that mysterious and enigmatic state they had been in before. His body generated a suction force, continuously drawing the red mist from the outside into his body. And the suction force is constantly increasing. But this time, Lin Lang had control over the suction force. This allows him to absorb large amounts of fog quickly without causing the same kind of dark and chaotic phenomenon as before. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. From morning till night, day and night. Lin Lang's body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing countless amounts of mist, but it still doesn't seem to have reached its limit. And at this moment, under Lin Lang's terrifying absorption rate, the dense fog within the Xingfu residential area has actually dissipated quite a bit. You can see almost the entire neighborhood from there. On the map filled with red mist, it looked as if a piece of this place had been forcibly carved out. The people in the community were overjoyed. I thought this crisis was almost over. But Lin Lang knew. It's just because I've been smoking a bit too much these past few days. But this also gave him a glimmer of hope. Maybe I really can absorb all the red fog in the world. Chapter 34 Tangling You at 30 years old. The red mist has been removed as a barrier. Now, the range that Lin Lang's psychic field can cover has been greatly increased. He released his psychic power completely. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. It actually covered most of the neighborhood. Wherever the power of thought passes, no living being can hide. Lin Lang closed his eyes, searching within the psychic field for any creature possessing a superpowered core. In just a few minutes, he now had a general understanding of the current situation in the neighborhood. There weren't many large ferocious beasts, only 4 or 5. Judging from the shape of their superpowered cores, their combat strength was probably around sea level. There are quite a few small and medium-sized ferocious beasts, at least 100, with combat strength around D level. As for small insects, they are countless. A sweep of telekinesis over them is like a sea of stars. Their combat strength is around E-, which is about the same as Gu Fei's. Besides ferocious beasts, there are also superpowered individuals. Apart from Building C where he lives, there are about 10 more superhumans observed, and they are fairly evenly distributed across buildings A, B, C, D, E, and F. On average, there are 2 or 3 per building. Among them, the strongest one has a supercore that is about the same size and brightness as Ning Xuanyu's. That is, it's in the shape of C-. Lin Lang had a general idea of what was going on. There was still nothing in the entire neighborhood that could threaten him. There is probably no one in the country, or even the world, who can compare with him. After all, his physical body, strengthened 4 times, is already beyond the reach of most people. Not to mention, He even ate the superfruit like it was his main meal. Who else in the world has such resources as him? My God, the red fog in the neighborhood has dissipated so much. In the living room, Gu Fei, Ning Xuanyu, and Lu Saran were all very surprised. They stood neatly by the window, peering out. This was the first time they had seen the neighborhood so clearly after the red fog descended. One after another, enormous trees shot into the sky. The ivy climbed up one building after another. The ground was overgrown with weeds. It's practically a green ocean. Lin Lang walked out the door and saw 3 women lined up on the windowsill. So I reached out and ran my hand over their pert buttocks, feeling the 3 different textures. What are you looking at? Gu Fei said. Look outside. The red mist has dissipated. Oh. Lin Lang remained calm and continued. The red fog in our neighborhood has just faded a bit. Everything outside is still the same. Yes. Ning Xuanyu frowned, looking puzzled. But why is that? Lu Saran, however, looked on with longing. Does that mean we can at least move around freely within the neighborhood now? Lin Lang said. The red mist has just dissipated, but who knows how many ferocious beasts are still lurking in those bushes. Unless we send someone out to clear away all the weeds below, it's best not to go out rashly. Oh, Lu Saran was very obedient, and when she heard Lin Lang say that, she put aside her thoughts. Ning Xuanyu muttered to herself. Who dares to clear those weeds? At this time, in the Happiness Community Residents WeChat group, other residents were also discussing the matter very excitedly. The red fog has disappeared. The disaster is over. I knew this disaster would pass. Don't get too excited. It seems only the red fog has disappeared in our neighborhood. This is at least a good sign, right? It means the red mist can disappear. I just don't know why. Is it okay to go out now? Why don't you go and scout ahead? Hey guys, are you brave enough to go out and scout ahead? At the light of righteousness. Unit 1, 3rd floor, Building C. Several members of the patrol team also noticed what was happening outside. It must be because we killed too many bugs, scaring away all the red mist. That makes sense. This is a small step for our patrol team, but a giant leap for humanity. Let's go out and clear the weeds. Once we've cleared the weeds from the neighborhood, we can move around freely. It'll be much easier to exchange supplies then. Great idea. Our reputation as a righteous patrol team will not only resound throughout our happy community, but also throughout the world. Just as these young people were brimming with confidence and ambition, Lin Lang was observing them from upstairs. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on Lin Lang's lips. That's great, I support you. Lin Lang returned to his study and took out some self-heating hot pot, purified water, biscuits, and other supplies from his spatial storage. I also got a few more super energy fruits. They were all packed in a cardboard box, and a note was attached to the box that read, "The fate of the world rests on your shoulders. Brave young people." Then, he used his spirit wood ability again, manipulating the branches of the tree to send them down. At this moment, almost every household in the community had someone standing at the window looking out. Fortunately, the big tree was right next to the window of Lin Lang's study, making it almost completely airtight. Others couldn't see from which floor the supplies were sent down. Everything went as Lin Lang had predicted. The young men were even more eager to fight after receiving the supplies. After distributing the superfruit to everyone, they cooked the self-heating hot pot with purified water and had a hearty meal. Then he picked up his knife and went out to weed with great pride and swagger. He also didn't forget to send a message in the group. Everyone, the Justice Patrol team is off to clear the weeds. Fighting for freedom. The homeowners responded one after another. Thumbs up. Well done. Thank you all. What a hero. They went down to the 1st floor. At this moment, the outside of the iron gate was covered with dense plant roots, which had entangled the gate. They hacked through the door with their knives, pushed it open with all their might, and stepped outside. From their perspective, this doesn't look like a meadow. It looks more like a primeval forest. Holding knives, they faced the towering, dense vegetation, as if they were the tiny insects themselves. Unit 1, Building B, Room 3003. Shin Chu leaned against the window and shouted excitedly. The red mist is gone. That's great. Lin Lang can come pick me up now. Now, Tang Lingyu leaned back on the leather sofa, her long, slender, and fleshy bare legs crossed, and trembling slightly. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Shin Chu was somewhat complicated. A few days ago, Shin Chu confidently assured Lin Lang that he would come to pick her up, but Lin Lang never came. She cried and made a scene at home for half a day. Tang Lingyu simply didn't know how to comfort her. But she suddenly stopped crying and comforted herself, saying that Lin Lang must have been delayed by something and couldn't come for the time being. She said that he would definitely come in a few days. This left Tang Lingyu even more speechless. I increasingly feel that this woman is not quite right in the head. At this moment, Shen Chuchu looked at Tang Lingyu again and said pitifully, Sister Lingyu, could you send me a WeChat message and ask Lin Lang to come pick me up? Tang Lingyu sighed and shook her head, saying, You've sent him several messages, but he hasn't replied yet. Shen Chuchu then said, Now that the red mist has stopped outside, can you take me to Lin Lang's place? I know where he lives, Building C, Unit 1, Room 2202. Tang Lingyu interrupted her. Since you know, then go find it yourself. Upon hearing this, Shen Chuchu looked like she was about to cry again. But she's a girl. It's so dangerous outside. How can she get there alone? Sister Lingyu, you're different. You're already 30 years old, not a girl anymore. You can go on adventures. People believe you will protect me, right? Tang Lingyu. She was suffocating. We were chatting casually the other day, and the topic of age came up by chance. Upon learning that Tang Lingyu was 30 years old and had never been in a relationship, Shen Chuchu covered her mouth, looking shocked. Sister Lingyu, you're 30 years old and have never been in a relationship? Is there something you're having trouble telling us? Why doesn't any man want you? Tang Lingyu was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Oh shit. So what if I'm 30? I've been eating at your house since I was 30. And you even said I don't have a man who wants me? I don't even like any of those other men, okay? Do you know what that saying goes? Young people don't know how good their aunts are, and they mistake a young girl for a treasure. Even though I'm 30, there are still tons of young men out there who are crazy about me. Maybe. Even your little boyfriend Lin Bulang is unable to walk past me. Chapter 35 Community Goods Trading Fair. In the dense grass. A flash of cold light. A small bunch of grass fell over. Well, a young man plopped down on it. After all this time, we've only cut this little bit. How long will it take to finish cutting all the grass? The young men sat down one after another. The light of the right path encourages. Keep it up, brothers. As long as we keep chopping, we'll finish it sooner or later. But some people say, but the key question is, why us? Look up. So many people are sitting comfortably at home, just watching us do the work. Are we their servants? That's what happens when you have superpowers. With great power comes great responsibility. Pa, we're not the only ones with superpowers in this neighborhood. Isn't that Lin Bulang's woman also a superpowered person? Why isn't she coming down? I'm even starting to suspect that the mysterious big shot who gave us the superpower fruit did it on purpose. He has the superpower fruit, but he doesn't eat it himself and gives it to us instead. It's obvious he wants us to work for him and be his laborers. Don't say that. Going out to weed was a decision we made ourselves. If it weren't for the mysterious big shot's financial support these past few days, we would have starved to death long ago. That's true. The group complained for a while. I stood up. Keep working. Sudden, someone shouted. Hey guys, look what this is. The group looked in the direction of the sound. The man picked up a strange plastic package. They gathered around and opened the package. Inside was a can of luncheon meat, a pack of compressed biscuits, a bag of purified water, and several first aid medicines. These are relief supplies. Someone exclaimed. They suddenly remembered that the authorities had previously organized a helicopter-dropped supplies operation. As a result, they were attacked by monsters on the way. This resulted in the loss of all supplies. So that's where it ended up. Several people were overjoyed. Hurry up and look. There must be many more nearby. Right now, they were more motivated. They searched desperately in the grass. I found one. I found one too. There's more. A short while later, they found more than 10 supply packages. However, just when they were thinking of continuing their search, all that could be heard was the rustling sound of grass and trees moving in the distance. Is the wind picking up? The surrounding weeds remained still, but the weeds in the distance were rapidly collapsing in this direction. Something seems to be coming. At this time, those standing on higher ground could clearly see a giant black python, at least 20 meters long, swimming towards them. Holy crap! Countless people screamed in terror. The group of people who were weeding also noticed something was wrong, and hurriedly gathered up the supplies on the ground, preparing to head back home. But then, hiss! The giant python suddenly burst through the grass and opened its blood-red maw at them. Holy crap! The group immediately abandoned their supplies and ran towards the entrance of Unit 1, Building C. Fortunately, they had already eaten the superpower fruit by then. Their reaction time and speed far exceed those of ordinary people. So for a moment, not a single one fell behind. and they were all rapidly approaching the main gate. Brothers, hurry. Only when the light of righteousness is in the lead does it dare to look back. The giant python's head was about the size of a small car. I'm afraid it could swallow 2 people in one gulp. He immediately realized that this was the real, ferocious beast. The rat they killed in the building before, and even those insects, were hardly ferocious beasts, let alone those few. Even if 100 more people came, they might not be able to feed this giant python. Black-scaled giant python. Combat strength, C+. Abilities, bite, level 2. Entangling, level 3. Eye of intimidation, level 1. Lin Lang stood at the window of 2202, calmly watching everything that was happening downstairs. The young men ran wildly all the way. Finally, we made it to the front gate without any major incident. They were about to escape and ascend to heaven. But the light of the right path was the first to run to the door and pull open the iron gate. However, the iron gate has been exposed to the damp red mist for so long without any maintenance, and it is now covered in rust. Or perhaps it's because the light of the righteous path is exerting too much force. They actually managed to pull the iron gate down in one go. Bang! The iron gate crashed to the ground. This also means that their anxiety has finally died down. Now, even if they run into the building, it won't be able to protect them anymore. Even if the python were lured into the building, it would kill even more people. At this time, the giant python had already come up behind them, casting a huge shadow over them. Several people only felt. He was shrouded in the shadow of death. The giant serpent's blood-red vertical pupils, like the eyes of a demon, were fixed on them. Run? Their strength seemed to have been drained, and they couldn't move at all. They just stood there, dumbfounded, waiting to become the python's dinner. A look of intimidation? It's about using your eyes to suppress the enemy and prevent them from moving, right? That's quite interesting. Lin Lang smiled slightly. Downstairs, the giant python opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the person in front of it. It's over. With only this one thought in mind, the man involuntarily closed his eyes. But the next second, boom, the floor tiles shattered. A huge plant root broke through the soil. Like a giant green python, it swung in the air and then crashed down. Bang! The enormous root slammed down hard on the black python's vital spot. The python was smashed in two. Hiss! Both halves of the python's body were writhing. But after twisting for a short while, it stopped moving. Lin Lang watched as the python's superpowered core went out before sitting back down in his chair. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiao, who stood on the computer desk, tilting his head to look at him. Even though you are a ferocious beast, you cannot eat people indiscriminately. Otherwise, that will be your fate. Do you understand? Chirp, chirp, chirp. After crushing the giant python, the enormous plant root burrowed back into the ground. Only a deep trench remained in the ground. People were shocked. The young men stood there dumbfounded, their bodies and faces splattered with the giant python's blood. They simply couldn't believe it. Following the marks of the ditch on the ground, it was easy to tell that the tree that had just saved them was this towering tree. They looked at each other, unable to detach themselves from the situation for a moment. It took him a long time to come to his senses. We entered the building. They then propped the fallen door up and placed it against the door frame. Although this is of little use, but at least I feel a little safer. Meanwhile, those in the neighborhood who witnessed everything were inwardly screaming, "Holy crap! Holy crap! That's awesome! That tree saved them! This is a divine tree. I just took a picture. I got it. I'm going to post it online. This tree has actually developed sentience. It's become a demon. I don't think it can be allowed to live." A short while later, in the WeChat group for homeowners, Zhengdao Guang posted several pictures. These are the relief supplies they found today. The supplies from the last helicopter rescue landed in the neighborhood. Everyone can go and collect some. Today, they have come to realize the terror of the ferocious beasts outside. They wouldn't dare to clear the weeds by themselves again. So they decided to spread the word that there were supplies outside, hoping to attract everyone in the neighborhood to help remove the weeds. In that case, it won't be long. That way, you can get rid of all the grass in the whole neighborhood. On the other side, Lin Lang is also planning to hold a community goods trading fair after the grass in the community is cleared. In that case, you can then exchange for a wider variety of supplies. Chapter 36 The God of Fire has a flash of inspiration. In the urban jungle, several people stood dumbfounded at the foot of the building as a ferocious black python opened its blood-red maw at them. The group was about to become the giant python's food, but then a deafening roar was heard. A huge tree root burst out of the ground and smashed the giant python in two, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. This video was released immediately. This caused a huge uproar online. Oh my god, what a huge black worm. Is this movie special effects? It's obviously not. This is a ferocious beast, and there are even bigger ones out there. I know the black snake is a ferocious beast, but what about the tree roots? Has the tree come to life? So what if it becomes a spirit? What's impossible these days? You haven't addressed the crucial point. That big tree protected those people. Does that mean it's on our side? Wait a minute. Why wasn't this neighborhood submerged in the red fog? Happiness Community. Unit 1, Building C, Room 2202. Ning Xuanyu and others also came across the video. The big tree was growing right next to their window, so they cared more about its true origins than anyone else. Gu Fei looked at the big tree outside the window and said, I've never seen this big tree move before. Lu Saran nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Ning Xuanyu frowned and said seriously, No, the tree hasn't become a spirit, at least not now. It must be being controlled by a wood-type psychic in the dark. Gu Fei blinked. A wood-type psychic? Are you talking about me? Ning Xuanyu used her telekinesis to examine the superpowered core inside Gu Fei's body. It was only the size of an egg, and the light it emitted wasn't very strong. So he shook his head. Your superpower core is too weak. It's impossible for you to do that. To be able to control such a large plant, I feel that one must be at least a C-level superpower user. Ning Xuanyu pondered again. But besides you, who else in our neighborhood has a golden elemental fruit? The next second, Lin Lang's image flashed into her mind. But then he quickly shook his head. No, he doesn't even have a superpowered core, so it's impossible. Speaking of which, Ning Xuanyu was also curious and couldn't help but look towards the study door. Lin Lang clearly has so many superpowered fruits, so why have I never seen him eat any? In the study, Lin Lang was sitting in a computer chair playing a mobile game. Little Tiger flew in through the window. It landed on the computer desk and then rubbed its head against Lin Lang's hand. Then she opened her mouth wide at him. At this point, Xiaohu's size was almost the same as Lin Lang's head. Lin Lang was speechless. Didn't you catch anything while you were out there? I'm not trying to be mean, but you're supposed to be a ferocious beast. Even if you can't catch a person, you should at least be able to catch a mouse, right? Little Tiger, however, remained motionless with his mouth wide open, as if to say, Stop talking nonsense. Put the meat in my mouth. Lin Lang had no choice but to take out a piece of pork from his spatial storage and casually toss it out the window. Swish! Little Tiger shot off like an arrow released from a bow. A short while later, it flew back and sat down on the computer desk, gently stroking its belly with its wings, looking as if it had finally eaten its fill. You're eating faster and faster. Lin Lang shook his head. His head. At this moment, Ning Xuanyu consumed one mid-grade super powerful fruit, and 500 fruits were returned, which have been stored in the host's space. These days, Lin Lang would give Ning Xuanyu a mid-grade physical strength fruit every day. Then you will receive 500 coins back. As a result, the mid-grade physical energy fruits in his space are now piled up like a small mountain. The key point is that he himself doesn't need it. Fortunately, the space has unlimited capacity. Otherwise, Lin Lang would have wanted to throw it away. Well, sometimes having too many supplies can be a problem. And now, Lin Lang thought for a moment, then took out a mid-grade physical strength fruit from his spatial storage and held it to Little Tiger's mouth. Since you can eat so much, why don't you help me clear out my inventory? Chirp. Little Tiger turned his head away haughtily, his meaning clear. Please, I eat meat. I don't want to eat this worthless fruit of yours. Lin Lang persistently stuffed the fruit into his mouth. A balanced diet of meat and vegetables is essential for health. Okay, if you don't eat this, you can forget about eating meat in the future. Chirp. Xiaohu was very dissatisfied. But under Lin Lang's pressure, it still opened its mouth wide and swallowed the fruit. Chirp chirp. It flapped its wings in dissatisfaction, as if to say that this didn't taste good. Lin Lang then retrieved its combat strength information. Tiger-headed eagle. Combat strength, E. Ability, none. Having combat power from scratch is a small step forward. After consuming a super fruit, the super core within its body lit up slightly. This shows that the fruit is beneficial to Little Tiger. From now on, you'll give me 10 fruits every day. Lin Lang issued the order. Chirp chirp chirp. Little Tiger flew into Lin Lang's arms, curled up into a ball, and began to close his eyes and sleep. Lin Lang naturally reached out and stroked its head. Ever since the light of the right path announced in the group that relief supplies could be found in the bushes of the community. In the various buildings of the residential complex, people gradually started going out. There are many ferocious beasts outside, but not all of them are fatal. The key point is, they had run out of ammunition and food and had no other choice. Lin Lang would sit in his study every day and look outside. The once powerful humans are now like tiny ants carrying food, gradually devouring the large patch of grass downstairs. The nationwide grass-cutting campaign has begun. Lin Lang witnessed history. During this process, of course, there will be casualties. After all, there are just too many ferocious beasts and insects hiding in the grass. But as long as no Class C ferocious beast appears, Lin Lang wouldn't care. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to manage it all. In reality, the main reason he used the tree to save those people last time was because it was a team he had personally invested in and nurtured. As for the life or death of others, he really doesn't care much. However, not every superpowered person is as cold-blooded as him. That day, a two-headed giant rat with a combat power of C appeared in the bushes near Building A. It bit and killed someone as soon as it arrived. Several nearby superpowered individuals finally decided to take action and kill the two-headed rat. It took a total of 1 hour. Everyone was exhausted. Through this comparison, those in Building C are better able to understand just how terrifying the giant tree that saved the patrol team that day truly was. That day, the patrol team from Unit 1 of Building C went out to cut grass again. Then we encountered another C-level ferocious beast. This time it's a giant toad covered in bumps. As expected, the tree swung its roots again, pulling the toads underground and saving them. The value of a large tree is constantly increasing. The entire community has begun to regard this big tree as their guardian. They even started praying to it. Seeing this, Lin Lang could only chuckle helplessly in his study. The nationwide campaign to cut down grass continues. The lawnmowers, who came from several directions, gradually approached the center of the community, where the weeds were the thickest and deepest. But danger often coexists with opportunity. Here, people are starting to frequently discover superpowered fruits, although most of them involve physical strength and mental power. But some lucky ones discovered the golden elemental fruit. That lucky person ate the elemental fruit and awakened the power of fire. Become a fire god revered by thousands. The next day, Vulcan had a sudden inspiration. In the 5 elements, fire overcomes wood. Since the neighborhood is full of plants, why not use your own abilities to burn them all down? So he set fire to the bushes. Really, the fire spread rapidly, quickly burning away the remaining grass. It also burned countless ferocious beasts and insects to death. The air throughout the entire neighborhood was filled with an unpleasant smell. This saves people who cut grass a lot of time and energy. The fire continued to spread, climbing along the dense vines and engulfing the buildings. Those buildings were covered with ivy, which is also a plant. As a result, building after building was engulfed in flames. It took people a lot of effort to put out the fire, but countless supplies also perished in the fire. The angry victims gathered together and gave Vulcan a severe beating. Unexpectedly, it directly cut off Vulcan's life. Vulcan dead. Chapter 37. What kind of girl would like him? The weeds have been mostly cleared away. The relief supplies scattered throughout the community have been mostly collected by residents. Many ferocious beasts were also killed, and some survived, but they hid in their caves during the day and only came out at night. Therefore, it will not threaten the safety of the homeowners. Therefore, the current situation in Xingfu community is as follows. There was no red fog. There were no ferocious beasts. Supplies are plentiful. This is probably the best place to live in the world right now. Someone posted all of this online, which immediately attracted widespread attention. No. Why isn't there any red mist where you are? So this is what relief supplies look like. I've never seen anything like it before. I'm starving. Could you please share some of the relief supplies with me? You even cleared the bushes and chased away the ferocious beasts. My God, your place is practically paradise. Is this an officially established survival base? Please provide your address. I need to come to your area. I want to go too. I'd rather die on my way to heaven. There are quite a few videos like this that show off. These were all posted by the residents of Xingfu community. Lin Lang was speechless. They are a classic example of forgetting the pain once the wound has healed. Relief supplies are not unlimited. They'll eventually run out of food. Grass doesn't just grow back after it's cut down, unless people go downstairs to exercise frequently. But this also means that their chances of encountering ferocious beasts will greatly increase. Certainly, all of this has nothing to do with Lin Lang. Even if the red mist returns, and the ferocious beasts become several levels stronger, it still poses no threat to Lin Lang. In the end, they are the ones who suffer. Lin Lang is still at home. Every day, I play various games with 3 beautiful women, Gu Fei, Ning Xuanyu, and Lu Saran. Feed the little tiger again. When you have free time, meditate and absorb some of the red mist. They were living a very comfortable life. Until someone in the group started complaining again. I've run out of relief supplies. Is there anyone kind enough to lend me some? Mine too. Sigh. I should have eaten less. But those supplies were already scarce. Enough for one person for 3 days. Hey bro, is there still a trade fair? I need to trade gold for food. At Lin Bulang. Lin Lang knew the time had come, so? Lin Bulang. A trade fair will be held tomorrow at noon on the basketball court downstairs in Building C. Unit 1, Building B, Room 3003. Lin Bulang said that he will hold a trade fair for goods at the basketball court downstairs in Building C at noon tomorrow. Tang Lingyu told Shun Chuchu the news. That's great. I'll be able to see Lin Lang soon. Upon hearing this, Shun Chuchu jumped up immediately, her face full of surprise. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, a trade fair? Isn't it similar to a shopping festival? Tang Lingyu nodded. They're pretty much the same. Items like water, food, and medicine are considered universal currency. He can use this currency to buy other things, such as luxury goods, if Lin Bulang is really interested in luxury goods. Upon hearing this, Shin Chuchu exclaimed. His eyes lit up. Shopping extravaganza. Lin Lang has so many supplies. It's definitely worth a fortune. Wouldn't that mean I'd get rich too? Then, I have the most supplies in the community. Clothes, cosmetics, bags. Change it to whatever you want. As many as you want, we have them. Mom is right. A woman should live a refined life. No matter what, you should always dress yourself up beautifully. This also makes men look good. We must not end up like Tang Lingyu. She's so old, and she still doesn't know how to handle men. I guess I'll be lonely for the rest of my life. Unconsciously, the way she looked at Tang Lingyu became more arrogant. It seems that at this moment, she has become the esteemed Mrs. Lin Lang. Possessing countless resources, she can now enjoy the luxurious life she's always dreamed of. Shin Chuchu was immersed in immense excitement, imagining her happy life ahead. Even when sleeping at night, I'm also constantly thinking, with so many supplies, how should I spend them? Clothes and bags are a must. Bird's nest and sea cucumber are also essential. A mobile phone and tablet are also necessary, otherwise how will I pass the time? Alright, Lin Lang used to love playing games, so I have to keep an eye on him and not let him waste resources. A man should be ambitious. How can he play games? No way. Men are completely unreliable. I need to take control of all the supplies and manage them myself. Finally, the next day, Shin Chuchu barely slept all night, but she was still full of energy and very excited. Sister Lingyu, let's go out quickly, Tang Lingyu said speechlessly. It's only 7 o'clock. The trade fair doesn't start until noon. For you, it naturally starts at 12 o'clock. But this trade fair was initiated by Lin Lang, and as the hostess, I naturally need to arrive earlier to arrange everything. Shin Chuchu said with an arrogant expression. Tang Lingyu, even if we're not sisters, don't you have any idea what's going on? From beginning to end. Has Lin Bulang ever given you a second thought? You even slept with the mistress? There are no ferocious beasts outside now. You can go down and wait by yourself. But when Shin Chuchu looked down at the empty space below the residential area, she couldn't help but shrink back. I think I'll go down with you. It feels too dangerous, especially for a girl like me. After, Tang Lingyu spent several hours in Shun Chuchu's tireless self-hypnosis. It was finally 11 o'clock. I could see that quite a few people had already gathered downstairs. Shin Chuchu said anxiously. Sister Lingyu, let's go downstairs quickly. The shopping fair is about to start. Lin Lang must be getting impatient waiting for me. I want to go down early and give him a surprise. Thinking that it would be a good thing to get rid of this woman as soon as possible is a good thing. Tang Lingyu finally led Shun Chuchu out the door. Along the way, Shin Chuchu's face was filled with a happy smile. Lin Lang will be so happy to see me soon. Oh dear. Actually, he should have been the one to pick me up. After all, girls should be a little more reserved. But since he's quite busy today, I'll go see him myself. Tang Lingyu was so tired of hearing these words that she was practically numb to them. But she actually understood. Lin Bulang was living such a good life, surrounded by countless beauties. Why would he care about the life or death of an ex-girlfriend? I'm afraid that the greater Shinchuchu's hopes are now, the greater her disappointment will be later. No, that's not disappointment. It's utterly hopeless. She might go crazy on the spot. Thinking of this, Tang Lingyu suddenly felt a pang of pity, so she tried her best to use tactful language to give Shin Chuchu a heads up. Chuchu, didn't you and Lin Bueling break up before? Although you said it was a test for him, what if he took it seriously? If he did, is it possible that he'll find another girlfriend now? But Shin Chuchu heard this, but his face was full of disdain. What do you know? I'm the woman he loved most in his life. You have no idea how good he was to me back then. How could he possibly go looking for another woman? Tang Lingyu's voice gradually weakened. But it's been said in the WeChat group that Lin Bueling was with a woman at the last trade fair. Shin Chuchu sneered. That's because he couldn't have me, so he settled for a substitute. Don't you think about it? Lin Lang is poor, unambitious, and a total straight man. What kind of girl would like him? As long as I express my willingness to be with him, he will definitely drop everything and come running to me like a puppy. All right, stop saying that. I know what you're thinking, but women are just different. I'm just more attractive to men, and your jealousy won't change anything, let alone try to sow discord between me and Lin Lang. Tang Lingyu. Have to. I'll shut up. They remained silent the rest of the way. When I got downstairs, there were already quite a few people gathered there. But Lin Lang was not seen. Huh? Why hasn't Lin Lang come to see me yet? At this time, Unit 1, Building C, Room 2202. Lin Lang was having breakfast with 3 beautiful women, all lovey-dovey. After eating, Lin Lang said, Let's go? Let's go down 2. Down 2. Ning Xuanyu stood up. Gu Fei assumed Lin Lang still wouldn't take her downstairs, so she offered, Then I'll tidy up at home. Lin Lang laughed and said, You 3 come downstairs together. See if there's anything that interests you, and bring some back with you. It'll add a little fun to our mundane lives. Chapter 38. Goddesses emerge in droves. Since the red fog descended, the activity area downstairs in Xingfu community has never seen so many people before. It's been a long time since we've all seen each other. Acquaintances exchanged pleasantries and lamented the hardships of the end times. Some people were saddened to find that their old friends had passed away. However, this is the focus for most people at this time. They were still focused on finding Lin Bueling. Which one is Lin Bueling? Stop looking. They haven't come yet. Didn't we agree on midnight? Why is he late? Are you senile? He's a big shot. Do you think he has a habit of arriving early? At this moment, Shin Chuchu stepped forward, cleared her throat, and said loudly, Please be quiet. My husband will be here soon. Please line up and don't push. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Lin Bueling's woman? Why did you change it again? Wasn't this the same one last time? Are you getting senile? He's a big shot. What's wrong with him changing girlfriends? I don't think so. Look at her. She's so pale and thin. She's nowhere near as good as that girl from last time. Could it be that Lin Bueling's family is also short of food? Stop arguing. Just listen to her and line up. The crowd quickly dispersed, as if a shopping fair were being held, with each person occupying a small area to store the goods they planned to trade. Upon witnessing this scene, Shin Chuchu was very satisfied and said again, Now, all of you who brought luxury goods, whether it's clothes, bags, or cosmetics, bring them all out and let me choose. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, but none of them took any action. Shin Chuchu's face immediately darkened. Don't you all know I'm Lin Bueling's woman? When Lin Bueling arrives, even he'll have to listen to me. Tang Lingyu had already secretly retreated to the back of the crowd. She was afraid that people would find out that she and Shin Chuchu were on the same side. How embarrassing. But she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Shin Chuchu is just too outrageous. Or is she simply insane? Thank goodness. After today, I will be able to get rid of her completely. Regardless of whether Lin Bueling takes her in or not, I definitely won't take her in anymore. It's 12:30. Shin Chuchu was still there explaining to the unsuspecting crowd. Lin Bueling finally appeared at the entrance of Unit 1, Building C. Immediately, someone with sharp eyes exclaimed, Boss Bueling is here. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Lin Lang, dressed in simple casual clothes, walked out of the gate with his hands in his pockets and an arrogant expression on his face. As expected, it still has to be the shrewd and unrestrained boss. She has a perfect grasp of elegance. Husband. But then, Shin Chuchu suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. He took off and pounced on Lin Bueling. The commotion startled everyone around. Meanwhile, Ning Xuanyu appeared. She came out of the gate, jogged a few steps, reached out, and took Lin Lang's arm, and said coquettishly, "Wait for them." Lin Lang said, "Who told you three to walk so slowly?" Ning Xuanyu stuck out her tongue. "We girls always walk side by side when going down the stairs." The two looked so sweet and inseparable that it made people smile like doting ants. And this sudden change, this caused Shin Chu-Chu to suddenly slow down her pace. Until he stood still, his body trembled slightly in disbelief. A pair of large, bloodshot eyes stared straight at Lin Lang, and a few words were spat out through clenched teeth. "Lin Lang, who is this woman?" Lin Lang stood still, tilting his head slightly upward, scrutinizing the woman with a condescending gaze. At first glance, he barely recognized him. The haggard, hysterical woman before me was none other than Shin Chu-Chu, my first love, the person I've cherished and pampered for 5 years. She used to be a bright and sunny girl with a cheerful smile. It was that smiling face that finally made the innocent boy's heart flutter, but in the end, the boy lost so completely. Damn it. Lin Lang has been so bored these days. He's been watching overused meme videos in his study. He's gotten a little obsessed. Lin Lang at this moment. I didn't actually have many feelings about it. He only regretted that he had been blinded by such a woman, wasting 5 years of his life as if he had been mentally unstable for 5 years. As for gloating or anything like that, however, a little bit. But overall, he didn't want to invest any more energy in this woman, because it wasn't worth it. So they completely ignored her. She's also Lin Lang's woman? Upon hearing Shin Chu-Chu's words, Ning Xuanyu pondered for a moment and then looked her over. The conclusion is, no threat whatsoever, utterly useless, Shaw. But in Shin Chu-Chu's eyes, Ning Xuanyu's gaze was clearly a provocation to her. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Hateful. It must be that bitch. She bewitched Lin Lang. That's why Lin Lang hasn't brought me any food, and he hasn't even come to apologize to me yet. What is it about this woman that I find better? It's just that. Her skin is a little fairer, her eyes are a little bigger, her breasts are a little bigger, her waist is a little thinner, and her legs are a little longer, right? Besides, aren't we all pretty much the same? Moreover, we have such a deep bond that has lasted for so many years. How can you just throw it away like that? Shin Chu-Chu clutched her aching heart, her mouth slightly open, her large eyes brimming with tears. Lin Lang, you're abandoning me for just one woman. But she hadn't finished speaking. Another woman came out of the front door. Sister Xuanyu, why did you suddenly run away? They saw who had arrived. Everyone hiss. A new woman has appeared in Lin Lang's life. No, it's not new anymore. Isn't this Gu Fei, the aloof and sophisticated white-collar goddess of our neighborhood? She's tall, beautiful, and rich. But she's the dream girl of countless men in the neighborhood. But now she's with Lin Lang too. And then I saw this scene. Countless boys' hearts were broken. No. The music of A Plum Blossom Melody rang out at just the right moment, echoing throughout the entire neighborhood. Shin Chu-Chu froze on the spot. There's more than one. And this tall and beautiful woman. She was dressed in designer clothes, with a low-key yet luxurious necklace on her wrist. In particular, her capable demeanor made her look like someone of extraordinary status. How could a woman of this caliber be with Lin Lang? Why? What exactly did she see in Lin Lang? Did Lin Lang save her life? Phew, Sister Gu Fei, Sister Xuanyu, you've gone too far. Lu Saran ran out of the gate. Her face was flushed from running so much, but she was also puffed up with anger. That's outrageous. Knowing full well that he was shy and didn't go out often, the two of them deliberately teased him, leaving him behind alone, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Snort. Hiss. The moment Lu Saran appeared, all the surrounding noise stopped. All you could hear was the sound of people gasping for air. There seemed to be a sound of heartbreak mixed in with it. Our neighborhood actually has a beauty of this caliber? I've never seen this before. Is she a fairy descended to Earth? Lu Saran's appearance score of 9.5 is officially certified by the system. It's no wonder that this is so shocking. Lin Lang even thought that Lu Saran's looks might be the limit of human beauty. No matter how beautiful a person is, they can't be anything more than this. Otherwise, in what other aspects can we improve? Her features are already flawless, unless, of course, her breasts get a little bigger. But Ning Xuanyu is already old enough. If you're tired of pineapple, trying an apple occasionally can be quite enjoyable. Chapter 39 Shin Chu-Chu's Trump Card. The three women surrounded Lin Lang. His demeanor, mannerisms, and speech were all very natural and harmonious. It felt like we were already a family who had been together day and night for a long time. Does this mean? Have they been living and eating together all this time? Lin Buelang, you're actually eating so well. You've monopolized 3 beautiful women by yourself. Doesn't your conscience hurt? I hate it. I hate that I'm not Lin Buelang. I'd be willing to shorten my lifespan by 10 years just to experience one day of not being a big shot. This scene shattered the hearts of countless people. So beautiful. All 3 women were incredibly beautiful, especially Lu Saran. She was like a celestial being untouched by the mortal world. Tang Lingyu observed silently from behind the crowd. Previously, she had always considered herself and Gu Fei to be the 2 most outstanding women in the neighborhood. A stunningly beautiful appearance and a thriving business empire. Gu Fei is aloof and beautiful, keeping strangers at bay. With her fuller figure and more mature demeanor, she should be able to easily win 1 or 2 points. But now, what's the deal with Gu Fei's undeniable air of a virtuous wife? What did Lin Buelang's birth do to her? How could someone who was so proud and aloof be transformed into such a gentle and charming person? This is stealing my public image. And then there's the girl who appears at the end. She's so beautiful. Compared to her, Tang Lingyu no longer dared to call herself a beauty. Then let's not even talk about it. At this time, standing in front of Lin Buelang was an utterly unremarkable woman. Shin Chuchu stared blankly at all of this. This world feels so unreal. A man like Lin Lang. What an unambitious man. A man who only earns a little over 10,000 yuan a month. How come so many women are willing to follow him? Are they all blind? No, it must be fake. Lin Lang must have deliberately staged this scene to annoy me. The fact that he did this only proves that he still cares about me. Shin Chuchu regained her confidence. She walked gracefully up to Lin Lang, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Lin Lang, why haven't you brought me any food? Do you know how hungry I am? Do you know how difficult it was for me to come to you? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. 7 parts of it is skill, and 3 parts is genuine emotion. She was abused at home by her mother and younger brother and could only eat leftovers. He was imprisoned by the Black Dragon Society and barely escaped here after a near-death experience. Seeing how well Lin Lang is living now, he had a rosy complexion, was dressed neatly, and showed no signs of suffering. He was accompanied by 3 equally glamorous beauties. She felt even more wronged. Why should I be the one suffering? How come you're living such a good life? And he even gave my supplies to other women? This crying was like the yellow river bursting its banks, completely unstoppable. Shin Chuchu cried her heart out, but she was secretly very pleased with herself. Lin Lang must be heartbroken right now. He'll pick me up and comfort me immediately and grant all my requests. Lin Lang used to fall for this trick the most. Unexpectedly, Lin Lang simply said in a cold voice. Roll. Hiccup. That one sentence, get out, made Shin Chuchu cry so hard she almost choked. He actually insulted me? How dare you insult me? Shin Chuchu immediately stopped crying, glared at Gu Fei and the other 2, and said fiercely, Lin Lang, you've changed. Just because I dumped you, your personality has changed so drastically, right? Well, let me tell you, now I'm willing to give you another chance. Just get rid of these women. Then hand over all the supplies to me for safekeeping. I'll marry you. We can even get married right now. If you give up these 3 women, you can have me completely. Now you should be satisfied. Hiss. The audience had lost count of how many times they had gasped in shock. It was because I saw a beautiful woman. This time, it was for this ordinary yet confident woman. They didn't understand. How can she be so confident? Indeed, although Shin Chuchu looked disheveled at this moment, it was still clear that her figure and facial features were not bad. She's at least a pretty girl. After dressing up carefully, she can stir the hearts of countless young men as she walks down the street. It's a pity. Her current opponents are 3 stunningly beautiful women at max level. Gu Fei is both aloof and gentle. Ning Xuanyu, with a graceful figure. A woman named Lu Saran with an exceptionally beautiful face. Compared to them, it's like the difference between a light bulb and a luminous pearl. No, it's more like the difference between a broken light bulb and 3 top-quality luminous pearls. How do I choose? It's so hard to choose. Should we choose any of the 3? Or should we slap Shin Chuchu twice first, and then choose the other 3? This is really a dilemma. Gu Fei, Ning Xuanyu, and Lu Saran all stared at Lin Lang. His eyes were full of resentment. It seems to be saying, were you ever this hungry before? Look at the kind of woman you've gotten yourself into. This made Lin Lang feel awkward. And just then, someone spoke up, breaking the silence. Hey, Mr. Buelang, when does the trade fair start? Lin Lang said solemnly. Let's begin now. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became excited. Trading has begun. Boss, look at this jade. It's my family heirloom, a genuine antique. Boss, I have gold. I have gold. Gold is always a hard currency. Trade with me first, you won't regret it. Excuse me, Miss Pushin, please move aside and don't block the way. The crowd made a ruckus and rushed forward. It was like a market day at the entrance of a village. The neighborhood is finally bustling again. Lin Lang was somewhat speechless, so he said, Everyone, don't push over here. Here, let's go back to where we were before and show everyone what you have. If you have any supplies, feel free to exchange them. Then everyone dispersed again. They reverted to the previous street vending mode. Lin Lang and the others began to select from among them. Some people with sufficient supplies are also looking for suitable items. If you find something you like, you can try to negotiate the price. This place seems to have completely turned into a farmer's market. The person who is overlooked by everyone. Shin Chu-Chu. His face was now dark, and his voice was low. Lin Lang, you clearly said that you would be good to me for the rest of your life. You clearly said you would marry me. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Everyone paused for a moment. Then they continued to haggle. How much is your potent medicine? 10 bottles of purified water. Too expensive. This medicine is really strong. How fierce is it? Extremely powerful. Ah, a furious roar. Everyone turned their surprised gazes toward Shin Chu-Chu. Shin Chu-Chu slowly raised her head. Lin Lang, you betrayed me. You forced me to do this. Since I'm not happy, then you shouldn't expect to live well either. Everyone stared at her in horror. Lin Lang's expression also turned serious. Shin Chu-Chu gave a cold laugh. You wouldn't believe it. I have another trump card up my sleeve. Lin Lang, you will pay the price for this. Just then, a cold wind blew by. Ning Xuanyu felt inexplicably nervous and was ready for battle. But then they heard Shin Chu-Chu shout loudly. Sister Lingyu, you have superpowers. Go and kill Lin Lang. Then she reached out and pointed precisely at Tang Lingyu behind the crowd. All eyes immediately turned to Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu. What? Am I now the trump card? Chapter 40, what do you have to offer to conquer me? Lin Lang glanced at the mature-looking woman at the back of the crowd, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a message appeared in his field of vision. Tang Lingyu. Appearance, 9 out of 10. Charging time, 0 times. Loyalty, 10%. Return rate, 200. Combat strength, C. Superpower, teleportation, level 3. Besides Gu Fei, is there another stunningly beautiful woman in Happiness Community who scores 9 out of 10? Lin Lang vaguely remembered. I had indeed seen this Tang Lingyu in the neighborhood before. Only, at that time, he wasn't particularly interested in young married women, so he didn't pay much attention to them. But now, he already has 3 exceptionally beautiful girls of different types in his family, so he has a keen understanding of this industry. That's when some other ideas came to mind. Tang Lingyu was slightly flustered, and then she met Lin Lang's deep scrutiny, which made her feel immense pressure. So he hurriedly explained. Shin Chu-Chu, what nonsense are you talking about? I would never kill someone. Everyone then turned their attention to Shin Chu-Chu. Upon hearing Tang Lingyu's words, Shin Chu-Chu looked surprised and angry. Sister Lingyu, we're all girls, how can you not help me? Are you just going to stand by and watch me get bullied by that scumbag Lin Lang? Everyone was speechless. Who bullied you? From beginning to end. It seems like you've been putting on a one-man show all by yourself. Lin Buelang is fine too. Tang Lingyu it may be. They don't want to talk to you at all. Everyone realized that this woman who called herself Lin Buelang's woman was actually a lunatic, a mad dog who would bite anyone she saw. There aren't many opportunities for big shots like Buelang to organize trade fairs. This woman is causing trouble again. What a waste of everyone's time. Then someone shouted, if you have something to do, can you wait until after the trade fair? Don't waste everyone's time. That's right. How can someone be so shameless? Shin Chu-Chu screamed hysterically. Who's being shameless? You're all in cahoots with Lin Lang. You've all conspired to bully a weak woman like me. I'm going to post you all online and expose you. She called out for a long time, but couldn't even find a cell phone, let alone expose them online. So she angrily glanced around at the people, then strode towards Tang Lingyu among them. Sister Lingyu, didn't you say before that you wanted to get rid of Lin Buelang? Now is the perfect opportunity. We women must stand up. Don't worry, women all over the world will stand with us. Don't talk nonsense. However, Tang Lingyu kept backing away to avoid getting too close to Shinchuchu. They even wanted to scream in terror. Don't come any closer. Looking at this woman who was so embarrassed, she just wanted to disappear into the ground. Lin Lang found it strangely endearing, so he smiled slightly. Your name is Tang Lingyu, right? Would you like to come with me? I'll provide room and board. Hiss. In an instant, everyone gasped again. Shinchuchu was completely stunned. What? Lin Lang is actually looking for other women. He already has 3. They still need to look for it. And this time, he found a woman who's 30 years old. Is he sick? He doesn't want this beautiful 20-year-old girl who's practically offering herself up, but instead insists on going after a 30-year-old woman. Shinchuchu felt her worldview was collapsing. As for the other people on the field, especially men, the way he looked at Lin Lang was as if he were looking at a god. What is a role model for men? What is a patriarch? That's it. He actually dared to flirt with other women in front of his 3 wonderful wives. Isn't he afraid those 3 women will get jealous? Take another look. Those 3 women acted as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. At most, there was a hint of helplessness, but there wasn't a trace of anger in sight. Are they all this sensible? But, thinking about it, it makes sense. Their teams already have 3 people. If they were going to be jealous, they would have been jealous of each other long ago. So what difference would it make if there were one more? Seeing this, everyone felt a pang of envy. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Lang held a hint of resentment. Stop it, you bastard. Are you trying to steal all the beautiful women in the world away? Leave at least one for us. Tang Lingyu was stunned for a moment upon hearing Lin Lang's words, then frowned. I only met Shinchuchu by chance, and we're not close. I would never do anything bad for her. Don't listen to her side of the story. She thought that Lin Lang had believed Shinchuchu's words, so he was deliberately teasing her. Lin Lang shrugged and said frankly, it has nothing to do with anyone else. I just think you're very beautiful, so I want you to be my woman. Holy crap. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Is Big Boss Bulang really this blunt? It's clearly lust at first sight, but coming from the mouth of the unromantic boss, it sounds perfectly reasonable. High-level players all play straightforwardly. Take notes. Quickly, take notes. Shinchuchu looked at Tang Lingyu in disbelief. This 30-year-old woman actually rejected Lin Lang? Lang. Doesn't that mean? Why can't I have something that even a 30-year-old woman doesn't want? She suddenly felt it. Tang Lingyu is in cahoots with Lin Bulang. The purpose is to humiliate myself. So the look in her eyes as she looked at Tang Lingyu gradually turned into hatred. Bad guy? They're all bad people. They all deserve to die? Tang Lingyu, however, was completely unaware of this and simply said to Lin Lang, no, I'm just here to exchange some supplies. I'll leave after I'm done. She has always been a proud woman. Very few men could catch her eye. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be single at 30. But she has the right to be picky. A well-off family background. She's just as beautiful as Gu Fei. A curvaceous and alluring figure. An incredibly alluring mature charm. Countless men have fought tooth and nail to be her devoted admirers. But none of this is what she wants. What she really wanted was a man strong enough to conquer her in every way. Lin Bulang? Although it has been very popular recently. But after all, he's just a young man in his early 20s. Lack of vision, experience, and connections? What can I use to win her over? Is he relying on the little bit of supplies he has stockpiled? No matter how much he has, he'll eventually run out of supplies, especially since he's foolishly taken so many women to consume them with. Only strength is the true foundation. At this moment, Lin Lang slightly raised his chin, striking a pose befitting a spendthrift. Tell me, what supplies do you want to exchange? Tang Lingyu thought for a moment, then took out a very beautiful gemstone brooch from her pocket. This is a brooch from Xiang Nair's anniversary. It's quite valuable. I'd like to exchange it for some purified water and food. Everyone looked. They all secretly shook their heads and sighed. A brooch? Even if it's worth $1 million, what use is it in the apocalypse? It probably wouldn't even be worth a bottle of water. But some clever people saw through it all. If anyone else had this brooch, they definitely wouldn't have been able to get anything in return from Boss Bulang. But it's obvious that Boss Lang is interested in this woman. At a time like this, do brooches still matter? Even if it's just a wildflower picked casually by the roadside, the not-so-wild tycoon would spend a fortune just to make his beloved smile. Therefore, this brooch will definitely break the transaction record. No matter what price the big boss offers, don't be surprised. After listening to this person's analysis, everyone suddenly realized, no wonder that big shot can find so many women. So that's the difference. Tang Lingyu had obviously thought of this as well. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his lips. This guy just said he wanted to date me. So now I'm definitely going to put on a brave face and offer up plenty of supplies to exchange for this brooch. He wants me to look at him in a new light. Did you think that would move me? Sigh. I guess I still have the mindset of a young person. Am I someone who is so easily moved? I'll just take advantage of your mentality, keep you hanging on, and try to get more supplies. As for you, in this tug of war that sometimes comes close and sometimes far away, let's suffer a crushing defeat. This brooch might be useless to others, but to me, just as everyone expected, Lin Bueling looked at Tang Lingyu with tender eyes and a smile on his face. It's completely useless. You're going to use this to barter for supplies? You'll get nothing. You'll starve to death sooner or later. Chapter 41, Paying Homage to the Ancestral Master. What? It's not just Tang Lingyu. This moment, almost everyone on the field was stunned. The way they looked at Lin Lang was as if they were looking at an indescribable being. That's absolutely unbelievable. What kind of man is he? To say something like that to a woman at such a critical moment. That's the absolute truth. Puff. Ning Xuangyu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Gu Fei then covered her mouth as well. Lu Saran was somewhat at a loss. Her habit of feeling embarrassed for others had kicked in again. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tang Lingyu froze, her face turning from red to white, and then from white to red again, until it turned ashen. The dazzling gemstone brooch in her hand, at this moment, became a joke along with its owner. Lin Lang simply looked at her indifferently. Is 1,000 pieces of gold only for a beautiful woman's smile? Trying to put on a brave face when you're not. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? There are many ways to demonstrate one's strength, so why choose one that harms oneself and benefits others? Lin Lang didn't care how many supplies he gave away, because he has no shortage of supplies. But if you give out supplies and then get called an idiot, that's fine. Then he's a complete idiot. Being nicer to Gu Fei and the other two will at least increase their loyalty and improve the return rate. What can you gain by being good to Tang Lingyu? It's nothing. At this moment, taking advantage of the opportunity, Shun Chuchu walked to Tang Lingyu's side and fanned the flames, saying, "See? Lin Lang is such a bastard. In his eyes, all women are just tools. I am a victim, you are a victim, and so are the three of them." Tang Lingyu listened. She bit her lip, but he didn't say a word. She stared intently at Lin Lang and his group, a different kind of light shining in her beautiful eyes. Is that really the case? That's wonderful. Shouldn't a capable man be like this? Unburdened by romantic entanglements, he focused solely on his career. How could this young lad have such a mindset? I actually misjudged him? Don't be a jerk, boss. At this moment, someone called out to Lin Lang. I have a superfruit here. Do you think I can exchange it for some supplies? Superfruit. Upon hearing these 3 words, the noisy crowd around them stopped and focused their attention on this spot. The man took a purple fruit out of his pocket. Crystal clear, with a misty aura surrounding it. It is undoubtedly a superfruit. Purple. Lin Lang recalled that someone had mentioned this purple superpowered fruit in the group chat before. It seems to correspond to the ability to fly. Lin Lang seemed to be deep in thought, then asked, "What supplies do you want?" The man probed. 50 bottles of purified water. Is that all right? Lin Lang said. 30. Okay. After the price was agreed upon, Lin Lang turned around and glanced at Ning Xuangyu. Ning Xuangyu looked helpless, reached into her pocket, and pulled out 30 bottles of purified water in one go. This scene left Gu Fei and Lu Saran completely stunned. Is Sister Xuangyu performing magic? After receiving the purified water, the man handed the purple superpowered fruit to Lin Lang and hurriedly went home. Water is the source of life. Especially in this apocalyptic world, it has become more precious than gold. He suddenly had so much water, it was like someone becoming rich overnight. It's hard to guarantee that we won't be targeted. This proved to be true. As everyone watched the man's departing figure, their gazes became somewhat fervent. 30 bottles of purified water. This superfruit is worth that much. Nonsense. Eating it would give you superpowers. Who wouldn't be tempted? Then why doesn't this person eat it themselves? Because he's a smart person. This is the apocalypse, and the most important thing is supplies. What good are superpowers if you awaken them without supplies? You'll still starve to death. That being said, but in reality, most people's first reaction after finding the superfruit is to eat it, instead of using it to exchange for supplies. After all, the allure of superpowers is simply too great. Shin Chuchu looked at the purple fruit in Lin Lang's hand, couldn't help but lick her lips, and her eyes became greedy. Is that the superfruit? Can eating it grant you superpowers? She thought back to that night. She and her mother, Wang Zuihua, escaped from the Black Dragon Society to Xingfu community. As a result, they encountered a ferocious beast in the neighborhood. To survive, she pushed Wang Zuihua to the ground and fed her to the ferocious beast, buying herself some time. After, Tang Lingyu suddenly appeared, grabbed her hand, and teleported her into the room. This is the power of superhumans. She couldn't help but start daydreaming. What would happen if I obtained such a fruit and awakened superpowers? I'm afraid Lin Lang will beg and cry to be with me, right? And by then, she could seize all of Lin Lang's supplies and keep him by her side like a dog, playing with him at will. Thinking about this, a sinister smile gradually spread across her face. Tang Lingyu stared at the fruit, her expression shifting between light and dark. She awakened her teleportation ability after eating a purple fruit like this. This is one of the things that makes her proud. And now, Lin Bueling actually has such a fruit. Doesn't that mean my advantage is about to disappear? Lin Lang did not eat the superpowered fruit directly. Instead, she first took a bottle of purified water from Ning Xuanyu and used it to wash the fruit clean. Looking at the pure water flowing freely on the ground, people couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens, this is outrageous. We were all so thirsty our throats were parched, and this guy actually had to wash the fruit before eating it. I don't know whether to call him particular or wasteful. They practically wanted to rush over and catch it with their mouths. After washing the fruit, Lin Lang didn't eat it himself, but casually handed it to Lu Saran, who was standing next to him. You can eat it. Now, Gu Fei has eaten the inspiration fruit and the wood-type fruit. Ning Xuanyu also ate the physical strength fruit and the inspiration fruit. They already possess two superpowers simultaneously. As Ning Xuanyu said before, having more superpowers is not necessarily better. A chaotic mix of them can actually hinder improvement. Therefore, Lin Lang chose to give the fruit to Lu Saran. Lu Saran held the fruit, but was a little nervous and couldn't help but look at Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu. Me? That's not a good idea. Gu Fei, Ning Xuanyu smiled and advised. Listen to me, eat it. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Such precious fruit, just given away to someone else like that? The boss of Buelang is actually this good to his woman. Isn't that obvious? Look at those three goddesses. Aren't they all well-nourished and have fair skin? Doesn't that speak for itself? He was so rude to Tang Lingyu just now. I thought he was this fierce to all women. Looks like the big boss only treats his own woman well. I'm so envious. Boss, are you still looking for a man? I'm versatile. I can be either top or bottom. Shin Chuchu watched all of this from the side. It felt like the sky had fallen. That's a superfruit. Eating it will awaken superpowers. Why doesn't Lin Lang eat it himself, but instead gives it to others? Could it be? Has he really fallen in love with those women? They were even willing to give them such precious things? No. No way. Lin Lang can only love me. If you're going to give something away, you should give it to me. Shin Chuchu gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Everything Lin Lang has now should rightfully belong to him. But I don't know why. Lin Bueling just wouldn't admit his mistake, and he just wouldn't come back to my side. Where exactly is the problem? She was very distressed. Is this what you mean, that Lin Lang used them as tools? At this moment, Tang Lingyu, standing to the side, let out a cold laugh. Shin Chuchu stubbornly replied, he's just putting on a show. What terrified her most was, the next moment, Tang Lingyu actually walked straight towards Lin Lang. She walked up to Lin Lang, obediently lowered her head, and said in a gentle tone, I'm sorry, I was so ungrateful before. You just said you'd cover meals and accommodation. Do I still have a chance? I am willing to follow you and listen to you for the rest of my life. Hiss, the people on the field. I've lost count of how many times I've gasped for breath today, but there's nothing we can do. What happened today is truly shocking. They thought, since Lin Buelang has been so rude to Tang Lingyu, there is no possibility for the two of them to get back together. After all, as long as Tang Lingyu has a shred of dignity, she will never again submit to a man who has humiliated her. But I never expected this. At this time, but it was Tang Lingyu who took the initiative to come to the door. Is this the method of the powerful boss Buelang? It captures human nature perfectly. We have them all. Come with me. Greetings, Grandmaster. Chapter 42 I won, and they all left. Tang Lingyu, you shameless old woman. You actually stole my man. You're a disgrace to women. Shin Chuchu was so anxious she was jumping up and down. That's outrageous. This 30-year-old woman actually wants to steal Lin Lang from me. Absolutely outrageous. What's even more infuriating is that, judging from the current situation, I might not even be able to outdo her. Tang Lingyu's eyes hardened. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot and reappeared beside Shin Chu, raising his hand to slap her. Snap! Shin Chu covered her face, completely stunned. Sister Lingyu, how could you hit me? I've always considered you my own sister. Tang Lingyu said coldly. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I'll make you regret it. Sensing the coldness in Tang Lingyu's tone, Shin Chu covered her face with tears in her eyes, but dared not speak again. As the crowd gradually came to their senses, their gazes were once again filled with shock. A superpowered person. She's a superpowered person too. Is her ability teleportation? That's amazing. Why are there superpowered people everywhere now? Lin Bulang's team has gained another superpowered individual. Lin Lang and his companions were not surprised. After all, they have all awakened their inspirational abilities and can use telekinesis to observe the superpowered cores within superpowered individuals. Using his telekinesis to observe his surroundings at any time had become a habit for Lin Lang. He knew it before he even went downstairs. Among the hundreds of people present, there are at least 20 people with superpowers. Most of the people found the superfruit while weeding. Tang Lingyu should be considered one of the more formidable ones among them. Lin Lang looked at the woman, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Able to bend and stretch. Cut your losses in time. This woman's intelligence is comparable to Gu Fei's. The slap she gave Shin Chu not only demonstrated her stance, but also showcased her own value. This can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Since she admitted her mistake so readily, Lin Lang naturally had no reason not to forgive her. Therefore he said, Thanks. Tang Lingyu performed a classical bow and walked naturally into the group of Lin Lang's women. She first smiled at Gu Fei. Gu Fei, it's been so long. I didn't know you'd already found such an amazing man. Don't blame me for being tempted too. Gu Fei, who was usually friendly to newcomers, didn't smile this time. She seemed to have reverted to her usual aloof demeanor and simply said, It's okay to be attracted, but you'd better not get any funny ideas. He's different from those other men. He's not someone you can easily manipulate. The two of them seemed to have some connection. Ning Shuangyu and Lu Saran also noticed it. But naturally, they sided with Gu Fei first, looking at Tang Lingyu with hostility. Tang Lingyu, however, didn't mind and still greeted them politely. Hello? Ning Shuangyu nodded. Lu Saran responded timidly. Hello. Shin Chu watched helplessly as Lin Lang had another woman by his side. And that woman. It was even something I brought myself. She suddenly felt like she had been deceived by the whole world. She felt even more upset when she saw Tang Lingyu's smug look. But she definitely couldn't do what Tang Lingyu did and take the initiative to apologize to Lin Lang. She did nothing wrong. Lin Lang is the one who's wrong. Why should she apologize? Impossible. Lin Lang, sooner or later, you'll come to apologize to me. Shin Chu's eyes were filled with tears, but her tone was extremely firm. Lin Lang, on the other hand, had no intention of paying any attention to her. I received a superfruit today. They also acquired a Tang Lingyu. It was a worthwhile trip. He couldn't wait to go back and test it. He wanted to test the superpower fruit, not Tang Lingyu. But just as he was preparing to take a few women and head home, an unexpected change occurred. Stop! A man stepped out from the crowd. Lin Lang stopped and turned to look at the man. Zhuang Buqiang. Combat strength, C+. Superpower, iron transformation, level 3. This is a tall, young man. He's also quite handsome and sunny-looking. But with that deliberately aloof expression, it was as if everyone owed him 500 million. His C+ level combat power is already the highest among this group. Although in Lin Lang's eyes, he was still just a newbie. But this person seemed very confident. He stretched out a hand, pointed at Lin Lang, and said, I challenge you, Lin Bulang. The crowd erupted in uproar upon hearing this. How dare they challenge Lin Bulang? Lin Bulang is the most famous person in the neighborhood right now. How dare he? Lin Lang remained unmoved. Oh, what do you want to challenge me with? Zhuang Bo gritted his teeth and said, You've taken advantage of your resources to harm so many women. As a gentleman, I can no longer stand by and watch. I challenge you. If I win, you must allow all these poor ladies to leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but smile. I have never forced anyone. They can leave whenever they want. Zhuang Buqiang's face immediately lit up with joy, and he said to Gu Fei, Miss Gu Fei, did you hear me? You can leave now. Don't worry. It's no exaggeration to say that I'm an exceptionally powerful superhuman. If he goes back on his word, I'll teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Tang Lingyu, however, was the first to giggle. Gu Fei, this person seems to be after you. Gu Fei's face darkened. I don't know you, and I don't need your interference. Zhuang Buqiang's eyes widened. Goddess Fei Fei, don't you recognize me? I'm Zhuang Buqiang. Actually, I've had a crush on you for many years. I didn't have the ability to give you a happy life before, so I never dared to confess my feelings to you. But it's different now. I'm a superpowered person now, and I have the ability to protect you. Don't be afraid of him. Come with me. I'll take good care of you. He paused again as he spoke. His hungry gaze swept over Ning Xuanyu, Lu Saran, Tang Lingyu, and others. He swallowed hard and said, And you're all so beautiful. Come with me. I promise I'll take good care of you. Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. Damn, this guy calls himself a gentleman. He's obviously just trying to steal someone else's woman. Why should they follow you? Wouldn't it be better for them to follow Boss Bueling? After all, he has so many resources. This is outrageous. Are they treating women like commodities? But Chen Chu Chu, hiding in the corner, suddenly brightened up. If this person really defeats Lin Lang and drives all those women away, wouldn't that leave Lin Lang with only himself as the woman? Yay! Shut up, all of you. Bang! Zhuang Bo stomped hard on the ground, and the ground sank into a small pit 10 centimeters deep. Hiss! Everyone instinctively took a step back. I almost forgot. This person has superpowers. Look at his strength. If that foot were to step on someone, wouldn't it kill them instantly? We can't afford to mess with them. This is a war between big shots. These people can just watch the show? Zhuang Buoqiang, his eyes red, said to Lin Lang. It must have been you. You pretended to agree to let them go, but you must have threatened them behind their backs. That's why they're all too afraid to leave. Once I've dealt with you, they'll all be mine. Let's make our move. Let's settle this like men, one-on-one. But Lin Lang looked at the pitiful C+ in his combat power information. I really have no desire to do it. So he shook his head and said, You are not qualified to challenge me. Zhuang Buoqiang sneered upon hearing this. What do you mean you're not qualified? You think I don't know? You're not a superpowered person at all. Only that big-breasted girl behind you is. Now, without her standing up for you, you're nothing. But Ning Xuanyu stepped forward, her gaze icy. You want to fight? I'm willing to play along. Her current combat strength is now C+. A hint of apprehension flashed in Zhuang Buoqiang's eyes. He then said, No way. This is a fight between men. What right do you, a woman, have to interfere? Don't worry. I'll take you away after I defeat Lin Lang. Your figure is even better than Goddess Fei Fei's. I'll give you priority. He licked his lips again. You? Disgusting. Ning Xuanyu was furious and charged straight at him. But Lin Lang firmly grasped her wrist and calmly said, Don't be angry. Angry. Lin Buelang. Prepare to die. Zhuang Buoqiang suddenly roared and charged towards Lin Lang. Lin Lang neither dodged nor evaded. But at this moment, all they heard was a piercing bird cry from the sky. Immediately, a dark shadow fell from the sky like a cannonball. It slammed hard onto Zhuang Buoqiang. It sent him flying. Chapter 43 Little Tiger's Highlight Moment. Boom. Dust filled the building walls. Everyone stood there, stunned. But then a dark shadow flew out and landed steadily on Lin Lang's shoulder. With its glossy black feathers, cat-like head, and large, round, golden eyes, it stared at everyone with a curious expression. It's an owl. But an ordinary owl is obviously not that big, and it would be impossible for it to knock an adult away. So, this should be a ferocious beast. It wasn't just the onlookers. Even Gu Fei and the others were quite surprised. They only knew that Lin Lang usually liked to stay alone in his study, but they didn't know what he did in there. So it turns out they were raising ferocious beasts inside. He really is a mysterious man with strange behavior. On the other side, the smoke and dust cleared. A gleaming silver iron figure was prominently embedded in the wall. Everyone looked on in surprise. The Iron Man broke free and, with a thud, knelt on the ground. You have no sportsmanship. We agreed to a one-on-one fight, but you brought backup? And you even tried to ambush me. He's still alive. Everyone gasped in surprise. No wonder he's a superhuman. If an ordinary person were to be subjected to such a violent impact, they would probably have already turned into a pile of minced meat. And that is Zhuang Buoqiang's superpower, becoming steel. It can transform its body into impenetrable steel for a certain period of time, with astonishing defensive capabilities. Lin Lang remained calm. You can't even beat my pet, so what right do you have to challenge me? Upon hearing this, Everyone couldn't help but feel genuine admiration for Lin Buelang's shamelessness. Speaking of which, he probably can't even beat his own pet, right? To be so arrogant while just trying to get points is simply extraordinary. Is this the art of language? In the eyes of the public now, Lin Buelang is a character who has no ability of his own, but the people around him are very strong. In other words, a slacker. It was all thanks to my teammates carrying me. But Lin Lang had no intention of clearing up the misunderstanding. If you can slack off, then slack off. Why make things difficult for yourself? Lin Buelang, you actually colluded with the ferocious beasts. You are a traitor to humanity. Today, I, Zhuang Buqiang, will rid humanity of this scourge. Zhuang Bo gritted his teeth and walked toward Lin Lang with clanging footsteps. Little Tiger suddenly turned his head, and his gaze immediately locked onto the enemy. Chirp chirp, so it flapped its wings and pounced on him. Ding ding ding. The little tiger flapped its wings in the air and actually launched several feathered arrows. All the arrows hit their mark, but were deflected by Zhuang Buqiang's steel body, sparking a series of fireballs. Little Tiger. Combat Strength, C. Ability. Iron Feather, Level 2. These days, Lin Lang feeds Xiaohu a large amount of mid-grade physical energy fruits every day, and the results were remarkable. Its combat power soared from E to C. He also awakened a superpower called Iron Feather, the ability to launch feathers as projectiles with considerable power. Lin Lang was a little worried that if Xiaohu used this superpower too much, he might go bald. A trivial skill. Zhuang Buqiang patted the spots on his body where he had been hit by the arrows and sneered. You'd be more like a tickle. Chirp, seeing that the arrows couldn't break through the defenses, and even being mocked by the enemy. Little Tiger seems very angry. After circling once in the air, it landed on Lin Lang's shoulder, but did not do anything further. Everyone thought it had given up. Zhuang Buqiang also said, Lin Buelang, your pet has already been defeated by me, you're next. But then, Xiaohu's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a thick red mist emanated from its body, enveloping the entire bird. Lin Lang could sense that Xiaohu's combat power was rapidly increasing. Little Tiger. Combat Strength, C++. Superpowers. Iron Feathers, Level 2. Extreme Fury, Level 1. It actually awakened a new ability at a crucial moment. Little Tiger opened his mouth wide. There seemed to be a hint of red light within it. The next moment, the light expanded into a ball of fire and blasted towards Zhuang Buqiang. Boom. Caught off guard, Zhuang Buqiang was hit precisely by the fireball. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling burst of fire erupted. A wave of heat hit me. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes and turned their heads to avoid it. Then open your eyes again. Zhuang Buqiang was seen standing there with only half of his body remaining. The upper body had disappeared without a trace. Like an Iron Man who has been half melted down. Chirp. Little Tiger barked once, and then fell off Lin Lang's shoulder. Lin Lang reached out and caught it. Good bird. It didn't disgrace its master. Lin Lang couldn't help but praise him. But I was also secretly alarmed. It has to be said that ferocious beasts have far too many advantages compared to humans. A naturally strong physique. They are born with the ability to absorb red mist for cultivation. Awaken various powerful superpowers without the aid of a superfruit. They are the true darlings of the apocalyptic era. Chirp. Little Tiger let out a weak cry in Lin Lang's arms, then closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Their combat strength has also dropped back to the C+ level. It seems that what happened just now was merely its berserk state. Even so, it is undoubtedly the strongest combat force by Lin Lang's side. Zhuang Buqiang's body lay on the ground. It made a loud bang. Lin Lang had originally thought that he could sell the body for scrap metal. The metallic sheen on his body vanished rapidly, and he reverted to his mortal form, blood flowing out and staining a large area red. It seems we can't sell it. Someone's dead. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Although they had become accustomed to death during this time. But it is rare to see someone die such a tragic death. Forget about a complete corpse. He didn't even leave behind a single word. They looked at the little tiger in Lin Lang's hand, their eyes filled with deep fear. What kind of bird is this? It can even breathe fire? Even an invincible Iron Man was melted in half in an instant. If it were a normal person, wouldn't it just vanish into thin air immediately? That's so brutal. Now, who in the neighborhood would dare to mess with Lin Buelang? Shin Chuchu witnessed the whole thing, her fists clenched tightly, her thoughts unreadable. Let's go back. After Lin Lang finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door of Unit 1, Building C. Gu Fei, Ning Xuanyu, and Lu Saran obediently followed behind him. Tang Lingyu said, Lin Lang, can I go back and pack my things before coming to find you? Lin Lang nodded. Can. After Lin Lang and his group left, the people on the field looked at each other, seemingly still reeling from the shock they had just experienced. At this moment, a young man stepped forward and said, Everyone, I am the captain of the patrol team for Unit 1, Building C. You can call me the Light of Righteousness. I also have supplies. Anyone who has superpower fruit can trade with me. 30 bottles of purified water, just like always. But after he finished speaking, no one reacted. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, changed the subject, and said, Besides that, I have another suggestion. Our community could form a patrol team to be responsible for the security of the entire community. We were also responsible for collecting, organizing, and distributing supplies so that more people could survive. Is there anyone willing to join? This statement elicited some reaction from people. Someone asked, What are the benefits of joining you? Does it include meals? During their last weeding operation, Zheng Dao's group collected a considerable amount of relief supplies. In addition, there was funding from that mysterious big shot. They should be the people with the most supplies in the community at this moment, besides Lin Lang. The Light of Righteousness nodded in agreement. Members of the patrol team can receive a relief supply every 3 days. Immediately, someone raised their hand. Then I'll join. I want to join too. Seeing that there were quite a few people, Zheng Dao Guang hurriedly added, Our patrol team only accepts people with superpowers. Suddenly, many people gave up, but some people still stood up. I'll do it. I'm willing to do something meaningful for the community. Sister Lingyu, wait for me. At the entrance of Unit 1, Building B, Shen Chuchu caught up with Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu turned around, frowned, and said, Why are you still following me? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Shen Chuchu held Tang Lingyu's hand, looking pitiful, and said, Sister Lingyu, I was wrong today, but you saved my life. If you don't care about me anymore, how am I supposed to live? Tang Lingyu remained silent, but felt a strange pang of reluctance in her heart. Finally, he said, Since I'm going to Lin Bulang's place anyway, you can stay in this house. There are still some supplies inside, enough to last you for a while. But remember this. This is the last time I'll help you. From now on, don't bother me again. Chapter 44 Upgrading Telekinesis. Unit 1, Building C, Room 2202. Eat that fruit, and see what kind of superpower it can awaken. Lin Lang said to Lu Saran. Lu Saran never hesitated to obey Lin Lang's orders, and immediately ate the purple superpower fruit. Lu Saran consumed 1 low-grade superpower fruit, and 1,000 fruits were returned, which have been stored in the host space. The energy reserves of a low-grade superfruit are not high. However, Lu Saran was too weak, and it took her a long time to digest everything. Lu Saran. Appearance, September 5th, 10. Rechargeable, 12 times. Loyalty, 40%. Return rate, 1,000. Combat strength, E-. Superpower, spiritual mind, level 1. Lin Lang frowned. I don't quite understand what spiritual mind is. Little sister Su Ran, what ability have you awakened? Gu Fei asked with concern from the side. Lu Saran blinked in confusion, because she actually heard another Gu Fei's voice at the same time. Sigh. If Su Ran's awakened ability is really powerful, then wouldn't I be the most useless person here? Will Lin Lang kick me out? Lu Saran gradually realized that these were Gu Fei's true feelings. Her face turned red instantly. The feeling of having exposed someone's secret made her feel guilty. She couldn't help but look at Ning Xuanyu again. Ning Xuanyu, however, seemed somewhat distracted. I need to get to that mission done, but I don't want to be separated from Lin Lang. Can we postpone it a little longer? What task is Ning Xuanyu going to complete? Is she leaving? Lu Saran bit her lip and then secretly glanced at Lin Lang. What was Lin Lang thinking at this moment? He has so many women now, but which one does he love the most in his heart? Could it be myself? Such a shameful thought made Lu Saran blush. But she stared at Lin Lang for a long time. But we didn't hear a single sound. Why? Could it be because Lin Lang's mind was free of distractions at that moment? She couldn't understand. At this moment, Lin Lang's expression changed slightly, because he could sense that someone had been scanning him with their telekinetic powers. Su Ran, what's wrong? Say something. At this moment, Gu Fei asked again, her tone more anxious. What's wrong with Su Ran? She has a heart condition. Is she feeling unwell again? I'm fine. Lu Saran smiled, and then said to Lin Lang, I think what I've awakened is the ability to read minds. Mind reading. All of a sudden, Lin Lang, Gu Fei, and Ning Xuangyu's expressions all changed. Everyone has secrets. Nobody wants their inner thoughts to be seen through and their secrets to be exposed. Especially Lin Lang. He has too many secrets. Bind to a woman, physical enhancement, resource return, unlimited space, and super combat power. These secrets are absolutely incredible. If even one of them is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. There was even a fleeting moment. Lin Lang was even considering killing him to silence him. Fortunately, the simple-minded Lu Saran, without a trace of guile, spoke very honestly. Yes, I can hear what Sister Gu Fei and Sister Xuanyu are thinking. But I can't hear Lin Lang. Lin Lang felt a little relieved after hearing this. I think so. The feeling of being probed by someone's telekinesis just now was because Lu Saran was using her power on me. That means this so-called spiritual mind ability is a variant of the inspiration ability, and its foundation is still mental power. Lin Lang's psychic power is so strong that it's like he has an invincible barrier that no one else's psychic power can pass through, unless someone with stronger telekinesis appears. But Lin Lang's current psychic power was achieved by consuming countless superpower fruits and absorbing countless red mists. How can others catch up? So there's no need to worry about that. Gu Fei and Ning Xuangyu's faces turned bright red simultaneously. You know what I'm thinking? Even if Lu Saran was completely clueless, she couldn't just blurt out what was on their minds. Therefore he said, yes, but it takes a lot of energy to use this ability. I have to concentrate to hear it. Seeing that Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu both had strange expressions, Lin Lang then said seriously, Su Ran, your abilities are too strong. They might cause trouble. I need you to promise me a few things. This was the first time Lu Saran had seen Lin Lang so serious, so she nodded fearfully. Lin Lang then said, First, don't use this ability on any of us casually. I allow each of you to have your own secrets. Second, don't let anyone else know about this, including Tang Lingyu. Third, don't use this ability lightly outside, because if a person's mental power is strong enough, they can detect this type of mental attack. Using such abilities rashly might expose your true abilities. In short, follow my orders. After Lin Lang finished speaking, Lu Saran nodded firmly. I will be good. Lin Lang was relieved. He naturally believed this silly girl. If Lu Saran truly harbored ulterior motives, she wouldn't have willingly revealed her abilities. But this also proves that this girl really has no brains. Such incredible ability, and he just blurted it out. This is just plain scare tactics. Hearing Lin Lang's arrangements, Gu Fei and Ning Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they really wouldn't dare to associate with Lu Saran in the future. After all, who doesn't have a little something unclean in their heart? Gu Fei forced a calm smile and said, Luckily, there was only one of these fruits. If there were more, I wouldn't dare to go out. Ning Xuanyu nodded in deep agreement. Lin Lang looked at the 1,000 spirit heart fruits in his space and smiled without saying a word. Lin Lang returned to his study. At this moment, Xiaohu had slowly woken up. Lin Lang fed it some water and stuffed a few mid-grade physical energy fruits into its mouth, and it immediately became full of energy. Lin Lang then ignored it. He took out a spirit heart fruit from his spatial storage, examined it closely, and fell into deep thought. This fruit, he had no intention of eating it. Is it a good thing to see through the people around you too well? In particular, they came together for some special reasons. Each has their own motives. Each of them had their own grievances. Seeing things too clearly can actually affect your mood. As long as the result is good, that's fine. Lin Lang was not afraid of any schemes or plots they might have against him. Ultimately, it comes down to confidence in one's own abilities. Who would have thought that such an ordinary telekinetic power could be used in so many creative ways? Lin Lang guessed. Telekinesis may be more than just an extension of vision. It can only be used to see. It should have more uses. Thinking like that, Lin Lang sat cross-legged on the computer chair, entering a state of concentration, and began to absorb the red mist between heaven and earth to cultivate. This time, he felt that his inspiration, which had been stagnant at level 9 for a long time, was finally starting to loosen up a bit. Until Lin Lang, combat strength, S+, physical body, 4 times enhanced, superpowers, inspiration, level 10, spirit wood, level 6. It's finally upgraded. Lin Lang released his telekinetic power again. This time, his telekinetic field directly covered the entire happiness community. Every single building, every single floor, every single room. He knew everything that happened, including the ferocious beasts sleeping in the burrows downstairs in the residential area. Lin Lang can now view their combat strength information remotely. Even at this moment, Lin Lang had a sudden thought. A small mouse that was foraging for food on the edge of a dark corner of the neighborhood suddenly froze in place. It felt as if my brain's thoughts had been instantly emptied. His limbs were stiff, maintaining the same posture as before, and he remained motionless. This is telekinetic suppression. Chapter 45, Recharging Tanglingyu. Lin Lang withdrew his mental power to suppress it. The little mouse instantly snapped out of its daze, completely unaware of what had just happened, and went back to foraging for food. Is suppression the only thing we can do? Although this ability is already abnormal enough. But Lin Lang was still not satisfied. He continued to think. If one continues to strengthen mental power, is it possible to erase a person's entire sanity in an instant, turning them into a complete idiot? Or perhaps it could evolve into an ability like mental pollution or mind imprinting. But that was just a thought. Lin Lang suddenly felt a headache, as if he had unknowingly stirred up some terrifying force. He decided not to bother thinking about it too much. At this moment, Tanglingyu came to the door. She entered the room and greeted the group of people in a very familiar manner. But Gu Fei seemed unwilling to share a roof with her and went downstairs without saying a word. Ning Shuangyu and Lu Saran also went along. On the way, Lu Saran couldn't help but ask, "Sister Gu Fei, do you have some kind of grudge against that Tanglingyu?" Gu Fei said calmly, "Actually, it's nothing. I just can't stand her act of being able to confide in and get along with everyone." Essentially, both she and Tanglingyu were proud women. But Gu Fei's pride is reflected in her disdain for having much interaction with anyone. Tanglingyu's pride is reflected in her belief that she can understand and control anyone. But if she still wants to use such tactics against Lin Lang, then she can only pray for good luck. A rare hint of schadenfreude appeared in Gu Fei's eyes. Lu Saran seemed to be deep in thought. But when she looked at Ning Shuangyu, she found that she was still absent-minded and seemed to be thinking about something. Was she thinking about the task she mentioned today, the one that required her to leave Lin Lang? But what exactly is that mission? Lu Saran was very curious. But then I thought of what Lin Lang said, that everyone is allowed to have their own secrets. She suppressed the urge. 2202. Tanglingyu went back home, not only to pack her things, but also to dress up carefully. She had her thick, long hair piled up in a bun, secured with a simple hairpin, revealing her pretty face with light makeup and her long, fair neck. She was wearing a black bodycon dress that accentuated her slender waist, revealing her bare shoulders and showcasing her full, rounded breasts. A pair of long, fleshy legs covered in black stockings, taut, shapely, and silky smooth. Slender, jade-like feet, clad in a pair of black high heels. Lazy, mature, and sexy. "Little brother, do I look pretty dressed like this?" She stood before Lin Lang, her eyes alluring. Not bad." Lin Lang sat on the sofa, his gaze roaming freely over her body without any attempt to conceal it, offering his fair assessment. This surprised Tanglingyu slightly. After all, most boys Lin Lang's age are shy and introverted, and few dare to look him in the eye. Not to mention such a frank evaluation. But when I think about it, this guy has 3 beautiful women at home. He's no innocent teenager. She felt relieved. Then, her eyes sparkled, and she smiled charmingly. "Between you and Gu Fei, which one do you prefer?" Lin Lang remained calm. "I'm not someone who cares about appearance." Tanglingyu. Speechless. "You should take a look at the 3 women you've taken in. They're all top-notch. How dare you say you don't care about your appearance? This is just like someone saying they're not interested in money, saying one thing and meaning another." But she still couldn't let the conversation die down, so she pressed on with, "So what do you value?" Lin Lang said, "Focus on the experience." After saying that, he ignored her panic, picked her up by the waist, and strode into the bedroom. "Hey, little brother, can't you be a little gentler with your sister?" Tanglingyu. Appearance, 9 out of 10. Rechargeable, 3 times. Loyalty, 20%. Return rate, 300. Combat strength, C. Superpower, teleportation, level 3. Midnight. Exhausted, Tanglingyu had already fallen asleep peacefully. A few stray hairs, damp with glistening sweat, clung to her smooth forehead. Lin Lang withdrew from under her and went to the study. Lin Lang. Combat strength, S++. Physical body, 5 enhancements. Superpowers, inspiration, level 10. Spirit wood, level 6. In the study, Lin Lang stood there, his eyes slightly closed, trying to mobilize the power within his body according to his subconscious guidance. After a long time, he caught that glimmer of light. Then I suddenly opened my eyes. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds came from inside his body. The muscles and meridians are expanding rapidly. In an instant, his body had grown a full size larger. It looks just like a muscular human sculpture. In this state, his flesh and skin are as hard as a rock, with extremely terrifying defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding even the bombardment of modern airplanes and cannons. His strength has also increased exponentially. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could lift mountains and carry cauldrons. Even functions such as reaction time and speed have been greatly enhanced. You can say that, at this moment, he was practically a human tank, a fighting machine. Is this the effect of the 5 enhancements? Lin Lang admired his exaggerated biceps. I feel like I could fight S-class ferocious beasts hand-to-hand now. However, this way of fighting is too foolish. It doesn't suit his temperament. He then let out a long breath, and his figure quickly returned to its former slender and well-proportioned state. This ability can be temporarily named invincible form. In this state, Lin Lang's combat power can even temporarily reach SS+. It's no exaggeration to say that it's invincible, but the great way is balance. Such immense power naturally corresponds to enormous energy consumption. Energy consumed to maintain invincibility for 1 minute. It's roughly equivalent to a mid-grade superpower fruit. Right now, in this world, perhaps only Lin Lang can withstand such a drain. Besides, after 5 enhancements, his physical body seemed to have a deeper connection with the red mist outside. Lin Lang stood at the window, his gaze piercing through the deep darkness, staring at a thick red mist in the distance. A thought crossed my mind. The red mist instantly transformed into the shape of a fist. He frowned. Boom. An incredibly solid fist of red mist descended from the sky and slammed heavily into the ground. Instantly, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. A clear fist mark was left on the ground. Manipulate the red mist for ranged attacks. Lin Lang seemed to be deep in thought. One is invincible, the other controls the red mist. These 2 abilities are unremarkable. Compared to flashy superpowers like fire breathing and flight, it seems rather simple. But the greatest truths are the simplest. This, on the contrary, contains something that made Lin Lang feel awe. Even without any other superpowers, he can still roam freely in this era with just these 2 abilities. Late at night, Lin Lang tried meditating again to absorb the red mist from the outside world. Furthermore, it was discovered that his absorption rate of the red mist has increased dramatically. There's even a feeling that demand exceeds supply. At this rate, it's not impossible for them to absorb all the red mist in the world. Lin Lang pondered to himself. And the superpowered core that shone brightly in his dantian. There are also faint signs of transformation. 9 o'clock in the morning. Tang Lingyu woke up in the big bed, and when she opened her eyes, the person she saw was not Lin Lang. Instead, it was Gu Fei with a serious expression. Standing beside her was Lu Saran, who looked conflicted. Tang Lingyu was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered and smiled at them. My sisters are up so early? Sai, please forgive me for not being able to get up early. After all, I was exhausted from a long night with my husband last night. Gu Fei snorted coldly. You've only done it once. I've done it with Lin Lang countless times. I don't know what's so great about it. Tang Lingyu proudly said. What's the use of doing it a lot? I dare say, my husband has never been as happy with you guys as he was last night. Gu Fei's face darkened. Nonsense. Tang Lingyu smiled maliciously. Whether it's nonsense or not, you'll find out soon enough. At this time, in the study, Ning Shuangyu, with a reluctant expression, told Lin Lang. Lin Lang, I might have to leave. Lin Lang heard this. Yet, things remained calm and uneventful. He simply asked calmly, Oh, where are you going? Chapter 46 What kind of family? Learn from the lesson of his ex-girlfriend, Shen Shuchu. Now, Lin Lang can calmly accept the sudden departure of anyone around him. Moreover, Ning Shuangyu was originally a top-tier agent who had awakened superpowers. The organization has invested a great deal of effort in training her, and will certainly entrust her with important responsibilities. Her departure. Lin Lang had anticipated this. Then you wouldn't be surprised. Ning Shuangyu sighed softly. Actually, besides delivering relief supplies, I have another mission in Xingfu community this time. Lin Lang simply nodded without asking any further questions. Ning Shuangyu paused for a moment, then continued. It might sound a little unbelievable, but in fact, The authorities had received a mysterious letter before the red fog descended. The person who wrote the letter accurately predicted this disaster, including red mist, ferocious beasts, and even superpower fruits. At first we all thought it was a prank, but unexpectedly, they all came true soon after. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise finally flashed in Lin Lang's eyes. Predicting the end of the world? Could there really be such an extraordinary person in the world? Was it divine intervention? Or is it a conspiracy or a scheme? Or perhaps, it's like the rebirth of a chosen one in those online novels? Ning Xuanyu, unaware that he was lost in thought, continued speaking to herself. In short, this person knows a lot of crucial information. This can help us resolve this crisis. After investigation, we found that the letter was sent from Xingfu community, and the sender's name was Millennial Old Monster. So, my other mission is to find this ancient monster and bring him back. But I never expected. The ferocious beasts appearing within the happiness community are far too powerful, much more powerful than those in other areas. Even though our helicopters are armed to the highest standards, there are also 3 Class D super agents on board. In the end, they failed to complete the mission. I was the only one who survived the whole team. Luckily, I escaped into the building and was rescued by you. Speaking of which, Ning Xuanyu's gaze was gentle, sparkling with a crystalline light. But seeing Lin Lang listening attentively, he seemed completely oblivious to her tenderness and affection. She couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly, and continued. And recently, the red fog in the neighborhood has disappeared. I feel this is the perfect opportunity for me to continue my mission. I'll find this person in the neighborhood first, then contact headquarters to send someone to pick us up. After listening to Ning Xuanyu's explanation, Lin Lang finally understood. To put it more broadly, Ning Xuanyu sacrificed her own happiness for the future of all mankind. He has no reason not to support it. Therefore he said, "This is a great mission, go for it, and good luck." Hearing Lin Lang's support for him like this, Ning Xuanyu was deeply moved. But deep down I was also a little disappointed. You didn't even try to stop them from staying. If you really can't bear to part with them and absolutely refuse to let them leave, people can walk too. But I'll be really happy inside. Okay, I'm leaving now. Ning Xuanyu pouted, turned around unhappily, and walked towards the door. Wait a moment. Lin Lang suddenly called out to her. Is he trying to persuade me to stay? I knew it. Man. Ning Xuanyu was filled with anticipation, but she still pretended to be calm and turned around. What's wrong? But then Lin Lang said in a very serious tone, if you find that ancient monster, could you let me meet him first? I'm quite curious about him too. Ning Xuanyu said with a displeased expression. I know. Then she strode out the door in a huff and puff. But right after she left, Lin Lang, however, said to Xiao Hu, who was dozing off beside him, go, protect her well. If she loses even a single hair, don't come back. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little tiger then flapped its wings and flew out of the window. Lunchtime. Lin Lang, Gu Fei, Lu Saran, and Tang Lingyu sat around the dining table. There were some home-style dishes on the table. Gu Fei did it all. Lin Lang had previously taken out some fresh ingredients from his spatial storage and placed them in the refrigerator. Give women the opportunity to showcase their culinary skills. It's a good opportunity for everyone to try something different. During the meal, Tang Lingyu deliberately pressed herself close to Lin Lang, her voice alluring. My dear husband, can you feed me? I'm so sore all over. I can't even hold chopsticks properly. Lin Lang remained expressionless, casually picked up a piece of braised pork and fed it to Tang Lingyu. It's delicious. Thank you, my little husband. Tang Lingyu was eating meat. His provocative gaze drifted towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's cooking skills are really good. Thanks. Gu Fei's tone was indifferent. Tang Lingyu, however, paid no attention and began to torment Lin Lang again. My dear husband, I want to eat that too. My little husband. Listening to Tang Lingyu's delicate and affected voice, Gu Fei appeared calm and collected. But I was really unhappy inside. This Tang Lingyu. Not only did they take the first seat next to Lin Lang, he even deliberately disgusted himself. She's incredibly cunning. Calling someone little husband makes you seem special, doesn't it? You just wait. Gu Fei ate her meal without making a sound. He completely ignored Tang Lingyu's provocations. And after finishing the meal, when Lu Saran volunteered to help her wash the dishes, she then pulled Lu Saran aside and whispered, Little sister Su Ran, that Tang Lingyu is quite a formidable character. Look at her. She's only just arrived, and she's already overshadowed us. We can't let ourselves fall into this trap. From now on, you need to work harder and stop this woman from being so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Lu Saran blushed instantly and stammered. Work hard? How can I work hard? It's usually Lin Lang who does the work. Gu Fei said with exasperation. I'll teach you. Just like this. In the study, Lin Lang called Tang Lingyu inside. Then he casually gave Tang Lingyu a mid-grade physical strength fruit, saying, You did a good job last night. This is a reward. Tang Lingyu stared blankly at the superfruit in her hand. I was gradually becoming extremely shocked. Award? What kind of family is this? They're using superfruit as a reward. Before she could react, Lin Lang said again. But I hope you will stop using these tricks at the dinner table. I don't like being used by others. Do you understand? Tang Lingyu met Lin Lang's very calm gaze. But for no apparent reason, I felt a sense of unease. That's strange. This Lin Buelang clearly doesn't have any superpowers. He relies on his woman for everything. But why? How can he still be so domineering? The way they speak. Just like an emperor. It's something you can't refuse. Really, I love it so much. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? A powerful man who could conquer me. Tang Lingyu's breathing quickened, and before she knew it, her legs gave way, and she collapsed into Lin Lang's arms. I understand, my little husband. Lin Lang. Have to. Tang Lingyu initiated a battle. What can Lin Lang do? Let's accept the challenge. Chapter 47. Call me Lord Heavenly Eye. After subduing Tang Lingyu, Lin Lang returned to his study and picked up his phone. I want to see if any of my usually active group members are up to any mischief. In the Happiness Community WeChat group, The Light of the Righteous Path. Dear residents, our Happiness Community Patrol team has been officially established. It consists of 11 members, all of whom are superpowered. Now, we need to elect a team leader to manage all the affairs of the community. Although the team members all highly recommend me as captain, however, considering that the patrol team serves all homeowners, we still need to solicit everyone's opinions. Please type 1 if you choose me. Someone replied below. 1. Well done, righteous light. Not greedy for power. Always putting the homeowners first. 1. Choosing a team captain? Let boss Lin Buelang do it. Huh. You must be kidding me. I'm not kidding. Although this big shot is a bit of a womanizer, I believe in his abilities. That's true. The boss has several superhumans around him, and a mythical beast too. His fighting power is invincible. With him protecting us, we feel very safe. Play around, joke around, but don't make fun of the big shots. Then I'll choose the pro. How much should I type if I choose the pro? In a small room, the light of justice shines through the residents' responses. There were only a handful of people typing 1 inch. The rest of the conversation was about Lin Buelang. His mouth twisted with anger. Fine, you won't choose me. But you actually chose that Lin Buelang. What benefits did Lin Buelang give you? He's done so much more for the community than I have. No, he hasn't done anything at all. So he quickly typed, please choose from the existing members of the patrol team. Homeowners. But your patrol team doesn't seem as powerful as the big boss. Would Lin Buelang consider taking over this patrol team? At Lin Buelang. Otherwise, why don't you form your own team? I'd definitely join. At Lin Buelang. The big shot has a team, right? And they even provide food and lodging? Too bad you don't have that kind of advantage. Evil grin. Seeking help from experts. Lin Lang would never go and become a patrol captain. Why should I work hard for these guys? They're not paying wages. We still need to distribute supplies to them. Only a fool would go. Such hard and tiring work should be left to those righteous people. Then, Lin Buelang. Free meals and accommodation. Welcome to stay with goddesses. Long-term offer. Please do not disturb otherwise. Homeowners. The light of the righteous path. Since Lin Buelang is unwilling, then I'll take on the role of team leader. I hope everyone will cooperate with me in the future. Homeowners. Captain, how do you plan to carry out this task? The light of the righteous path. Let's all work together to overcome this difficult time. Those with surplus supplies should donate them to those without, so that more people can survive. Homeowners. Donate supplies? We don't have any. The guy in our neighborhood who's always so enthusiastic has the most supplies. Let him donate first, then we'll donate. Upon seeing these messages, the righteous light couldn't help but frown slightly. A new broom sweeps clean. He knew that now was the time for him, as the team leader, to establish his authority. But, just thinking about the ferocious beast pet beside Lin Buelang that could melt steel, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Therefore he said, lead by example. Let's start by donating our own supplies. The patrol team will visit residents at their homes and deliver supplies to those facing financial difficulties. Homeowners. Good. Thumbs up. Long live the light of righteousness. Lin Lang smiled slightly. Actually, he quite admired the light of the right path as a person. At least we believe whatever people say. They are also willing to sacrifice their own interests. Unlike Wang Lianda and his ilk, who wave the banner of morality while actually seeking personal gain. I thought about it. Lin Lang registered a new account and added him. Young friend, congratulations on becoming the captain. You certainly haven't disappointed this old man. Inside the room. Upon receiving this news, the light of righteousness was first stunned, then overjoyed. Are you the mysterious tycoon who previously sponsored us? How should a junior address you? The other party was silent for a short while. Just call me Lord Heavenly Eye. Master Tianyan. The light of righteousness scratched his head. This name truly befits a master. It's extraordinary. So I replied, Lord Tianyan, thank you for your support. May I have the honor of meeting you? Master Tianyan. Now is not the time. I have a task for you. The light of the righteous path. Please give your orders, Lord Heavenly Eye. Master Tianyan. Go and clean up the neighborhood, especially dispose of all the bodies in the rooms, so our neighborhood can return to its former state. The disaster has been going on for so long. There must be quite a few people who died in the room, and the matter hasn't been dealt with yet. This is, after all, a residential community where living people live. Lin Lang still didn't feel good about living with a bunch of dead people all day. They are especially afraid of the hot weather. The body was decomposing. The whole neighborhood will smell like death. How disgusting would that be? The light of the righteous path. Mission accomplished. He was very excited. Now, the entire happiness community. Everyone thought Lin Buelang was a big shot, but only he knew that this mysterious Heavenly Eye Master was the real big shot. They not only have ample supplies, there are also a lot of superfruits, and such an extremely high level of thought. What can Lin Buelang, that guy who only knows how to pick up women and show off, compare to? And myself. Now they're working for this Heavenly Eye Master. What an honor. At this moment, the Heavenly Eye Master sent another message. Under the big tree by the entrance, there are some supplies I prepared for you. Keep it up, kids. The light of righteousness is overjoyed. Thank you so much, Heavenly Eye Expert. This is a true master. They'll send supplies without warning. He's countless times stronger than that fake big shot, Lin Buelang. He gathered his men and left the house, beaming with satisfaction. Walking under the big tree, I indeed saw a cardboard box. Inside, there was still water, food, and a few superfruits. The new team members were all very surprised. He, however, seemed completely unfazed. Our patrol team has a powerful backer. This person is far more capable than Lin Buelang. If you do a good job, you'll naturally reap the rewards in the future. They took the supplies. He looked up again at the towering tree that seemed to reach into the clouds. I remembered that it had saved people twice before. So he knelt down and prayed devoutly. The team members quickly followed. A master with the heavenly eye. An invincible divine tree. How fortunate our happy community is to have these two guardians at the same time. We just hope that the two guardian deities will act quickly and get rid of that rotten apple, Lin Buelang. Then our neighborhood will only get better and better. Unit 1, Building B, Room 3003. Shin Chu found an apple in the refrigerator. The apples have been sitting for too long, and half of them have turned black. She used a knife to cut off the bad half. Eat the good half. As a result, I started having diarrhea after eating it. Fortunately, Tang Lingyu had some anti-diarrheal medicine at home, otherwise she might have died from diarrhea. But fortune and misfortune are intertwined. While looking for laxatives, she unexpectedly found an old cell phone. She tried to charge it. It still works. So I turned on the machine. Unfortunately, no SIM card was inserted, so I couldn't make calls. Otherwise, she would have made at least 100 harassing phone calls to Lin Lang. Furthermore, I can't log into WeChat. She could only access video software. I wanted to kill some time by watching videos. This took a long time to finish. Time passed by, second by second. She yawned. I was just about to take a nap. But at this moment, she came across a video with the title, Daily Life in the Black Dragon Society, Fine Wine, Delicious Food, and Beautiful Women. Superpowered individuals are welcome to join us. Defeat the Red Mist Apocalypse. The world belongs to the Black Dragon. Dragon. It's that Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society that kidnapped her whole family, ate her brother, and killed her mother. Shin Chu was instantly filled with hatred. In the video, The Black Dragon Society seems to be holding some kind of celebration. The long table was laden with all sorts of fine wines and delicious food. Lots of fish and meat. Many pretty girls dressed in revealing clothes stood respectfully to the side, serving the people at the table. A young man in a black suit sat in the main seat, his face obscured. He was likely the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Several people, seemingly bodyguards, stood beside the man. There was one particularly fat person among them, and Shin Chu-Chu felt that he looked familiar, so she couldn't help but take a few more glances. Holy crap! After seeing it clearly, Shin Chu-Chu couldn't help but shout, Chun Lingtian. It's her younger brother, Shun Lingtian. Wasn't he taken away by the Black Dragon Society to be used as reserve food? How is he still alive? And he looks even fatter. At this moment, he was wearing an oversized black suit and standing behind the Black Dragon Society leader, like a wall. Shin Chu-Chu was overjoyed. Judging from Shun Lingtian's appearance, he's doing quite well in the Black Dragon Society. Then myself. Isn't it just that the older sister is powerful because of her younger brother? Then wouldn't I be able to control Lin Lang? No matter how strong Lin Lang is, can he be stronger than the leader of the Black Dragon Society? Chapter 48, Ouyang Yunji. Shin Chu-Chu's heart pounded with excitement. Her hands trembled. I immediately exited the video app and dialed my brother's number. But then I suddenly remembered that there was no SIM card in the phone. That old woman Tang Lingyu. She didn't even bother to prepare a cell phone for me. It's so annoying. She complained. Quickly open the video app and leave a comment in the comment section of the video you just watched. Shun Lingtian. It's your sister, Shin Chu-Chu. Come to Xingfu community and save me. After posting the comment, Shin Chu-Chu anxiously gripped her phone, waiting for a reply. But the news disappeared without a trace, without causing a ripple. Happiness community. Zhengdao Guang led the patrol team, going door to door to register information. If you encounter someone who is starving to death, give them some supplies. If you knock for a long time and no one answers, it means there's no one alive inside. They will break down the door. If the room is empty, collect any useful supplies and take them with you. If there are corpses, move them downstairs and pile them up near the garbage station at the back gate of the community. In just a few days, they found a huge pile of corpses. Then it was burned to the ground. After all, it's a special time, so there's no need to worry about appearances. Lin Lang, on the other hand, sat comfortably at home, using his sky eye to monitor their work progress. It has to be said, this light of the righteous path is indeed an honest man. Such dirty, tiring, and arduous work. He still led his team and did a very professional job. Especially, he truly achieved fair distribution of resources, using the resources Lin Lang funded to help many others who lacked them. This is the approach. It undoubtedly received high praise in the owners group. Everyone trusts this patrol team a lot. However, only a very small number of people are willing to donate their own supplies. A few days later, the patrol team has completed a preliminary census. Happiness community consists of 6 buildings: A, B, C, D, E, and F. A building with 30 floors, 3 households per floor. The original residents numbered approximately 1,000. Now only a little over 400 people remain. The survival rate is less than 1.5. Most of them starved to death, while some died from attacks by ferocious beasts and insects. A small minority, in despair, chose to commit suicide. But that person is gone, and the living are gone. After the patrol team cleaned up the body, they then began a thorough cleaning of the neighborhood. Their serious and responsible attitude has inspired many people to voluntarily join them. The whole world is now shrouded in a red fog. Only in Xingfu community can you still see a clear sky. People who live here will feel a deep sense of happiness from the bottom of their hearts. Naturally, they also hope to have the life they used to have in this apocalypse. People are constantly posting videos of the peaceful life in Xingfu community on video apps. Without exception, they all became incredibly popular. Ordinary life that was insignificant before the apocalypse. At this moment, everything becomes a dreamlike paradise. Those who are still suffering in the red fog are eagerly hoping to come and live in the happiness community. Lin Lang also noticed this phenomenon. He decided to ride this wave of popularity. So he posted an announcement directly on the video app. Location, happiness community. Looking to take in a goddess. Meals and accommodation included. DM me photos if interested. Because it has been listed as a happy community. This announcement also went viral. Unfortunately, no one signed up in the comments section. They were all criticizing him. Are you crazy about women? Free food and lodging? How much supplies have you stockpiled to dare to boast like that? My family owns a supermarket, but even I wouldn't dare promise free meals and lodging. At most, I'd sleep on a loaf of bread once a day. The person upstairs is also scum, taking advantage of someone in distress. It's definitely a scam. I don't believe you, unless you post photos of the supplies. Netizens gave him a barrage of insults. I was already in a bad mood because it was supposed to be the end of the world. You can imagine how unpleasant it is. But Lin Lang said these were minor issues. The first time he posted an announcement in the Xingfu Community Owners Group. The homeowners were saying pretty much the same thing. But what about now? They cried and begged Lin Lang to take them in as mistresses. But this time is different. This time, Lin Lang didn't even need to personally step into the arena to prove his strength. Anyone living in the happiness community who comes across this video will know about it. They all spontaneously endorsed Lin Lang below. Brothers, do you even know who you're talking to? If I were you, I would apologize and then beg a powerful person to take care of me. The not-so-wild boss is indeed a womanizer, but he also has real resources. I can vouch for him. This guy is no scammer. He's got tons of resources. He's got all the hotties in our neighborhood under his wing. You can call the pro bad, but you can't call them bad. Wow, you've suddenly stepped out of your neighborhood and started seeing the world. Can you at least take me in first? Brother Lin Bueling, please give me a chance. I'm fair-skinned, beautiful, and have a sweet voice. I'm delicate, weak, and easy to push over. Over. I live in Unit 1, Building A, Room 502, sob sob. Don't you live in Building A? Where did this noise from Building B come from? Seeing so many people sharing their experiences. And the addresses are indeed all in Xingfu Community. Netizens were all surprised. Is it true or false? Where did he get so many supplies? Could these all be his alternate accounts? Don't believe it, everyone. Let me test the waters first. Backstage, people started sending photos privately one after another. Lin Lang clicked in and glanced at it briefly. There are quite a few women. Unfortunately, none of them moved him. His standards are much higher now. Simply being pretty isn't enough. You also have to have your own unique characteristics. Of course, if someone is as beautiful as Lu Saran, then that's a different story. After all, that's already its biggest feature. As for the remaining women in Happiness Community, Lin Lang had already scanned it with his telekinetic powers. Indeed, there are also a few pretty girls in the neighborhood. Although she can't compare to top-tier beauties like Gu Fei, she's still about 70 to 80% good enough. Only, they've basically all already been charged by other people. So, Lin Lang decided not to consider it. On the other side, Unit 1, Building E, Room 101. Ning Xuanyu knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a little girl eating a lollipop. Hello, little sister. Ning Xuanyu smiled and asked, do you know someone who uses the pin name Millennial Old Monster? The little girl looked at her with a suspicious expression. 1,000-year-old monster? You know my master? What do you want with him? Ning Xuanyu was overjoyed. Is the 1,000-year-old monster your master? Where is he? Can I see him? As expected, heaven does not favor those who are determined. I spent several days visiting almost everyone in the community. We finally found it today. But the little girl shook her head. No, my master is in seclusion and cannot see anyone. Who are you? Ning Xuanyu hurriedly said. My name is Ning Xuanyu, and I am a special agent. Oh, a secret agent? Then he must be someone from the government, right? The young girl looked Ning Xuanyu up and down, and then said, my master said before he went into seclusion that if any officials came looking for him, I should go in his place. Ouyang Lingji. Appearance, 7/10. Charging time, 0 times. Loyalty, 5%. Return rate, 100%. Combat strength, C. In the study, Lin Lang looked at the girl in front of him, who was about 17 or 18 years old, with some surprise. She doesn't have a superpowered core, but it has C-level combat power. That's incredible. You're the ancient monster who's been around for 1,000 years. Lin Lang couldn't help but ask. He thought he'd be an old man because of that nickname. That's a nickname I gave my master. My name is Ouyang Yunji. The little girl looked speechless. After finishing one lollipop, he took another one out of his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. Hello, Miss Yunji. Lin Lang said politely. Could you tell me what you know about this red mist crisis? Ouyang Yunji said. I don't know much. I've only heard my master say that the red mist isn't a crisis. Quite the opposite. It's humanity's weapon against crises. Arms. Yes. The real crisis hasn't even begun yet. Ouyang Yunji looked very arrogant. She caught a glimpse of Lin Lang out of the corner of her eye, but she exclaimed in surprise, Innate spiritual body. Chapter 49, the old monster emerges from seclusion. Innate spiritual body. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Lin Lang's heart stirred slightly. Ouyang Yunji tilted her head slightly and paced back and forth in the study, explaining as she went. A congenital spiritual body refers to a physique that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is also the threshold for cultivating martial arts. Just the threshold? Lin Lang was somewhat unconvinced. What about the ceiling? The ceiling is naturally the martial saint body. When this topic came up, Ouyang Yunji's eyes seemed to light up. The sacred body can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with extremely high efficiency, which is something that the spiritual body can only dream of. It can also unleash one's own potential, strengthening the physical body to an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. In that state, even someone who has never practiced martial arts can exchange a few blows with a martial arts master based solely on instinct. Even more, when the holy body is cultivated to a certain level, it can also control spiritual energy and injure enemies from 100 paces away. The more Lin Lang listened, the stranger his expression became. Highly efficient absorption? Invincible form? Controlling spiritual energy? Isn't that describing myself? He himself is a martial arts saintly body. Well, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Ouyang Yunji suddenly stopped in her tracks. Looking at Lin Lang, he said again, all in all, since you are a spirit, you are qualified to cultivate martial arts. As a martial arts successor, I will teach you a breathing technique to help you embark on the path of martial arts. She had a very arrogant demeanor. It was as if the rich were giving alms to beggars. Lin Lang seemed to be deep in thought. No wonder. Ouyang Yunji herself does not have a superpower core, yet she possesses such high combat power. All because she is a martial artist. Combat power comes from martial arts, not superpowers. Based on the idea that having more skills is never a bad thing, Lin Lang nodded and said, that's troublesome. Ouyang Yunji took out her phone and said, add me on WeChat. After Lin Lang added her on WeChat, I received a file from her. Martial arts breathing techniques for beginners, refined version. Wow, they really are keeping up with the times. Lin Lang had thought that the breathing technique would be a martial arts manual or a scroll of parchment or something. Unexpectedly, it was indeed a secret manual, but it was in electronic format? All right, here's the cultivation technique for you. How far you can cultivate it depends on your own talent. After Ouyang Yunji finished speaking, he then left the study. Lin Lang was alone in his study, and he quickly skimmed through the manual of mental cultivation techniques. With an enhanced brain, it could also be due to the martial arts saint body's natural affinity for martial arts knowledge. Anyway, he memorized all the content with ease. A little analysis reveals that this so-called breathing technique is actually an upgraded version of the meditation method he usually uses to absorb the red mist. He sat down cross-legged and tried running it. Moment. He himself seemed to have become a bottomless black hole, attracting the rolling red mist from afar, which surged toward him like a tide. But this time, after the red mist entered his body, it spreads throughout the body along the meridians. It is engulfed and contained by cells everywhere. It has been transformed into a reserve of energy for life. The efficiency of absorbing the red mist this way is indeed much higher than that of meditation before, drawing qi into the body, building the foundation of martial arts. This sentence inexplicably popped into Lin Lang's mind. This made him even more convinced. I seem to have some inexplicable connection with martial arts. He continued to speculate boldly. This sky full of red mist must be the spiritual energy that Ouyang Yunji was talking about. So, is the red mist crisis essentially a spiritual energy resurgence? That would explain why Ouyang Lingji said the red mist was not a crisis, but a weapon. Regarding this breathing method, Lin Lang is only scratching the surface for now. I didn't dare to continue absorbing it recklessly. Otherwise, at his current level, he could absorb half the red mist of the neighborhood in one breath. Who knows how much trouble this will cause? Unit 1, Building E, Room 101. In the simply furnished living room, a glowing array pattern suddenly appeared on the floor. The next moment, an old, hunched figure appeared among them. Beneath his feet, the light of the array pattern gradually faded and disappeared, as if it had never existed. The process of spiritual energy revival has been greatly accelerated. Could it be that some unexpected event has occurred? The old man frowned. Immediately, an extremely powerful psychic force was released. 2202. Lin Lang suddenly realized that a powerful psychic force was seizing control of the happiness community area. There are more experts. However, this mental power, though strong, is only relative to others. Lin Lang's telekinetic abilities are too abnormal. It has already transcended the realm of ordinary mental power. It is virtually impossible for someone to break through it with their mental power, and it might not even be detected. On the contrary, Lin Lang easily located the owner of that mental power by tracing its origin. Ouyang Bailey. Combat strength, B. Surname Ouyang. Extremely high combat power, but no superpowered core. Lin Lang had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Is this the little girl's master, the one nicknamed the 1,000-year-old monster? He must also be a martial arts practitioner. A B-level combat power. That's incredibly rare. His presence suddenly appeared in the neighborhood. Either he just arrived, or perhaps he had been there all along, but somehow managed to conceal his presence. Under Lin Lang's telekinetic surveillance, the old monster went out the door and headed straight in Lin Lang's direction. He must have come to see Ouyang Yunji. Not long after, someone knocked on the door. Then they heard someone open the door, and Ouyang Yunji's surprised voice. Old monster, what are you doing out of seclusion? You have no manners. Call me master. Lin Lang then slowly got up and walked out of the study. In the living room, Gu Fei and the other women were all present. Upon seeing Lin Lang arrive, they all stood behind him. Ouyang Yunji and Lao Guai stood at the door, looking like a grandfather and granddaughter. The old man looked very ordinary, around 60 or 70 years old, dressed very simply, like a withered old man from the countryside. But his eyes were very bright, truly piercing. His gaze swept over everyone present, and he gave a simple, honest smile. Gentlemen, I apologize for disturbing you. You all have extraordinary appearances. You must all be people with great fortune. It is truly an honor for this lowly disciple to have the opportunity to meet you all. Especially this young man. He's incredibly lucky with the ladies. These girls are not only beautiful, but also destined for greatness. With them by your side, your life is sure to be smooth sailing. This sudden compliment caught Gu Fei and the others off guard. I just thought the old man was quite polite. Knowing his identity, Ning Xuangyu hurriedly greeted him. Senior, I am Ning Xuangyu, the deputy captain of the Vermilion Bird Squad of the Manhua City Special Operations Bureau. I've come to Xingfu community to seek your help. The old monster said. Young lady, I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you. I've only come out of seclusion temporarily to instruct my disciple on a few things, and I have to return later. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuangyu's eyes darkened. Ouyang Yunji asked in confusion. Old monster, what else do you need to say? The old monster sighed before saying. This great calamity has taken an unexpected turn. Look, the red mist here has been completely swallowed up. With such a massive amount of spiritual energy, who knows what terrifying beings it will give birth to? What if it's some alien race vying for the fortune of our human race? That would be a real problem. The most urgent task is for you to spread the teachings of the breathing technique as soon as possible and train more martial artists to deal with the impending catastrophe. Everyone was completely confused. Only Lin Lang had a subtle expression on his face. Absorbing red mist? It took half a day. Are you referring to me as a variable? Then you can go into seclusion without worry. I am also a human, not some kind of alien. Ouyang Yunji listened to the old monster's words and said with a solemn expression. Disciple understands. Good that you understand. After that, the old monster bowed to Ning Xuangyu again and said, Miss Ning, I still need to go into seclusion and am unable to leave to help you. However, you can take Yunji with you. My disciple is currently mediocre in talent and slow-witted, so he's not very useful. His looks are just average. Compared to you, he's nowhere near as good-looking. At this point, Ouyang Yunji immediately protested. Old monster, how can you talk about your own disciple like that? The old monster waved his hand to signal her to calm down and continued. But all of this is because there is a seal within her. It seals away her destiny. Therefore, I hope you can lend a hand and find someone in this world who possesses a martial arts saintly body, so that we can cultivate together. This will break her seal and allow her to be reborn. As he spoke, the old monster's gaze intentionally or unintentionally fell on Lin Lang, as if to emphasize something to him alone. After that, not only will she become more beautiful, but the person who cultivates with her will also benefit. At that time, she will be a great help to you. Lu Saran asked softly from behind Lin Lang. What does dual cultivation mean? Lin Lang calmly said. Sleep. Oh, Lu Saran blushed and stopped talking. Master, why do you tell everyone everything? Ouyang Yunji complained shyly. The old monster sighed. These are all incredibly fortunate individuals. Perhaps your destiny lies hidden among them. All right, I must return to my seclusion now. Farewell, my dear friends. After saying that, he left in such a hurry. It left no trace. It was as if he had never been there. Lin Lang stood there, looking at the young girl Ouyang Yunji, his expression growing increasingly strange. Give yourself a method of breathing exercises? The variable that devours the red mist? Seeking the sacred body of martial arts? Dual cultivation? How do I feel? This girl is clearly after me. Chapter 50. Is this your man? What kind of taste do you have? Although Ouyang Yunji's appearance score is only 7 out of 10, compared to women like Gu Fei, who are at least 9 points, she is indeed much inferior. But compared to the general public, a score of 7 is actually not low. At least she can be called a pretty girl. If Lin Lang wants to take her in, that's fine too. In particular, that ancient monster even made a promise to Lin Lang. It is said that after dual cultivation, Yunji will be reborn and become as beautiful as a fairy. If that's true, wouldn't that mean we've successfully bought at the bottom? So, should we take this tender young girl in now? Lin Lang considered it for a while. Let's wait and see. After all, it was all too coincidental, which made him suspect a conspiracy. Ning Xuanyu asked Ouyang Yunji, what exactly is your master doing in seclusion? Ouyang Yunji said, I don't know. Master only said that there is a great opportunity in happiness community, but he didn't say what it is. Ning Xuanyu seemed to be deep in thought. An opportunity? Never heard of it. But this place is indeed special. Even the ferocious beasts here are stronger than elsewhere. Lin Lang deeply agreed. In fact, there seemed to be more superpowered fruits here than elsewhere. What exactly was that opportunity? Lin Lang didn't know. But he has obtained a very crucial piece of information today. This sky full of red mist is actually a treasure. There were even people fighting over it. This also means that the red mist is not endless, but will gradually disappear. So, I must take this opportunity to inhale as much as possible. Dinner time. Several beautiful women gathered together again. At the dinner table, Tang Lingyu and Gu Fei are secretly competing with each other again. She served food to Lin Lang, made him feed her. In short, she was constantly vying for his favor. This made Ouyang Yunji, a newcomer, exclaim, you city folks really know how to have fun. After finishing the meal, Ning Xuanyu took Ouyang Yunji downstairs to rest. Tang Lingyu also took the opportunity to advise, Gu Fei, Su Ran, you should go and rest early too. Gu Fei said, sister worked hard yesterday, so let her go and rest today. The two women argued for a while without reaching a conclusion, then said, then let my husband choose for himself. On one side is a cool and aloof goddess. On one side is a charming young woman. Lin Lang didn't hesitate. Why don't you all come together? Gu Fei's expression changed. Who's with her? Tang Lingyu also said, let's forget it. I'm afraid my sister will feel inferior later. The two were arguing. Lu Saran, who had been standing quietly to the side, gently tugged at Lin Lang's sleeve. Lin Lang turned his head to look. Lu Saran's face flushed, and her eyes gleamed as she said, Lin Lang, I want to cultivate with you. Lin Lang's heart skipped a beat. He then carried her into the house. Gu Fei and Tang Lingyu were left alone, still bickering at the dinner table. Early the next morning, Lin Lang and his group went to the rooftop of Building C together. Ning Xuanyu contacted the authorities yesterday to inform them that she had found the ancient monster. The authorities promised to send a helicopter to pick them up this morning. It didn't take long. An armed helicopter broke through the red fog and entered Lin Lang's psychic field. Lin Lang also checked the information of the passengers on board. There were 5 people on board. 4 of them are superhumans. Their combat strength is all sea level. To outsiders, such a powerful lineup is already quite astonishing. In the happy community, there are also several superhumans whose combat power has reached level C without the help of any external forces. Their growth rate is clearly faster than that of the outside world. Lin Langkai realized. This place seems really eerie. After a long time, an airplane has appeared over Xingfu residential area again. The residents thought it was the authorities delivering relief supplies again. Everyone is really looking forward to it. The helicopter hovered about 20 meters above Building C. Then 3 figures jumped off the plane one after another. There were no protective measures whatsoever. He just jumped down like that. But they did not plummet rapidly. It was as if there was an invisible tray beneath their feet, supporting them as they fell at a steady pace, until he stood firmly in front of everyone. There are 2 men and 1 woman. They can fly? That's amazing. Lu Saran whispered, her tone full of envy. Korea and Malaysia. Combat strength, C. Superpower, wind control, level 3. It's not that they can fly. It is this person named Hamma's superpower, wind control, which allows him to control the wind element and achieve the effect of making people fly. Speaking of which, Lin Lang can fly now too. By simply using the ability to manipulate the red mist and condense the red mist around his body, he can lift himself into the sky. It works on the same principle as riding the wind. And this Korean horse landed. He strode towards Ning Xuanyu, his face filled with relief, even to the point of tears of joy. Frost whisper, thank goodness, you're all right. I thought I was going to lose you. He choked up and reached out his hands, as if he wanted to hug her. However, Ning Xuanyu subtly avoided him, and naturally walked to Lin Lang's side, introducing him as follows. These are all my team members. Su Bing, Wang Shanhai, and Han Ma. Han Ma's expression changed slightly. Amidst the subtle glances of the crowd, he awkwardly withdrew his hand, put it behind his back, and pretended nothing had happened. The girl named Su Bing and the man named Wang Shanhai stepped forward and greeted the crowd. Hello. Lu Saran, Gu Fei, and others nodded in response. Hello. Only Han Ma, slightly raising his head, looked at Lin Lang with an arrogant gaze. Yes, this is an operation by special agents. You may all leave now. Ning Xuanyu frowned slightly. It's okay, they are all my friends. And him, he's my savior. She reached out and took Lin Lang's arm. Savior. Upon hearing this, Han Ma's expression turned tentative. Is he also a superhuman? What kind of ability did he awaken? Ning Xuang said. No, he is not a superhuman. No. Upon hearing that this person was not a superpowered individual, Hamma's expression immediately became arrogant. How did he save you? Halfway through his sentence, Han Ma suddenly noticed something. Ning Xuanyu and that pretty boy were behaving intimately. Their relationship seemed to be more than just ordinary. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Ning Xuanyu is an extremely rare and exceptional woman. Exquisite features and a graceful figure. Especially in a special agent team where there are far more men than women. She appears to be as beautiful as an angel. He'd been craving her for ages. He also pursued her intensely, but they have yet to succeed. The reason is that Ning Xuanyu's mind is always focused on completing tasks, and she has no interest in romance at all. But now, why is Ning Xuanyu standing so close to that pretty boy, still acting all demure and submissive? Could it be that someone beat them to it? His face immediately turned ugly. Unable to hold back, he said in a deep voice. Frost whisper, rescuing special agents is everyone's duty. It's no big deal. But some unscrupulous people might use this to manipulate you and morally blackmail you in order to achieve their ulterior motives. Be very careful, don't get scammed. These words were spoken. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became somewhat awkward. Everyone understood the implication in his words. This is clearly accusing Lin Lang of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Lin Lang sensed hostility from Han Ma's tone and eyes. But I can't help but sigh. Having too many goddesses around you is bound to attract jealousy. Because there are always some clowns who are too arrogant to know their own limitations and confidently put themselves in the position of Lin Lang's rival in love. But Lin Lang wanted to ask one question. Do you deserve it? The girl named Su Bing ran up to Ning Xuanyu and whispered a warning. Captain, Han Ma got promoted. He also ate a golden elemental fruit and awakened the ability to control the wind. He's practically floating right now. Don't pay any attention to him. Ning Xuanyu sighed. No wonder. Su Bing then looked at Lin Lang and smiled slightly. Hello. On behalf of the entire Vermilion Bird Squad, thank you for saving our captain. What should I call you? Ning Xuanyu grabbed Lin Lang's hand, her expression proud, and said, his name is Lin Lang, and he's also my fiancé. Han Ma heard this from not far away. His face immediately darkened, and he said, Frost whisper, you can't just say things like that. I know you did this to repay a life-saving debt, but there are other ways to repay a debt without risking your own life. How about this? I'll give him some supplies, and then you'll be even. Ning Xuanyu was speechless, so she simply stated her meaning plainly. He's already my man. Upon hearing this, Han Ma was stunned. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of a heart breaking. For a long time, Han Ma's eyes turned cold as he gritted his teeth and said, Frost whisper, the organization sent you on a mission, not to find men. Even if you're looking for a man, you shouldn't choose one like this. You are a superhuman. What you're looking for should be a superhuman.